in the composite consumer price index, 1.9% over the same period. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it has studied the causes of the price increase in supermarket goods and whether collusive pricing or monopolization has been involved in such causes? If it has studied and the outcome is in the affirmative of the government's measures in place to curb the situation, if it has not studied the reasons for that. 2, of the current number of vacant stalls in and the vacancy rate of various public markets and cooked food centers, whether it has plans to enable such stalls to be let out easier by offering a lower rental so that members of the public can purchase affordable good and daily necessities. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3, of the measures in place to stabilize commodity prices, such as the measures in place to encourage more supermarket brands to join the Hong Kong market so as to drive down the price of goods through competition, and the measures in place to spur supermarket operators to bear social responsibility, thereby effectively controlling the prices of necessities and ensuring that the members of the public need not bear expensive goods. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. Mr. President, having consulted the Environment and Ecology Bureau, my consolidated reply to the question raised by Ms. Eunice Yung is as follows. Hong Kong is a highly open and one of the most competitive economies in the world. The government does not implement price control on various goods sold in the market. The government has all along been promoting fair competition. In this connection, the Competition Ordinance Cap 619 came into full effect in December 2015 with the aim of ensuring that Hong Kong continues to be a competitive, dynamic, and free market by curbing harmful and anti-competitive conduct, bringing the benefits of a level playing field to Hong Kong consumers, businesses, and the wider economy. Even though the Competition Ordinance does not regulate the pricing level of goods sold by individual undertakings in the market, the first conduct rule of the Competition Ordinance prohibits any behaviors that prevent, restrict, or distort competition in Hong Kong, including joint ventures, vertical price restrictions, and cartels, such as agreeing with competitors to fix prices and share markets. The second conduct rule of the Competition Ordinance prohibits undertakings with a substantial degree of market power from abusing that power to prevent, restrict, or distort competition in Hong Kong, including behaviors such as predatory pricing, margin squeeze, refusals to deal, etc., which have the object or effect of excluding competitors from the market, thereby limiting choices available to consumers. The two conduct rules both regulate behaviors of market participants. According to the Competition Ordinance, regardless of whether cases are originated from the complaints received, referrals by the government or public bodies, or initiated by the Competition Commission itself, when the Competition Commission has reasonable cause to suspect contravention of any conduct rule under the ordinance, it could commence investigation accordingly. The Commission has been proactively handling and prioritizing cases and complaints that affect people's livelihood, especially those involving the grassroots or the underprivileged groups. Apart from promoting fair competition to protect consumers' rights and interests, the Consumer Council has been monitoring closely the supply and price of various goods. The Council constantly conducts various surveys, including user experience surveys and price surveys on goods and services, so as to collect market information and publishes the results of price surveys for the public's reference. The results of the Council's annual Supermarket Price Survey 2022, released in April 2023, show that the aggregate average price of a basket of items from the supermarket surveyed increased by 2.1% over 2021, reflecting that the cost of daily necessities had increased. The Council has called on supermarket groups to share and shoulder the social responsibility by striving to control the price of necessities. At the same time, consumers can make use of the online price watch of the Council to compare prices across different supermarkets and retailers. The Council will continue to monitor closely price changes of various daily necessities to facilitate the public in making smarter choices. The Commerce and Economic Development Bureau will continue to maintain close liaison and work closely with the Commission to promote fair competition and the Council to protect the consumers' rights and interests. On the usage of public markets and cooked food centres, as at the 31st of March this year, the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department manages around 13,600 stalls in public markets and cooked food centres, with a net vacancy of around 700 stalls and a net vacancy rate of around 5.1%. The number of vacant stalls and net stall vacancy rate for each public market and cooked food centre are set out at the annex. The FHD from time to time arranges open auctions to let out vacant stalls in public markets and cooked food centres. The upset auction prices are based on the reference rentals assessed by the Rating and Valuation Department, which takes into account factors including the open auction results of similar stalls in the same market and other FHD markets, the location and facilities of the market, as well as the position of stalls in the market, etc. The actual market rental is determined by the outcome of auction. While rental level is one of the core components of operating costs, it is not the determinant of the retail prices of goods. Other factors such as the cost of goods, transportation, market positioning, demand and supply, etc. may also be at play. Public markets of FHD are one of the major fresh food retail channels. Tenants usually decide and adjust the price of goods having regard to factors including market rules and operating costs. The government seeks to promote competition through which the price of goods sold in public markets would stay at a reasonable level. In new and overhauled public markets under the FHD's market modernization program, the one tenant, one stall policy, that is, multiple tenancies are in general disallowed, is implemented with a view to fostering fair competition among market stalls and preventing monopoly. In building sizable new public markets at suitable locations, the FHD also fosters positive competition between public markets and other fresh food retail outlets, which is conducive to maintaining the price of goods at a reasonable level. I so submit. Thank you. Ms. Eunice Yong. Mr. President, when it comes to daily necessities, foods, condiments, these are the necessary items most needed by the public on a daily basis. I ask what measures are put in place to make sure that the prices of daily necessities are kept at a reasonable level. Now, in relation to breakfast food, oil, and other food items, according to this magazine of the Consumer Council, the prices have increased by more than 1%, and this is a livelihood matter that affects the day-to-day living of our people. My question is whether the government has studied the reason for the price surge of the various goods sold in the market. The government has failed to give me a reply. The government has not answered me on whether there is any monopoly or collusive pricing involved. Of course, in the Secretary's reply, there is an explanation including the cost of goods, transportation, labor costs, demand and supply, affecting the price surge. But if there is no comprehensive review conducted by the government, it will be very difficult to help solve this livelihood issue, troubling the public on a daily basis. So why doesn't the government conduct a study on the price surge of daily necessities? Secretary, thank you, Mr. President. The Consumer Council collects information relating to about 2,600 items available and publishes the information on the Consumer Council's website so that before purchase, consumers can compare prices. Consumers can also make good use of the online price watch website of the Consumer Council, which contains the updated pricing information of 2,600 items of the sold by the 8 major supermarkets and retailers. The Consumer Council also monitors the price changes of these daily necessities and also update the price information to help buyers make informed choices. In order to facilitate effective survey and to protect consumers' rights and interests, the Competition Commission normally will not disclose information relating to the complainants. Only when the situation or the circumstances permit would the information be disclosed without affecting the investigation outcome. The Competition Commission will usually announce preliminary information relating to the sectors involved. For information services, construction, infrastructure services, the Competition Commission received the most number of complaints, 10, 10, and 8 respectively. As for food items, only 3 complaints had been received. Mr. Gary Chan. Mr. President, apart from continuous price hikes of items sold at supermarkets, there is also a problem with how items are sold at the supermarkets. Well, I bought 3 tubes of toothpaste from a supermarket in a bundled sale, and then I went home and did a check and found that actually the price per item was more expensive than the separate items. Now, I believe I'm not alone in this. Many members have the similar experience. Now, they would make use of a sale in order to jack up prices. Now, Secretary, are there ways to regulate the behavior of these supermarkets so as not to allow them to pull wool over the eyes of consumers? Secretary. As I said in my reply, the government does not implement price control on various goods sold in the market. When we receive complaints or referral by the relevant departments, the Competition Commission will conduct an investigation. And then a report will be released stating the findings of the investigation. There will be a discussion with, say, the supermarket concerned so as to drive at a proposal that will benefit all parties, including consumers. A report will also be published on a regular basis for the benefit of the public so as to help buyers make informed choices. Mr. Stanley Lee, sorry, your question hasn't been answered. I think he misunderstood my question. I asked the government to regulate the behavior of supermarkets. I didn't ask the government to impose price control. Mr. Stanley Lee, according to the public sentiment and my observation, basically the supermarket chain, we have only 2 supermarket chains dominating the market. The price levels are tallied. Now, I actually did a check yesterday. At least 10 items sold by these 2 major supermarket chains are pitched at the same price levels, not a cent of difference. Whereas for other retailers, these items are pitched at different price levels. So there is a reasonable suspicion that collusive pricing may be involved. Now, will the government conduct a detailed investigation on suspicious collusive pricing and monitor the situation closely? Secretary, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, the Competition Commission has been handling and prioritizing cases and complaints that affect people's livelihood, especially those involving the grassroots and underprivileged. The Competition Commission is aware of the situation. It closely monitors the situation. For the first conduct rule of the Competition Ordinance, CAP 619, it prohibits any behaviors that prevent, restrict, or distort competition in Hong Kong, including joint ventures, vertical price restrictions, and cartels, such as agreeing with competitors to fix prices and share markets. The second conduct rule prohibits undertakings with a substantial degree of market power from abusing that power to prevent, restrict, or distort competition in Hong Kong, including predatory pricing, margin squeeze, refusals to deal, etc., which have the object or effect of excluding competitors from the market, thereby limiting consumers' choices. Where the Competition Commission has reasonable suspicion that a contravention of the ordinance has taken place, the Commission will commence investigation. What is worth noticing is that similar price levels in supermarkets may not constitute a breach of the competition ordinance. In the past few years, different supermarkets, online sales channels, and discount stores have emerged in the local market, providing a variety of choices for consumers on the daily necessities and other items. They are pitched at different price levels, so we do have competition in the market. As to whether any case is in breach of the conduct rules of the competition ordinance, the Competition Commission will need to collect evidence and investigate into these cases. Mr. Lee Chen-kang, I don't think any member of the public would like to see a price surge, especially for daily necessities sold at supermarkets. They are popular retail outlets. It is the Competition Commission's responsibility to make sure that quality goods and services can be provided to consumers at a reasonable level so as to drive positive competition. In order to protect the public from buying excessively expensive items of daily necessities and to prevent monopolization and collusive pricing, will the government instruct the Competition Commission to intervene, and will you also engage the Legislative Council in the investigation of these matters? Thank you for the question. The Competition Commission is gravely concerned about any act that may prevent, restrict, or distort competition in Hong Kong, especially in relation to complaints and cases involving the grassroots and the underprivileged groups. The Competition Commission has commenced a consultation on the 1st of June on the food delivery platforms and the undertakings. The Competition Commission is still conducting the consultation. It is closely monitoring the situation. Apart from delivering reports in the Legislative Council, the Competition Commission on a daily basis monitors the situation to prevent such behavior. The CEDB also works closely with the Competition Commission. For example, the Bureau attends an electrical meeting on a regular basis to brief members on the work of the Competition Commission. Mr. Benson Look. Thank you, Mr. President. As per the administration's main reply, I agree that Hong Kong is a highly open and one of the most competitive economies in the world. If we want to tell a good Hong Kong story, this is, of course, one of the top 3 highlights we should tell others. And the government is the gatekeeper of this highly open and competitive economy. People's livelihood is of utmost importance. In the Secretary's main reply, it is said that the Commission will handle cases and complaints that affect people's livelihood, especially involving the grassroots and the underprivileged groups, in a prioritized manner. And members already talked about the price of daily necessities, the behavior of food delivery platforms, as well as items sold at public markets. These are matters that affect people's livelihood. But from the perspective of an average Joe in the street, they may not know about the work of the Competition Commission. Well, of course, the Secretary just now said that investigation would be initiated by the Competition Commission, and then there'll be a discussion with the business undertakings. But apart from that, can you tell us what has been done by the Competition Commission? Secretary, I think the Competition Commission regularly publishes information relating to their monitoring work. As I mentioned, 2 food delivery platforms were found to be in breach of the conduct rules in the Competition Commission ordinance. The two platforms have agreed to amend their practices, which, in the view of the Competition Commission, can allay the concerns. The consultation commenced on the 1st of June, but the Competition Commission's work is welcomed by the public and different sectors of the economy in safeguarding a level playing field. There is also another case involving the Fisheries Market Organization, and there was a joint operation with the police leading to a search of the premises of a number of stalls in the FMO premises. And we understand that the Competition Commission is still investigating into the relevant case. This is an example of how the Commission has proactively handled cases relating to the underprivileged groups.
Question to Honorable Lau Kwok-Fen. Thank you, Mr. President. The Northern Metropolis comprises a number of new development areas, NDAs. It is learned that among the NDAs, the development of Kutong North NTN, KTN, and Fanning North NDAs is being taken forward at full steam. They are expected to be the earliest completed NDAs in the Northern Metropolis and are also one of the sources of government's housing supply in the medium to long term, with the first resident intake already taken place. In this connection, will government inform this council first, given that in respect of in-situ land exchange applications for land in the aforesaid NDAs under the enhanced conventional new town approach, the deadline for acceptance of binding basic terms offer for land exchange is end of this month. It is learned that at present some applications are still being processed. Whether the authorities will consider extending the relevant deadline, if so, of the planned extension, if not, reasons for that. Second, given that, as announced by the authorities earlier on, applicants of the aforesaid land exchange applications may opt for premium assessment on the basis of the standard rates, but the views that there has been an apparent downward adjustment in land premium of private residential sites since announcement of the standard rates, whether the authority will consider revising the previously announced standard rates and establishing an adjustment mechanism. And finally, given that the CE proposed in the 2022 policy address that government offices in central business districts with no specific location requirements will be relocated to the Northern Metropolis, and the government has also reserved a site in KTN NDA for the construction of government complex, of the authorities' anticipated time of completion commission of complex and whether they will consider increasing the provision of commercial sites in the vicinity of complexes to drive the development of the NDA as a whole. Secretary for Development, Mr. President, Kutong North and North NDAs are among the first NDAs that entered the work stage in the Northern Metropolis. Work started in 2019. The first batch of private housing units received their residents end of last year. Two other private housing sites were sold by tendering in 2021. In 2026, there will be massive population intake for public housing. Now, my answers to Mr. Lau's question is as follows. Kutong North and North NDAs adopt the enhanced conventional new town approach. In other words, in principle, the government will take back all the private land planned for development, and then there will be site formation and infrastructural facilities will be built, and then the land will be set aside for various uses, including disposing the land for private development. But then for land planned for private development, the government allows the current landowners to apply for in-situ land exchange, provided that certain criteria and conditions are met. And then before the appointed deadline, the land exchange conditions, including the land premium, be adopted. With the participation of landowners, we can avoid having the need to resume land and tendering afresh, and this will speed up the development procedure. For the first stage development, in-situ land exchange applications were completed in 2017. 2 cases were approved. For the remaining stage of development, the Lands Department made announcements about the arrangements in February last year. As of end of May, 7 cases were given the go-ahead to be further processed, involving 9,000 private housing units. 30th of June was supposed to be the deadline for land exchange set by the government. But then experience tells us that or having examined the case without jeopardizing the development program, the government will extend the deadline till the 31st of December this year to allow more time for discussion. Second, in March last year, announcement was made about the standard rates for the development area. If an applicant chooses to adopt the standard rates for the land premium assessment, then both the government and the applicant do not need to spend time to assess the land premium and carry out negotiation individually for each site under the conventional model. But then the application must be made within the approval period or the vetting period. There is a time element. So generally speaking, standard rates do not have to be adjusted within the approval period. But then since March last year, when the standard rates were announced, both the economy and the property market had undergone major changes. The general view of the industry is that the standard rates set for that NDA have already gone out of step with the market rates, so it has not become a real option. In fact, among the 7 applications mentioned above, the applicants in 5 out of the 7 cases opted for the conventional assessment model that is not using the standard rates, and the Lands Department therefore has to go through the established procedure to assess the premium. For the other 2 cases, they have not yet made a choice. Having considered the objective criteria and data in the market, we believe that there's a reason, a justification to adjust downwards the standard rates so as to reflect the market adjustments, so that the standard rates would become a meaningful option, and this will achieve the original policy intention of speeding up the assessment process and therefore the pace of development. The Lands Department will issue practice notes in relation to the extension of the deadline as well as the adjustment of the standard rates. The applicants will be informed and they will be allowed to reconsider their choice. We hope that by making such reasonable arrangements, there will be timely applications and there will be timely completion of the scrutiny of the applications, and then work can start soon. Thirdly, the government will relocate government offices currently located in the CBDs but without any location-specific requirements to the northern metropolis, so to drive the development there. In Kutong North NDA, a site has been reserved for a complex, and currently there are still homes for the aged in operation. When the eligible elderly residents have been rehoused to a nearby welfare complex, we will then start the formation of the site in 2024, and in 2026 we'll start the works for the superstructure of that government offices so as to compress the timetable. For that government complex, the surrounding sites are mainly planned for high-density residential development and mixed commercial residential development plus a public transport interchange. Ancillary commercial uses like F&B, retail services will be allowed. It is believed that there will be about 300,000 meters square of commercial floor area. In light of the proposal in the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy that the innovation and technology users should focus or should concentrate in the Sentin Technopole, the government is now examining a few sites in Kutong North NDA, originally planned for INT, and such land will be formed in 2024. We note Mr. Lau's view and will consider rezoning, whether they're suitable for rezoning for commercial uses. Thank you. Mr. Lau, for Kutong North and Fanling North, They are the first NDAs to adopt the enhanced conventional NT approach. Hong Shui Kiu, Chun, and the Sentin Technopole will also be included under the pilot scheme. I believe that the standard rates will be applicable to Hong Shui Kiu and Sentin. I want to know when the government will make an announcement. For Kutong North and Fanling North, for the enhanced proposal, it is only applicable to the land exchange for private residential uses. But what about commercial uses and industrial uses? Will institute land exchange be applicable as well? I would like to see the details being announced soon. There were 7 applications in Kutong North and North NDAs, but no applicant has really adopted the standard rates. I just doubt whether it is because for the conventional model, it has been such an approach that it would take more time. So they're still being processed. Now, it is said that the standard rates will be adjusted downwards, but there's no timetable. Now, you're extending the deadline by 6 months. Secretary, do you think that you have got sufficient time for the 7 applicants to complete their land exchange procedures? And when are you going to make an announcement about the revised standard rates? Secretary, for Mr. Lau's second question, we hope that within this month, in relation to Kutong North and Fanling North NDAs, issue a purchase note to the industry in relation to the downward adjustments. There will still be 6 months' time available. We really believe that the standard rates will facilitate the completion of the negotiation within the year. Well, as long as the landowner opts for the standard rates, it takes only 1 month's time to complete the modification and the land exchange procedures. As to whether the enhanced conventional NT approach will be adopted in other NDAs. For Hong Shui Kiu NDA, the government has already said that this will be applicable, and in fact, it will be extended to commercial uses. For Yunnan South as well as the Sentin Technopole, we believe that this model will still apply. But then whether we're talking about all private sites and private sites for all users, we will consider it, and there will be an announcement in due course. Ms. Chen Yutming, thank you, Mr. President. For the Northern Metropolis, there are a number of NDAs, 6 in Yunnan and 4 in another area. I think we need to have a good integration between the city and the rural areas. The government has lately announced the Sentin Technopole, where tens of thousands of square feet of Chotong sites will be involved. Now, for the Northern Metropolis, I want to know whether there's a mechanism to allow existing landowners to join hands with the government to develop the sites. In February this year, I asked the Financial Secretary. There have been successful cases in overseas countries as well as locally. We have been told that they will soon start a study in relation to my idea. So what about the study on the co-development of the rural as well as the urban areas? Can you divulge some details? Well, I think when it comes to this idea of having both, there are a number of points. First of all, how we can make use of the existing towns with the heritage, with the rich culture to facilitate the new town development. And then, of course, we want to make sure that the current landowners, in particular landowners of rural land, how they would be facilitated in taking part in the new town development so that they can contribute, not just in the form of allowing land to be resumed by the government. Well, I think for the Sentin Technopole, we have made an announcement about the zoning and land uses there. for landowners, in particular landowners of Chow and Tong sites, as to how they can take part in the development. There are two levels, personally speaking. First of all, for Chow Tong sites, their management structure may have to be sort of deregulated in some ways. Currently, it takes the approval agreement of all the members before a Chow site or a Tong site can be disposed of. Can there be some changes? Well, in fact, the Development Bureau as well as the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau are having a word with the Hung Yi Cook. It is about the governance structure of Chows and Tongs, and we have to give priority to the views of the rural people. And after deregulating the governance structure of the Chow Tong sites, and if the landowners are very interested in taking part in our development, then as Mr. Lau's question has indicated, can we not allow them to take part in the development? Would it just be for private residential uses or commercial uses, or can we allow industrial uses and innovation technology uses as well, without jeopardizing the government being allowed to take the lead, because the government would like to introduce the pioneers and on various occasions in different forums we are consulting the views. Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. If more and more government offices are relocated to the northern metropolis, then there will be more ancillary commercial uses. To have the best layout, I want to know how the government is going to plan for the logistics facilities in the NDAs. Have you already set aside sufficient land for logistics uses? Secretary. Well, when it comes to logistics uses, currently, as we want to have them sort of concentrated in certain areas, we're mainly talking about Hong Shui Kiu and Yuen Long South. Altogether, 70 hectares of land have been reserved for logistics use or multi-story industrial buildings. And for the Sentin Technopole, a small amount of land, around about 11 hectares of land, will be earmarked for logistics development. We believe that for the northern metropolis, we can look at Takuling Pingche, which has a huge area, and where you have three cross-boundary points, three boundary crossing points, which the logistics industry will find useful. So next year, when we make announcements in relation to Takuling, there will be more details. Mr. Tony Chair, thank you, Mr. President. In relation to the standard rates, in relation to the land premium assessment, in fact, it has been advocated by myself and my constituency. In this way, we can ease the workload of the lands department, and we can expedite the pace of development. Currently, the outcome may not be that satisfactory. The Secretary has promised to carry out a review, and announcements will probably be made next month. I really hope that in the light of market changes, there will be timely and systematic re-examination of the amount of the standard rates. Well, Mr. President, if I may refer you to the main reply of the Secretary, it is said that some of the government offices will be relocated to the northern metropolis. My question is, in relation to the relocation exercise, would you try to make it more user-friendly in the delivery of services? You can't just try to drive the development locally, but sacrificing the convenience in terms of the service provided to the public, bearing in mind that currently the access isn't that really good. Mr. President, in the course of relocating government offices to the northern metropolis, we'll certainly bear in mind location-specific requirements of our public service. Say, for example, if a department mainly serves the legal sector, then I believe that, say, for example, I believe that it will be more appropriate to have the offices located in the Central District as well as the Admiralty area. If we are talking about serving the general public, the grassroots, then, and since the northern metropolis will get a huge population, so I don't think the relocation will impact or jeopardize the service quality. I think it's important to have ancillary facilities and services. For the northern metropolis, I have said that we've reserved a site for a government complex, and for Hong Shui Kiu Chun, again, a similar arrangement has been made. Whenever we make a choice about the location, we will have it located near to the railway corridor, not just to facilitate colleagues going to work, but also to facilitate the citizens going to visiting government offices to be served. This will be considered by us. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, Mr. President. In relation to the NDAs, when it comes to the land exchange arrangements, in the Secretary's written reply, there are two major objectives that would justify the government taking over the land. Owing to one reason or other, the pace has not been as quick as expected. I want to know if the government would consider invoking the land resumption ordinance if, after a long time has been made available and still the land has not been sort of processed. Well, for the enhanced model, we must have a negotiation, and there will certainly be a deadline. There is a timetable we have to adhere to. For Kutong North and Fanning North, the original deadline was end of this month. When it comes to the decision on the deadline, I think the most important point is not jeopardizing the timetable to take back the land and to develop the site. Now, we have always said next year as the time to start such processes. So there's room for us to extend the deadline. This is exactly because we have been considering the time that we would like to take back the land. We believe that there's room to maneuver, but then our land process will not be affected.
Question number 3, Mr. Chow Man Kwong. Regarding the promotion of national and national security education in higher education institutions, especially the 8 universities funded by the University Grants Committee, will the government inform this council one of the number of academic staff members and students of various institutions who have been arrested, are awaiting trial or are convicted after trial for contravening the Hong Kong national security law since its implementation? Will break down by institution whether the academic staff members involved in the cases still engage in the teaching and research work of their respective institutions at present. 2, as it is learned that various institutions have since the last academic year incorporated national and national security education in the students' scope of learning, but since the authorities respect the autonomy of various institutions in curriculum design, the curriculum design standards vary among different institutions, and an institution has even publicly stated that the implementation of Western core value education in institutions is better than the teaching of Hong Kong national security law. Whether the authorities have drawn up codes of guidelines to assist these institutions in designing the relevant curriculum and incorporated the relevant requirements into the statutes of institutions such as the handbook for academic staff members and the code for students. If so, of the details. If not, whether the authority will draw up clear codes of guidelines in the new academic year for institutions to follow, and whether it would use the assessment outcome of the performance of UGC-funded university implementing national security education as one of the indicators for allocating funds of the university. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. President, according to the law of the People's Republic of China on safeguarding national security in the Hong Kong SAR, and then any institution, organization, or individual in Hong Kong shall abide by it and shall not engage in any act or activity which endangers national security, while post-secondary education institutions enjoy institutional autonomy and academic freedom under the Basic Law. They must also hold themselves accountable to the public, ensure good governance and proper use of public funds, and nurture talent with virtue and ability. Post-secondary education institutions are not above the law, and all staff members and students must abide by the law. The government has communicated with the post-secondary education institutions through regular channels to remind them of their statutory obligations under the NSL in order to strengthen the prevention and suppression of activities on campus that may violate NSL or other laws. The fundamental mission of education is nurture morality and foster talent. Post-secondary education institutions are duty bound to nurture our young generations into citizens with a sense of social responsibility and national identity, and affection for Hong Kong, as well as an international perspective. The NSL aims at preventing suppression and imposing punishment for acts and activities that endanger national security. It is the duty of the education sector to strengthen prevention through education. Among others, post-secondary education institutions shall offer their students national security education or activities in accordance with Article 10 of the NSL, with a view to raising staff members and students' awareness of national security law abidingness. I'll reply to Dr. Chairman Kwong's question as follows. One, student and staff affairs are within the autonomy of post-secondary education institutions. They have put in place mechanisms to ensure that student and staff members do not engage in conduct that is unlawful or damages their reputation. The government does not maintain information on the number of student and staff members arrested or charged for violating the NSL. Nevertheless, according to information provided by the Security Bureau, as at the 2nd of June 2023, a total of 252 persons were arrested for suspected acts and activities that endanger national security since the implementation of the NSL. Among them, 155 persons and 5 companies were charged and 79 persons convicted or awaiting sentencing. Currently, all post-secondary education institutions have put in place student and staff disciplinary policies and mechanisms which are reviewed and updated in accordance with latest development in society, including the implementation of NSL. Student and staff members shall abide by their respective conduct codes set by their institutions and shall not engage in conduct that is unlawful or damages the institution's reputation. In the event of arrest, charge, and conviction of suspected involvement in illegal activities and criminal acts, including offences under the NSL, the institution would generally refer the matter to the relevant staff or student disciplinary committees for handling in accordance with the established procedures. The committee will decide whether the disciplinary action is to be taken, having regard to the nature and severity of the case. Depending on the severity of the case, students may be suspended from their studies or expelled, and the employment of staff members may be terminated. The institutions also require job applicants to declare the conviction records. 2 and 3. With the implementation of the NSL on the 30th of June 2020, post-secondary education institutions have taken a series of measures since the 2021 to 22 academic year to incorporate national security education into students' learning in fulfillment of the statutory duties under Article 10 of the NSL through organizing seminars, sharing sessions, workshops, forums, and study tours, etc. In further pursuance of the above-mentioned objective, the government has included whole-person development as one of the 4 strategic directions adopted in the 2022-25 triennium of the UGC, illustrating that instituting a strong sense of civic duty into students through various education at university level will help nurture graduates to become the future pillars of society, and that education on the Constitution, the Basic Law, and the NSL should form an important part of the university curriculum with a view to nurturing students into law-abiding and responsible citizens. The said strategic direction was adopted as part of the assessment criteria in the planning exercise for 2022 to 2025 triennium. The UGC reviewed the university's proposal in accordance with the assessment criteria and submitted its funding allocation recommendation to the government, which was eventually accepted and implemented. In addition, the UGC signed University Accountability Agreement UAAs with the UGC-funded university with a view to enhancing the accountability and performance transparency. The UAAs set out the overall development strategy of the UGC and the UGC-funded universities, as well as the basic principle on the use of UGC's funding. In renewing the UAAs for applicability to 2022 to 25 triennial, the UGC added a new provision to emphasize the aforesaid strategic direction of whole person development. In this regard, the UGC-funded university responded positively in the planning exercise proposals for the 2022 to 25 triennial, setting out in detail the overall strategies and plans formulated on values education and have been implementing the plans outlined in the PEP since the 2022-23 academic year, including introduction of relevant courses that carry credits or form part of the graduation requirements. Post-secondary education institutions enjoy autonomy on curriculum design. In general, they provide diversified learning opportunities both within and outside the curriculum to enhance students' awareness of our country's history, culture, constitutional order, and the latest development in various fields, thereby helping them gain a deeper understanding of our country, develop a strong sense of national identity, and achieve an enhanced sense of national security, law-abidingness, and civic duty. The institutions determine the course duration having regard to the teaching mode, content requirements, and provide appropriate courses for students. Fit-for-purpose assessments such as examination and project studies are also conducted to assess students' understanding of important issues related to the NSL. The Education Bureau requires post-secondary education institutions to regularly review and report on the arrangement for courses and activities conducted to national and national security education. Information provided by them show that they have taken into account the actual circumstances such as the respective positioning, qualification of teaching staff, program, and course structures in providing the series of courses and other learning activities on national and national security education. In addition to various topics under national security, the scope of coverage also includes Chinese culture, history, and philosophy, the close ties between the country, and the training of student leadership qualities, etc. Relevant courses and learning activities that they deliver by faculty members or external experts are also arranged to help students gain sufficient knowledge and a comprehensive understanding of the country's developments. As reported by the institutions, the feedback from the teaching staff and students was positive. The institutions will continue to evaluate the effectiveness of their courses and learning activities and make appropriate adjustments as needed to ensure that they can effectively achieve the learning objective of raising the awareness of the student and staff members on national security and develop an enhanced sense of law-abidingness, national identity, proper values, and civic duty. The UGC Secretariat will continue to maintain close liaison with and provide feedback to the UGC-funded university and support them implementing strategic direction of whole person development in the 2025 triennium. The education will continue to liaison with them and provide support. This is one of the four development directions. And then the national security education should form part of the courses for students. But according to the Education Bureau, the institutions enjoy the autonomy. But in order to highlight the importance of national education, national and national security education, to do more in the 2026-2029 triennium, and ask the institutions to come up with a dedicated teaching faculties so that we can prevent a situation whereby some institutions would offer courses in Chinese poems and literature as part of the course on national and national security education. President, different institutions have different development directions and missions. If we impose an across-the-board requirement, then that would prevent the institutions from imparting knowledge from multiple and divergent perspectives. the member might be concerned how the institutions will do a good job in promoting national security education. As I mentioned, the four strategic directions, and for national security education, there should be a specific policy direction, and we also allocated dedicated funds for institutions, and when the instruction will cover the Constitution, basic law, and national security education. We require institutions to furnish information regularly. If irregularities or non-compliance is detected, we would follow up the case with the UGC. And through the university accountability agreements, the universities would also conduct quantitative assessment to see if they have implemented national security education and relevant courses in accordance with the funding agreement. If they have failed to do so, the UGC can take appropriate action as appropriate. Dr. Priscilla Leung, under Article 6 of the Basic Law, safeguarding the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of China is the collective obligation of all people, including Hong Kong compatriots. So it's not really something about avoiding arrest or committing an offense. That would be the very last part of the full picture. I've heard one speech which is really very outstanding. It covers the historical perspective and also explain what national security is about through the horizontal and vertical just positioning different issues. Well, I work in a university. UGC-funded university in particular are just trying to cope. They do this in a very piecemeal manner. Sometimes they would involve an audience of just 20 people, and some of them are students. I know the universities are afraid of the UGC, and the UGC is accountable to the Education Bureau, so that they are directly accountable to the UGC. Can you do something at that particular juncture, that the universities must ensure that the national security courses that they offer are of good quality, and not just the quantities. Well, they may have a student population of more than 10,000, and the seminars are attended by just a few dozen. In your reply, there's a university accountability agreement signed with UGC universities. Some UGC-funded universities have other governance problems, and not just on the offering of national security education. So can you ask the UGC to require more specific and detailed report to be furnished by universities? Well, I agree with the member that the aim of national security education is not just to enable students understand the content of the law and also the relevant issues surrounding national security. The national security education should enable students to understand the Constitution, the basic law, the development of the country, and foster a spirit of law-abidingness and also the whole person development. The Education Bureau, through UGC, will ask the universities to be accountable in this aspect. They have to provide, not just in quantitative terms, they should provide quality national security education to their students to ensure whole person development. Well, although they are accountable to the UGC, they are also accountable to the public. Although, apart from the accountability agreements between the UGC and the universities, the UGC will also require reports to be submitted on how to implement the relevant courses. And for all their courses, they will also assess the teaching effectiveness, and UGC will assess their achievement. We know that some of the university courses carry credits. Some courses form part of the graduation requirements. So we will also look at how they assess the teaching effectiveness of the courses, and we would advise the UGC on whether to take appropriate follow-up action or not. Mr. Kenneth Blau, President, the NSL has been implemented for 2 years. Universities and post-secondary institutions have gradually introduced national security courses. Many members have commented on this. The effectiveness varies from institution to institution. Some would offer courses on Chinese culture, and which is not really related to national security. And there's a report published by National Security Education Committee, and that is there should be a mandatory course requirement which covers national security laws in Hong Kong. Would you consider doing this, Secretary? As I've said, curriculum development comes within the autonomy of institutions, but universities, just as I've said, has a duty to implement the national and national security education. As for the format, and also as for how many credits or how many study hours should be involved, we do have a guidance for institutions. Although they do enjoy autonomy, they should provide a variety of activities and courses to offer that, to implement this requirement. You may think that Chinese culture is not related to national security, but national security education is a subject with a rich content, and it's just not just about the national security law. We want to foster a greater sense of national identity and affinity towards the Chinese culture. It's a question of raising awareness. It's not just about knowledge, but it's about the promotion of some spontaneous feeling in safeguarding, national security. So the knowledge, the awareness on culture and history of China is important. And later, we are going to ask the institutions to review their approaches in fostering a greater sense of national education and national security education. Mr. Edmund Leung, at present, for post-secondary education, the administration will generally provide a broad framework. So some institutions will do it in a very relaxed way. They may show a video or give a program on a related subject. Well, would you make it a rule that if they fail to meet this requirement, they won't get any funding? So, let me stress again that in implementing the national security education by universities, we have a number of measures to ensure they do a good job. For example, in the triennium planning phase, we'll look at how they have been incorporating the development strategy, strategic direction in the planning and in funding. We also look at the assessment results of the performance of the universities. And the UGC has set aside $30 million in promoting whole person education. And the resources were allocated to universities regarding their activities. And the universities will have to furnish relevant information on their courses to UGC for assessment. And UGC has stressed time and again that the university has an obligation to implement national security education in their institutions.
Question 4, Dr. Frankie Ngan. President, there are views that as holding a university degree is the minimum threshold for various talent admission schemes in Hong Kong at present, students who come to Hong Kong for study generally choose not to enroll in vocational education programs at the non-degree level. And this is not conducive to attracting skilled talent to Hong Kong. In this connection, will the government inform this council? First, of the number of non-local students enrolling in vocational education programs offered by various higher education institutions in each of the past 3 years, with a breakdown by the type of skills involved in the programs. The measures put in place by the authorities to encourage non-local students to enroll in such programs in Hong Kong. Second, whether it will allow non-local students who have completed associate degree programs in vocational education in local institutions, these programs including the Vocational Training Council, corporate academies, and schools of professional and continuing education of various institutions, to apply to work in Hong Kong without securing a job, regardless of whether they have completed these programs on local campuses or branch campuses on the mainland. And third, of the measures in place to ensure the work quality and professional qualifications of non-local students who have completed these programs when they join the local labor market, including whether it will promote the joint exploration and deepening of the training system for skilled talent by local institutions offering vocational education and those in the mainland cities of the Greater Bay Area. Thank you, President. Secretary for Education. President, the core mission of education is cultivating values and nurturing people, nurturing talent who are able and virtuous for society. The HKSAR government has adopted the policy of supporting parallel development of the traditional academic and vocational education and training, or VPAT pathways, and promoting VPAT at different levels through fostering industry institution collaboration and diversified development under a multi-pronged approach. This is to provide diversified learning and employment opportunities for young people to develop and flourish. On grooming talent for Hong Kong's development, the Chief Executive set out a clear direction in his 2022 policy address, and relevant bureaus have been listening to the views of the relevant sectors and put forward solutions having regard to the situation of different sectors. In future, each bureau will start a new round of manpower projection to help the government devise appropriate strategies to address the overall manpower needs. Our reply to Dr. Frankie Ngan's question is as follows. First, VPAT covers programs up to the degree level. Many of them are specialized programs on vocational skills or professional knowledge. Different tertiary programs may include VPAT and generic learning element. So the Education Bureau does not keep complete information on the number of students pursuing VPAT programs. Still, the Vocational Training Council, or VTC, the largest local VPAT provider, is committed to offering quality VPAT programs for both local and non-local students. According to the VTC, the numbers of non-local students of tertiary programs, that is, degree and higher diploma or HD programs from the 2020 to 21 and 2022 to 23 academic years are 79, 65, and 86 respectively. On HD programs, which are at the sub-degree level and they have a stronger applied and VPAT element, based on the information provided by the different institutions to our bureau, the numbers of non-local students of full-time, locally accredited HD programs by institutions from the 2020-21 to 2022-23 academic years are set out 31 and 381. Now, the details set out by institution are set out in the annex. In the future, the EDB will continue to support and encourage institutions to recruit non-local students and attract talent for Hong Kong under the established mechanism, and will review the relevant policies as appropriate to address the need for the development of our talent and society. Second, the government has always been listening to the diverse views from different sectors on how Hong Kong should address the manpower needs with an open mind, and has conducted in-depth analyses to pursue the policy direction proposed by the Chief Executive in his 2022 policy address. We will continue to proactively discuss and study the matter with the relevant policy bureaus and departments and plan holistically to address society's needs appropriately. Third, to assure the quality of different VPAT programs, the HKSL government has in place a safeguard mechanism and defined through the generic level descriptors, or GLD, clear and objective standards and levels in 4 domains: knowledge and intellectual skills, processes, autonomy and accountability, and communication, information technology, or ICT, and numeracy. As the Statutory Accreditation Authority and Qualifications Register Authority, the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation of Academic and Vocational Qualifications assures that QF recognized programs meet the outcome standards of the corresponding QF level. The learning outcomes of VPAT programs recognized under the QF can all meet the corresponding objective standards in the GLD. HD graduates, for example, should meet the standards of QF Level 4, and they are: in knowledge and intellectual skills, demonstrate and work with a broad knowledge base, with some specialized knowledge and skills, and to evaluate information. In processes, perform skilled tasks, conduct routine data collection and analysis, as well as plan, select, and present information, methods, or resources. In autonomy and accountability, undertake self-directed and some supervisory activities, as well as work contributing to group performance. And in communication, ICT, and numeracy, organize and synthesize information to convey complex ideas, as well as using ICT and data to measure progress. We also specify, among other requirements, the learning outcomes, curriculum, and exit qualifications of HD programs through the common descriptors for associate degree and HD programs, as well as the requirement to undergo accreditation to ensure the quality of HD programs. This year, we concluded the review of sub-degree education and updated the common descriptors, which will come into effect in the 2024-25 academic year, spelling out clearly the requirements about HD education. The VTC has also been maintaining close liaison and cooperation with the government and industries to stay up to date on Hong Kong's manpower market and job market. This way, the VTC can develop and enhance its VPAT programs and ensure its programs can keep pace with the times and address the actual needs of society and the industries. With the support of the governments of the two places, the VTC and the Shenzhen Polytechnic signed a collaborative framework agreement in 2020 on further collaboration in areas including joint programs, workplace attachment and training, exchange opportunities, and research and development. In 2021, they signed an agreement on further collaboration in organizing joint programs and workplace attachment and training so as to jointly cultivate talent. There are 8 programs jointly organized by the two parties that have obtained the accreditation of the HKCAAVQ and QF recognition. The VTC will continue to expand its mainland network proactively in future. Thank you, President. Dr. Frankie Ngan. President, across sectors, there's a serious labor crunch. Many argue that in many sectors, there's a dire shortage of skilled labor. For local human resources, they may not pursue a career in the technical trades. But for those without a university degree, non-local students, it's hard for them to enter the local labor market. So you have a serious gap here. Has the government examined? Now, the secretary just told us they would talk to the different departments on addressing the labor crunch. But then specifically For those with the technical qualifications, non-local students with a sub-degree qualifications, can we throw open the door just a little bit, let them enter the local market and help meet the labor crunch of different sectors? Secretary. President, for graduates, they enter different trades for various reasons. In programs that are provided, we hope that they can meet our manpower needs. The member's question has to do with non-local students with non-degree qualifications. And we will talk to different departments. We note members' comment. And we will explore this matter with different bureaus and departments to see what we can do in the future to get non-local talent with technical qualifications. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Thank you, President. Yesterday, the government announced importation of labor with quotas. Now we need skilled labor. We also need to bring in talent with potential. We need to give them training so that they can be put to use in Hong Kong. So what specific actions would there be to support the VTC and also self-financing institutions offering VPET such that we can recruit students in the rest of the GBA? Can we do something to meet the high living costs and tuition fees to lower the costs for them to pursue studies in Hong Kong? Secretary. For our local education, we provide quality education for our next generation to meet society's needs. Mr. Chu's question is about attracting non-local students. As I said, there are joint initiatives on workplace attachment and training exchanges between schools in Hong Kong and those in the mainland, and there are other programs for students to engage in interactions. That way, mainland students will learn more about Hong Kong's programs and they can come here. Now, on using public funds to help non-local students who pursue associate degrees or technical programs, for non-local students, now they will continue to come here and pursue studies on a self-financed basis. Now, for future plans on whether we will help them meet their tuition and living costs, we have to bear in mind that local students also have such needs. So we have to strike a balance by looking at the actual circumstances in our consideration. Now, we will note Mr. Chu's comment. Thank you, President. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you, President. Based on the current rules, the self-financing tertiary institutions have two sources, or rather they have two kinds of restrictions. There are 6 self-financing institutions. Now we have the VTC series of institutions. They can enroll non-mainland students, but there are different ratios for mainland, Taiwan, and Macau students. For the associate or sub-degree programs, the cap is at 10%. For places outside Taiwan, mainland, and Macau, they don't have the 10% cap. At the council question last year, this came up too. So I have a question. For the 10% cap, will we apply that to other category of students? So for students coming from mainland Taiwan, Macau, and for those from other places, we apply the same 10% cap. Mr. Tang, you have raised your question. Secretary. Mr. Tang's question has to do with the cap. There's a cap on students from the mainland, Macau, and Taiwan. The question is whether we will apply the same cap to non-local students from overseas. Now, that will not help with our diversified development. For overseas students, when you put them side by side with students from the mainland, Taiwan, and Macau, there are different factors at play, geography, etc., and also cultural differences. Now, the students from the mainland and Macau and Taiwan, we're closer to them, so we have a smaller number of overseas students. The 10% cap is not very meaningful, and we may end up sending the wrong signal, creating the false impression that we do not welcome overseas students. So this is something that we don't think would be feasible. Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, President. We have a shrinking student population. Secondary schools are under immense pressure. We have a labor crunch. We have a shortage of talent. At the secondary school level, we can have more VPAT to train out more technical talent. Schools are worried. With a shrinking student population, some schools have to be closed. If some students are transferred to vocational education, then the schools are also worried about the teachers that cannot cope. So what can the government do to ensure students take part in vocational education in secondary school level, and at the same time help schools cope with this problem where you have a shrinking population and there are not enough students? Your question is not directly related to the main question and main reply. Secretary for Education. The question is about VPAT at the secondary school level. We are aware that we need different kinds of talent. So for applied learning at the secondary school level, we have been promoting that. From 40 or so programs, we now have 60 or so courses to give students more choices. In the budget this year, there's a new initiative. As Mr. Leung was saying, so we're not taking students out of secondary students and put them in different programs. We are exposing secondary school students to opportunities so that they can obtain VPAT-related qualifications. So we have this dual-track program where you have VPAT at the senior secondary school level. So we're starting with a pilot initiative. We're working with the VTC. In the next academic year, we will have roughly 44 places. And there will be $880,000 earmarked for the program. If it works, we will continue to promote that. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, President. We have a shortage of talent in Hong Kong. For non-local students who come to Hong Kong and they pursue studies here, they can help provide workers. Now, over the past few years, we had only 300 or so students each year. We believe that have to do with COVID. Now, coming back to the 10% cap on mainland students, on our talent list, there are professions covered. Can we relax the limit so that we can bring in more talent to promote our industry development? Secretary. This is about talent shortage. For industries with a talent shortage, we will talk to the relevant policy bureaus. And we will explore what we can do about the associate degree programs and the HVPAT to get these students to stay here to work. But this will take discussion between departments. On mainland students pursuing studies in Hong Kong, we note members' comments about the cap, and we will explore this matter to see if we can relax the rules.
Question 5, Mr. Yang Wing Kit. Thank you, President. There are views pointing out that Hong Kong should develop more tourism projects with aquatic features to, through diverse tourism, encourage members of the public to stay and spend in Hong Kong and attract more tourists to Hong Kong. In this connection, would the government inform this council, 1, as the displays of giant yellow rubber ducks in Hong Kong waters in 2013 and this year have roused 2 rounds of craze for duck appreciation, whether the authorities will collaborate with local artists or art groups to produce aquatic art installations with themes on local stories such as Old Master Q, Mac, and Chocolate Rain, as well as Chinese stories for regular display in Hong Kong waters with a view to telling the stories of Hong Kong and China well? If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. 2. Whether it will, by drawing reference from the mode of the mainland's Tsing Wai Lantern Hospital, organize aquatic lantern festivals during festivals such as the Lunar New Year, Spring Lantern Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, with innovative features such as dynamic lanterns complemented with smoke on water and lighting shows so as to attract tourists to Hong Kong. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, whether it will discuss with local shipping companies providing passenger services to convert some of the ferries into leisure boat restaurants so as to divert tour groups dining in the Kowloon City district and promote aquatic tourism in Hong Kong. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President, tourism industry is one of the key economic pillars of Hong Kong. It accounted for 4.5% of the gross domestic product and offered 260,000 job opportunities before the pandemic. Since the launch of the large-scale Hello Hong Kong global promotional campaign in February, the tourism has seen progressive and orderly recovery, and the number of visitor arrivals has been on the rise. There were around 10.14 million visitor arrivals in the first 5 months this year, and the total number of arrivals exceeded 2.82 million in May, which was around 55% of the pre-pandemic level. In addition to promotion work, we have also been striving to offer diversified tourism projects to provide tourists with different travel experience to bring them to Hong Kong. In respect of the question raised by Mr. Yang Wen-kit, our reply is as follows. 1. The government has all along been actively promoting the development of arts and culture in Hong Kong in collaboration with local artists and organizations to launch various arts projects for the enjoyment of and participation by the public and tourists. The Art at Harbour, a large-scale outdoor brand new art experience to the public and tourists on both sides of the Victoria Harbour. This project is expected to be held again in 2024 in collaboration with overseas and local artists as well as artist groups to set up an art installation on the waters of Victoria Harbour. On comics, Create Hong Kong provides funding support to the Hong Kong Comics and Animation Federation (HKCAF) in 2012 to establish the Hong Kong Avenue of Comic Stars in Kowloon Park to showcase the sculptures of classic comic characters, including Old Master Q and so on, designed by more than 30 local comics artists. In 2021, the exhibition areas were refurbished and a comic wall created by local emerging comics artists was installed to promote Hong Kong comics to the public and tourists. In addition, Create Hong Kong provided funding support to HKCF to establish the Anycom Park at Harbour Fund from 2016 to 2021 in the Golden Bohemia Garden to showcase sculptures of local or regional animation and comics characters of different generations. Currently, Create Hong Kong is in discussion with Hong Kong CF on a new project to establish a new Anycom Park at Wan Chai Promenade. Them with the Olympic Games parks next year, elements of different sports will be integrated into the animation and comic characters to promote Hong Kong animation comics while encouraging sports activities and telling good stories of Hong Kong. Another example is the Sai Kung Hoi Arts Festival 2022, an arts cultural, historical and green tourism project covering Yim Tin Chai, Sharp Island, Khao Sai Chow and Hai Island. It was rolled out last year by the Tourism Commission and then through a variety of local artworks, the islands were vitalized and the flow of people improved. And TC is preparing for a new round of the Sai Kung Hoi Arts Festival at the end of this year. In addition, TC, in collaboration with the Hong Kong Design Centre and Hong Kong CF, through cross-sector collaboration, implemented the Design District Hong Kong between 2018 and 2021 in Wan Chai and Sam Shui Po to promote local tourism and showcase local cultural lives through various placemaking, artworks, and creative tourism events. A new phase of the Design District Hong Kong is expected to commence in the third quarter of 2023. In fact, collaborating with local artists and groups to promote tourism development through artistic creation is one of the strategies for Hong Kong's tourism development, and it is in line with the country's direction of shaping tourism of cultural activities and promoting culture through tourism. TC and the Hong Kong Tourism Board have been working hard to support local, international international mega public art exhibitions to stage in Hong Kong by assisting organizers. The double ducks, as mentioned in the question, is one of the examples. We will continue to publicize and promote globally various international arts exhibitions and events to be held in Hong Kong with a view to showcasing unique artistic charm of Hong Kong, where it meets West and bring new experience to the public and tourists. 2. Different cities make use of their local unique scenery to attract tourists and organize special activities to enhance the attractiveness of their attractions. The Qinghai Lantern Festival is a good example. The unique scenery of Hong Kong's Victoria Harbour, filled with the dazzling city lights, has presented vividly this appeal of the East. We organize large-scale events from time to time with the backdrop of Victoria Harbour, including art at harbour, fireworks displays, New Year countdown, a symphony of lights, and other events. The Harbour Chill Carnival is also a large-scale integrated performance event held against the backdrop of Victoria Harbour this summer. At the same time, LCSD has been actively promoting traditional Chinese culture through the organization of the Lunar New Year Lantern Carnival and the Mid-Autumn Lantern Carnival annually. The Mid-Autumn Lantern Carnival, to be held at the Hong Kong Cultural Centre Piazza Waterpool this year, will create myriads of lighting effects through the combination of interactive and technological elements for the enjoyment of the public and tourists. The Hong Kong TB will also organize festive-themed mega events, including the Hong Kong International Dragon Boat races and Chinese New Year celebrations to showcase Chinese cultural characteristics. 3. At present, there are aquatic tourism projects and leisure boats available in the market for tour groups and independent visitors to enjoy the scenery of Victoria Harbour. As for the gathering of tourists in To Kawan earlier, the Travel Industry Authority TIA has already strengthened the management of mainland inbound tour groups and urged the trade to make arrangements for diverging tourists. For the past Labour Day Golden Week, TIA introduced special measures in response to the situation in Kowloon City and achieved remarkable results by improving the people flow problem caused by individual catering premises. In fact, in view of the situation in Kowloon City in the end of March, with the encouragement from TIA and the Travel Industry Council of Hong Kong, the trade voluntarily improved the meal arrangements of tour groups and arranged some to dine in the restaurant on a leisure boat roaming around Victoria Harbour, with a view to reducing the impact of tourism activities on the community in To Kawan and Hong Kong. Tourists were happy with the arrangements. We understand that some leisure boat operators are ready to strengthen services and believe that other leisure boat operators will also consider joining according to market demand. Thank you. Mr. Yang Wen-Kit. Well, Hong Kong is an international metropolis where the East meets West. And we have many tourism projects with a Western culture theme. But we should create more projects with a Chinese culture theme. The double yellow duck is a good example. And now, in the past, we have organized lantern festivals, but what about aquatic lantern festivals with Chinese culture as a theme? For example, aquatic lantern festival showcasing Su Shi's poems and so on, and they're doing that in Singapore, and with such activities it will help to enhance our attractiveness. Secretary. Well, different places have their own unique scenery, as I mentioned in the main reply. So we should take full advantage of the unique sceneries in Hong Kong for staging mega events. For instance, we have the double ducks in the Victoria Harbour. Of course, it's very much popular among citizens and tourists. It's brought back childhood memory to many of us. So we'll be doing more such events, and it will fully leverage on the cultural characteristics of Hong Kong and also the deep-rooted Chinese culture, and we'll try to do a better job here. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Fogg. We know Victoria Harbour is the treasure of Hong Kong. I've always advocated that we should make the most of the beautiful scenery around the Victoria Harbour for using it as a base for water sports. Now, the energizing East Kowloon office and with other parties, I've shared my views. And then at the Kwun Tong Promenade, there was a pilot project. there was a month-long great GBA carnival. Is a carnival. It's not sports competition. It's sports carnival. So it promotes sports among the people and also brings GBA visitors there. Now there was positive response about this idea at the meeting. So do you have any plans or blueprints to make use of the Kwun Tong Promenade and launch a series of aquatic sports events? So we could achieve the objective of promoting sports and tourism together. Secretary. Now, we've been talking to different groups on how we could take forward the program. We have to consider various factors such as the local situation, the water quality, and what sort of sports activities are suitable for being staged at a particular location. Now, outside Kwun Tong Promenade, or the section near the old Kai-Tak runway, near the harbour front, there are many vessels moored there. So we have to consider the actual situation in planning activities, and we have to work with relevant departments in promoting such events. Now, on the part of the of my bureau, we are more than happy to promote events, both culture and sports events with the Hong Kong characteristic, because we want to bring more visitors to come to Hong Kong for these events. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, President. Now, in the main reply, another Sai Kung Hoi Arts Festival is to be staged this year. Are you going to consider more water features so people can enjoy the scenery around the Sai Kung Seas and also admire the rocks and special rock formations and so on? Secretary, for the Sai Kung Hoi Arts Festival, well, we first organized the Yim Chin Chai Arts Festival, taking advantage of the special features on the island for arts installations. Of course, we will work. We work with local artists and arts groups to create the arts. Now, for the Sai Kung Hoi Arts Festival, now the scope is much wider. As I mentioned in the main reply, the festival now covers Sharp Island, Khao Sai Chau, and High Island. So we hope that for overseas visitors and local residents, they will be able to come here and admire the artwork. Well, there may be transportation arrangement, say taking kaito to hop from one island to another. That would also bring about economic activities as a result of transportation demands. And when people go around the islands, of course, they won't just look at the arts installations. For example, Yim Chin Chai, there are tours to explain how salt is made, and then there are the special features of a church. A chapel there is also are also explained. So we bring people there not just for the arts installation. There are local sceneries on these islands, and these are also introduced to visitors. So I believe that that should be able to answer the member's question. Miss Judy Chen. President, we do have a really beautiful harbor, so we need to develop more tourism projects with water features. But then, without a clear policy to support such initiatives, the departments will become the obstacle in staging such projects. For example, in the Southern District in Aberdeen, there is the fisherman culture docent tour, and then the departments won't allow any selling of souvenirs on the boats, and and departments will not allow recreational fishing. So if everything is against the licenses of those vessels or fishermen's vessels, then how can we bring a good experience to visitors? So that's why the Bureau needs to talk to the relevant departments to relax the various regulations so that Hello Hong Kong could be brought to our waters. Secretary, the Tourism Commission is more than prepared to take up such tasks. In fact, in the past, the Tourism Commission has been doing much of such work. Now, when we promote tourism destinations, it's not actually for the Commission itself to do it. Now, you see different tourist destinations such as the Peak Tram or the ferry service between Central and Tsim Sha Tsui, and then at Yim Tin Chi Arts Festival or in the Chai Kong Hoi Arts Festival, there are of course arts installations, but then also there's collaboration with many different departments and groups, so that we could stand out the special features of the local scenery. Now, when departments handle licenses, of course, they have to consider some considerations such as safety and so on. And so that's our role. We want to strike a balance between tourism demands and the licensing requirements. That's why the Tourism Commission has done so much work in the past, but you may not see that. And when events are staged, you won't be able to tell what work was done to make them possible. Now, for Tau Kwa Wan and Kowloon City, where there were problems about tour groups causing issues in the local community, while the Tourism Commission has also done much. We liaise with different government departments, we liaise with the travel agents and the tour operators to see how we can improve the arrangements. So I can tell members this, and you can rest assured that for tourism projects, we will certainly take on our duty to liaise with different governments to bring these projects to reality. Mr. Perry Yu. Thank you, President. Secretary, I always been promoting diversified tourism. So water tourism is important for Hong Kong because we have rich natural water resources and we have this world-renowned Victoria Harbour. So there is immense potential for promoting water tourism, but then we need government support. Even if we have all these advantages, there has to be policy support to promote such development. So my question is, do you have plans? Now, there is this program to improve pier. So on that basis, do you have plans to review all the ferry facilities and tourism support facilities so that there will be a concrete policy to promote the development of water-based tourism or harbour-based tourism? Secretary, as I said before, we are more than happy to consider all the suggestions on different tourism projects because we want to promote tourism and economic development of Hong Kong. Now, on ferry facilities or ferry construction, now, or pier facilities and pier construction. Now, the piers are there to bring people to beautiful islands so people can enjoy the natural scenery on these islands. So as we promote green tourism, and if we see a need to enhance transportation services or ferry services, most definitely we will take that up with the Development Bureau or other relevant departments. As for the overall consideration, now when the Development Bureau conducts study or makes plans, they will certainly take into account the overall needs for tourism promotion and the needs of residents and visitors. Thank you. Dr. Johnny Ng. Now, Hong Kong has nice natural scenery, and we have rich tourism resources. While visitors and local residents like to enjoy water sports during weekends, and so these sports are very popular. Sometimes they hire pleasure boats, or some even buy their own boats. But then berthing spaces are really expensive and in serious shortage. So do you have plans for making sure there are better support facilities for the promotion of water sports? Secretary. For pleasure crafts, well, they're not entirely a tourism facility, Because when we talk about tourism projects, we are talking about how we can bring visitors to Hong Kong and how local residents can better enjoy our scenery. Of course, if we want to promote tourism, there have to be transportation arrangements. That's why on piers we need certain facilities, and there is need to provide public transportation and so on. But now you mentioned the berthing spaces of pleasure crafts. Yes, we've learned from different departments or the relevant departments or members of the public that there is a shortage of berthing spaces in Hong Kong for pleasure boats. But as to whether we could increase berthing spaces, we'll have to consider a balanced decision. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply, Mr. Martin Liao. My apologies. President, to attract enterprises and investments more proactively and aggressively with a view to enhancing Hong Kong's competitiveness and speeding up industry development, the 2022 policy address proposed the establishment of the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises, or OASIS. OASIS commenced full operation on the 23rd of December last year. In addition, to dovetail with the work of OASIS, the government has also set up dedicated teams for attracting businesses and talents in the mainland and overseas offices to proactively reach out to target enterprises. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the promotion strategies adopted by OASIS in the past 6 months since it came into operation, as well as the situation of its contacts with strategic enterprises, including the number of enterprises, the industries involved and the prime concerns of the enterprises about setting up their operations in Hong Kong. 2, of the details of the special facilitation measures already implemented by OASIS and being considered for adoption by the authorities, covering such aspects as land, financing, tax and investments, etc. And 3, whether it has formulated an evaluation mechanism to measure the effectiveness of the efforts to attract strategic enterprises, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Deputy Financial Secretary. President, the current term government attaches great importance to the work of attracting enterprises and investment and makes every effort to further advance the development of science and technology in Hong Kong. The Chief Executive announced in his policy address in October 2022 to establish the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises, or OASIS, led by the Financial Secretary, to attract high potential and representative strategic enterprises from around the globe, particularly those from industries of strategic importance, including life and health technology, AI and data science, financial technology or fintech, and advanced manufacturing and new energy technology. Since commencing full operation on 23rd of December last year, the OASIS has strived to draw up a list of target enterprises and provide steer to the dedicated teams for attracting businesses and talents in mainland and overseas to reach out to and negotiate with these enterprises. The OASIS has also formulated attractive special facilitation measures for the target enterprises, including premises for setting up their operation in Hong Kong, research and supporting facilities, financial subsidy and grants, recruiting and attracting talents, and other tailor-made proposals. Tailor-made specific proposals will be made by the OASIS to these enterprises. Now, my reply to Mr. Martin Liao's question is as follows. 1. Over the years, Invest Hong Kong has been the key government department responsible for inward investment promotion. To speed up the development of the technology industry in Hong Kong and high-quality development, OASIS has immediately commenced work after its establishment to proactively meet with companies and organizations from industries of strategic importance. In less than 6 months, OASIS has met with more than 150 enterprises, many of which are leaders in their respective industries, as well as companies engaging in cutting-edge technologies. The OASIS and relevant bureaus are evaluating the business development proposals submitted by the strategic enterprises. Now, for the way forward, Oasis will continue to engage and discuss with strategic enterprises on the targets list. It is estimated that Oasis will meet with around 300 strategic enterprises by the end of this year. At the same time, Oasis has begun promotional work in mainland and overseas markets to strengthen the promotion of new policies in attracting enterprises and other advantages of Hong Kong. These include the River Loop and the GBA, the Northern Metropolis, the KYC Artificial Island Plan, and also latest developments in the area. The dedicated teams will continue to persuade high-quality companies to set up shops in Hong Kong through different methods and channels, such as organizing or participating in different events, internet platforms, and social media. Now, to further the work, in February this year, we have established the Advisory Committee on Attracting Strategic Enterprises. 2 meetings have been held. Its members comprise leaders from the business sector and community, and they have provided advice on the overall strategy of the work on attracting strategic enterprises. Members discussed the upcoming work plan and priorities in attracting strategic enterprises, and emphasized the need to leverage on the many opportunities of the mainland, especially the market size and other advantages of the GBA during investment promotion activities. Based on experience thus far, enterprises of different scale, industries, and business plans have different areas of concerns when deciding whether to set up their operations in Hong Kong. These concerns include issues related to land, financing, talents, and immigration facilitating measures. In terms of policy, companies in the life and health technology and AI and data science place emphasis on cross-border data flow. Fintech companies are more concerned with licensing policies and requirements, and advanced manufacturing and new energy technology are interested to learn more about government policies on new energy and cargo clearance, etc. As strategic enterprises would have various concerns on whether to set up operations in Hong Kong, we would formulate tailor-made plans in accordance with their needs. In general, the $30 billion co-investment fund set aside and established by the Financial Secretary would consider co-investing in the enterprises, taking into account the potential to drive industry developments in Hong Kong. In terms of land, Oasis at present mostly recommends strategic enterprises to consider the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park and the Cyberport when establishing their presence in Hong Kong. As more land will be available in the Northern Metropolis in the near future, more options would be available for the strategic enterprises. The Oasis also provides employees of target enterprises with one-stop facilitation services in areas such as visa application and education arrangements for their children, and so on. In recent months, Oasis, through the Immigration Department, has handled over 20 cases related to talent schemes of visa facilitation. To ensure smooth negotiation and to secure the best interest for Hong Kong, the discussion process and contents must remain confidential. Relevant details will not be disclosed. 3. According to the 2022 policy address, in respect of Hong Kong's overall efforts on attracting enterprises and investment, the government aims to attract at least 1,130 companies, including strategic enterprises and other companies, to set up or expand their operations in Hong Kong from 2023 to 2025. Oasis is working closely with Invest Hong Kong and other bureaus and departments to achieve these overall targets. Members. Now, in terms of attracting strategic enterprises, we have to place equal importance on number and quality. And I would say quality is more important than number. So we will be transparent in making public the list of strategic enterprises with where the Oasis has discussion with to attract more businesses to Hong Kong. Mr. Martin Liao. President, in the main reply, The Deputy Financial Secretary said the target is to attract at least 1,130 companies to Hong Kong between 2023 and 25. Now, I believe there will be some I&T enterprises setting up shops in the northern metropolis, including the River Loop. Now, in terms of collaboration with the Shenzhen municipal government, the counterpart said they would introduce 20 plus I&T companies in the Shenzhen part of the park area. So how can we avoid competition between the Hong Kong side and Shenzhen side in the park? Will the Hong Kong government collaborate with the Shenzhen government in introducing enterprises, and will that count towards the KPI set by the Hong Kong SAR government? Deputy Financial Secretary, thank you. We attach a lot of importance to the collaboration with the Shenzhen government. Now, I would like to report to the member here. We have established an I&T task force led by Professor Sun Dong on our side. Now, together with the counterparts in the Shenzhen municipal government, meetings would be held regularly on issues in concern. Now, there will be a lot of collaboration in the River Loop area. Now, some board members of the managing authority are proposed by the Shenzhen municipal government. So in terms of mechanism, there is a lot of collaboration between the two places. Now, about the River Loop development, we are still at an early stage. Now, there are 3 buildings with phase 1 construction completed. Now we hope that there will be enterprises moving into the park starting late in 2024. And also we have started work to invite appropriate businesses to move into the park. Now it is still at an early stage. When there are progress made, we will report to the public in a transparent manner. Dr. Wendy Hong, President. Now, over the past 40 years, attracting businesses and enterprises is how mainland cities achieve improvements and breakthroughs. Now, there is importation of technologies and also transformation of research results. Now, in Hong Kong, we have always been attracting enterprises. However, we were not proactive enough. We didn't offer sufficient attractions in terms of land taxation and visa facilitation. So we don't have a favorable environment for attracting businesses to come. Now, with the establishment of the Oasis, this is an important breakthrough. Now, it has done a lot of work, but I think the Oasis lacks readily available tools. Say, for example, for investment, it has to approach the investment corporation under the HKMA. Now, for land, it has to ask for land from the Development Bureau and also the Cyberport. Now, for talents, it has to work with the Labor Welfare Bureau. Now, the Director General of the leader of the office is pitched at the 6th grade. It is not senior enough. Now, how can we ensure that the Oasis can be given more play? Deputy Financial Secretary, thank you. Now, on Dr. Wendy Hong's observations, I have 2 observations as well. Now, you can't say we were not proactive enough. This is just that we didn't employ as many tools we have now. Now, since the establishment of the Oasis, in terms of capital and also land, we have been more proactive in attracting enterprises to come. That's true. In the past, when there was a land shortage, we couldn't do much. Now, with the River Loop development and also the Santin Techno Pole, we can use the availability of land as an attraction to for enterprises. Now, the Oasis may not have the authority to provide these facilitation measures themselves. They have to work with other bureaus. Now, from the government's perspective, the financial secretary is in charge of these facilitation measures, so there would be regular reports to the FS. For lower level coordination, I myself would be responsible for taking forward the work. Now, there will be more data available down the road because Oasis has just been established for half a year. Towards the end of this year, there will be more data available to showcase the achievements of the Oasis. Mr. Chen Pui-leung, President, the government says the Oasis is reaching out to the strategic enterprises one by one and propose tailor-made plans to them. Now, we hope capital and jobs would be brought together with these enterprises to Hong Kong, and also new mindsets can diversify our industrial layout. Now, in terms of facilitation measures, in terms of land and tax, will the government create favorable conditions for enterprises to set up shops in Hong Kong, say, for example, nurturing talents in Hong Kong locally, and also set a minimum period for these enterprises to stay in Hong Kong? Secretary, Deputy Secretary. Thank you. Now, allow me to give you an introduction by way of a background. Members and other stakeholders have asked whether there would be a minimum target set by the government in terms of number of jobs created and taxation benefits. Having considered these suggestions carefully, we don't think it is appropriate because we would focus on quality. Now, the number of jobs created may not be significant. However, they will bring along strategic benefits to our development. So we will propose tailor-made facilitation plans to these enterprises. Now, like Mr. Chen Pui-leung said, we would discuss with these enterprises on the duration of stay in Hong Kong. Now, we would impose certain conditions flexibly. However, we don't think it is appropriate to impose an across-the-board requirements for enterprises. It will be counterproductive. Now, when the Oasis has been up and running for a certain time, maybe we can consider applying some generic requirements. However, we think at this stage, tailor-made plans are more appropriate. Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you, President. Now, the future roles for Hong Kong. The future development blueprints for Hong Kong is a dual development model of financial services and INT. And INT will be our focus. Now, we will prioritize the establishment of INT enterprises in the Northern Metropolis. Now, the Northern Metropolis Coordination Office has been set up under the Development Bureau. Now, there will be a lot of interplay between Oasis and the Northern Metropolis Coordination Office. So I look forward to seeing the synergy between the two. I hope more strategic enterprises can be attracted to the Northern Metropolis as soon as possible. So what is the plan? Thank you, President, and thank you, Dr. Tan Yueheng, for your question. Now, the simple answer is yes. In terms of land, there are regular meetings between the Development Bureau and the ITIB on facilitating establishment of enterprises in Northern Metropolis. Now, the office you mentioned is a unit under the Development Bureau. So, a key purpose of the Northern Metropolis is to support the INT developments in Hong Kong. Now, as the member may well know, we have the Riverloop Park, and altogether we have 300 hectares in terms of land for INT developments. That is much bigger than the Hong Kong Science technology park scale. Now, with the leadership of the Financial Secretary, we will work closely with the stakeholders to deliver. Mr. Rockchen, thank you, President. According to stakeholders in the commerce and industry sector in the mainland, the government has been very proactive in attracting businesses from the mainland. However, the reaction from businesses in the West is very lukewarm. Now, I think, of course, it is because of geopolitical tension. So besides reaching out to enterprises in Western countries, should we also reach out to places where we neglected in the past? Deputy Financial Secretary, thank you, President. Now, in the past, if you look at the destinations of duty visits by principal officials, you can see that we put a lot of focus on the Middle East and also ASEAN countries. Now, the Middle Eastern countries may be more interested in investments in our financial services sector. Now, INT may be an area where they are less interested in. Same for Southeast Asian countries. They are more interested in our capital markets. They are interested in setting up regional headquarters in Hong Kong. Now, they are less interested in INT. On the other hand, mainland enterprises are very good at INT, so they are more interested in the area. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, President. Now, in the main reply, a target is set that between year 2023 and 2025, 1,130 companies will be attracted to Hong Kong. Now, I think we have to attract more mega-sized enterprises to Hong Kong so that these other smaller enterprises will have confidence to come to Hong Kong. So what plan does the Deputy Financial Secretary has to attract mega-sized enterprise to set up operations in Hong Kong to create a rippling effect? Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Edmund Wong for your questions. Now, we are interested in companies in all sizes. Now, let me tell you, we are in negotiation with some mega-sized companies as well. Now, when mega-sized enterprises are interested in setting up manufacturing line in Hong Kong, there will be a huge demand for land. So we have such negotiations. On other attractions, these companies are interested in our future policies in creating synergy between Hong Kong and the GBA markets. They are very interested in collaboration with the mainland.
Government Bill. First reading, Mandatory Reporting of Child Abuse Bill. Second reading, Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Mr. President, I move the second reading of the Mandatory Report of Child Abuse Bill. The bill seeks to ensure early detection and intervention of child abuse cases to achieve the policy objective of child protection. The Chief Executive announced in his 2022 policy address that the government would take forward full steam the setting up of a mandatory reporting mechanism for child abuse cases. Training would be provided for relevant practitioners to facilitate their early identification and reporting of child abuse cases. A cross-bureaus working group was then set up comprising the Labour and Welfare Bureau, the Education Bureau, the Health Bureau, and the Security Bureau. The working group consulted the stakeholders in the social welfare, education, and healthcare sectors and the relevant government advisory bodies in 2021 and 2022 respectively. The working group also briefed the panel on welfare services in September 2021 and November 2022 respectively. Stakeholders and members in general support the setting up of the mandatory reporting mechanism. The mandatory reporting mechanism is established to facilitate the early detection and intervention of suspected child abuse cases. The bill defines children as those below the age of 18. Professionals in the social welfare, education, and healthcare sectors are specified as mandated reporters. If during the course of work they have reasonable grounds to suspect that a child has been suffering serious harm or is at real risk of suffering serious harm, they must make a report as soon as possible. Failure to comply with the reporting requirement will attract a maximum penalty of 3 months imprisonment and a fine of $50,000. The bill also provides for a statutory defense and legal safeguards for mandated reporters. As professionals in the education, healthcare, and social services sectors are specified as mandated reporters in the bill, we can cast a wider safety net for children and deter child abusers. To tie in with the implementation of the bill, the government will provide training for mandated reporters. Codes of practice will also be drawn up to assist them in grasping the principles of child protection and identifying target cases. This will facilitate their early detection, reporting, and intervention into child abuse cases and minimize abusive reporting. To allow sufficient lead time for the mandated reporters to complete mandatory reporting training and for the relevant professional bodies to review and amend their professional codes of practice or guidelines as necessary, we propose to implement the mandatory reporting regime 18 months after publication of the enacted legislation in the Gazette. With reference to the experience of mandatory reporting mechanisms on child abuse cases in other jurisdictions, we anticipate that the passage of the bill may lead to a drastic increase in the number of reports on child abuse cases. The government will increase the number of residential child care service places, and when necessary, emergency placement will be provided. We will also enhance public education and publicity to raise the community's awareness on child protection. At the same time, the government will review and strengthen the existing preventive and supporting measures. The government will give its full support to the Council in the examination of the bill. I implore members to support and pass the bill. Mr. President, I so submit. Thank you. I propose a question to you, that is, that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Honourable Luk Chung Hong will move a motion on importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. Two members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Honourable Luk Chung Hong to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Honourable Andrew Lam and Dr. Honourable Hui Simon Lee to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Honourable Luk Chung Hong to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Importing electricity to the general public and the SMEs, the greatest pressure comes not just from the high land prices but also the high tariff rates. Early this year, both the CLP as well as the HEC have asked for tariff increases, 19.8% and 45.6% being the cumulative rates of increase. And recently, we have got two major power outages. Yuen Long, Tuen Mun, Tin Shui Wai suffered. And then on the Hong Kong Island, there was also an outage. But then they were not punished. For the HEC, they were given an extra bonus as a result of the incentive scheme. It has brought about public outrage. Well, we are still recovering from the economic downturn. They were allowed to have a permitted rate of return of 8%, and then the operational risk, that is the fuel prices, will be 100% passed on to the consumers as a result of the fuel cross-charge adjustment mechanism. So they were guaranteed 8% rate of increase. For the scheme of control agreement, in fact, it is a guaranteed profit agreement. They have natural monopoly. Today, we must break the monopoly. We must break the vested interest. That's the reason why I'm moving this motion. To have a breakthrough, we have to think outside of the box. The solution lies with getting more of our electricity from the mainland. As we all know that the basic tariff rate will be based on 8% of the average fixed assets. By reducing the purchase from the mainland and by investing more in the fixed assets, then they will be allowed to make more money. In fact, it is getting more and more stable when it comes to the electricity supply on the mainland. In fact, it is 60 to 70 cents of renminbi per unit of electricity on the mainland. Take Macau as an example. 90% of their power comes from the mainland. Irrespective of the rises in the international fuel prices, on average they pay $1.3 for a unit of electricity. For Chang Kwan O Area 132, I know strategic electricity facilities will be built so that we can get power from the mainland and supply the power to the new territories. But it will only be 2035 that will get it. I think the government should be more aggressive and ambitious. I think we should make sure that before 2025, we should have a reserve grid and we should get more power from the Daya Bay. We should, as much as possible, get more power from, more electricity supply from the mainland. Well, take the China Southern Power Grid as an example. Non-fossil fuel accounts for 52% of their fuel mix. I think we should have more zero carbon energy from the mainland. We can cut down on our carbon emission and we can achieve the zero carbon emission target earlier. I think we should look at the overall picture and we want to be flexible in terms of electricity supply and stabilization of the prices. Should we only consider importation of zero carbon energy? I think there should be a more in-depth study within the community. In opening up the grid, I think the SCA is not a franchise. It is not a monopoly. For NDAs, I think we should introduce a third-party access. Like in the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy, I know that it is said that for the Shenzhen Hong Kong Innovation Park, we have got the Sentin Technopole. I think we will be having innovation technology developments. I think they need a stable, reliable, and cheap supply of power. It is going to be a new development area. It is subject to new planning. It is just separated from Shenzhen by the Shenzhen River. I think we can consider getting electricity from the other side. And I don't think we should confine ourselves to the two existing suppliers. I think the administration must work hard here. There should be the introduction of competitors. We should break the monopoly and we should take back the power to modify the SCA. We shouldn't be subject to the pressure of the power companies. We shouldn't be vulnerable. In the long term, we should lower the permitted rates of return. 8% after profits, that's too much. And together with the performance incentives for the COP, they are getting as much as 8.3% as the rate of return and 8.15% for the HEC. The economy is still performing poorly. It is no way that we should bear with the high energy costs. Now, we have got a very low interest rate. Where can you get business that you're guaranteed 8% of profits? The excessive levels of profits means that the power companies would be too aggressive in investing in fixed assets, and they would not be interested in containing their cost of operation. And that's the reason behind the rising tariff rates. We should also look at the performance incentive penalty mechanism. I think all the targets are supposed to be the basic requirements we expect of the power companies. So what happens is that if they are not up to it, they should be penalized instead of doing it the other way around. They're supposed to resume their power supply within 65 minutes after an outage. They delivered it, and yet they were awarded with incentives for that purpose. This is not right. I think all the requirements are basic expectations. I think the incentives that they get should be channeled back to the vulnerable groups of citizens or to energy saving incentives. And then for us to better monitor the power companies as public utilities, they should enhance the transparency. As much as possible, they should tell us about their bulk energy purchases, the interest cost of lending and financing, so that we know that they will bear in mind the interests of their clients, and we can avoid having associated transactions. Say, for example, for the offshore liquefied natural gas terminal, it will be commissioned soon, within the year. Recently, we know that there has been an agreement with Russia, the largest gas supplier in the world. Once we have got the offshore terminal, can we not consider getting the gas supply from Russia so as to lower the cost of fuel? Finally, I think we are all for stable power supply as well as environmental performance, but they shouldn't be regarded as excuses to overly protective of the power companies. The government should take the initiatives to make sure that there will be better monitoring. It is time for us to have the interim review of the SCAs. I look forward to the available comments and suggestions of colleagues. I will urge members consider endorsing my motion so that the motion will be passed, and then the administration will be sort of given strong support to modify the SCA and come up with a better interim review outcome. So I spoke.
Now propose the question to you that Mr. Lok Chung-hung's motion be passed. Mr. Andrew Lam. Mr. President, first of all, I thank Mr. Michael Lok for moving the motion on importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. This motion, together with the two amendments, urge the government to continue to improve the electricity supply structure in Hong Kong to stabilize electricity tariffs. We should offer our input from various perspectives so that we have a full discussion of the matter. We should not go for the easy option. We don't have sufficient natural resources. It is necessary for us to import electricity. However, we must not just open up our doors because we have the dual carbon goals of the country. Hong Kong should take the lead and import zero carbon energy. Safety is as important as protecting the environment. We must impose heavy penalties on the incidents on the electric companies in relation to the power outage incidents. We need to consider opening up the electricity market without compromising safety. One option worthy of our consideration is to strive for the central authority's support for the setting up of dedicated transmission lines from the mainland. We need to strike a balance between safety and reasonable pricing. We should not, just like we should not import seafood from Fukushima. For electricity tariffs in Hong Kong, basically, there is the fuel clause charge and the basic tariff. In recent years, because of geopolitical tensions around the world, the fuel charges have continued to be on the rise. The FCC, the fuel clause charge, could no longer provide us with a guarantee. The CLP is able to lower the extent of the tariff hike because 1/3 of the power supply comes from Daya Bay. We should restructure the system so that we can offer more reasonable levels. However, we should also consider the relationship between the permitted rate of return and the average net fixed assets. The permitted rate of return in the scheme of control agreements is now set at 8% of the ANFA. Now, if we lower the permitted rate of return to 7%, then with increase in ANFA, we will still need to pay more in terms of electricity tariffs. There is a need for the government to control the capital investment of the two power companies to suppress the growth of the tariffs. For example, even if there is no limit on the capital investment, even if we lower the permitted rate of return to 2%, we still should not accept it. Say, for that Daya Bay nuclear plant, we should not allow CLP to make capital investments. We should only allow the CLP to purchase energy from the station, and by doing so, we can compress the growth of the two power companies' investments on fixed assets and achieve stabilization of tariffs. The government supports the issuance of green bonds, which can promote investment in power generation. This can also help lower the capital investment of the two companies. This can also help promote environmental protection in the Greater Bay Area. Now, in the midterm review of the scheme of control agreements, the government should consider the reviewing the different components instead of restructuring the whole agreement. The two power companies should bear in mind the social corporate responsibilities as public utility companies. They should help to stabilize electricity tariffs. I'm sure that they will be able to join hands with the SMEs and the general public to weather the storm. I believe we share the same goals and the same interests. In terms of review of agreements with public utility companies, the government should not undermine the commercial bargaining power of the power companies, because the public interests will also be undermined. Your time is up. Please stop. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Mr. President, members, in relation to Mr. Michael Look's motion debate on importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong, I support this motion. I also have 3 points to make. First, the scheme of control agreements allowed the two power companies to earn a permitted rate of return of 8%, equivalent to 8% of the average net fixed assets, ANFA. This must be lowered. This is also the core of the original motion. The 8% should be reviewed. This is clear. We should give full consideration to the fact that the nature of the business of the two power companies is to offer public utility services to the livelihood. The market principles should be upheld, and the new principles on reining in the permitted rate of return should be introduced to safeguard public interests. At the moment, these two power companies are able to enjoy the guaranteed rate of return by way of capital investment. We should be able to monitor the operating costs and the capital investments. Like Mr. Michael Look said, in terms of tendering the procurement of raw materials, staff salaries, so on and so forth, there should be transparency in all these matters. They should be subject to public scrutiny. Of course, the government is doing its job as the watchdog, but it is far from sufficient. The two power companies should also proactively show proof that they are in compliance with the requirements on controlling operating costs. They should strive to lower costs on their own initiative. For example, in terms of energy generation efficiency, the facilities of the two power companies fall way behind those in our countries. In the future, we should make way for a reform of the electricity markets in Hong Kong. In terms of distribution, substations, the power grids, and the microgrids, they will form the major components of the electricity supply in Hong Kong. For example, in building electricity facilities in new development areas, we need to make sure that new entrants will be able to take part in the competition so as to break the natural monopoly, which can affect people's livelihood with expensive tariffs. The government should set standards for microgrids, the storage facilities, to allow greater power grid access. Forward-looking planning should be put in place to encourage competition so that we can open up the electricity market in Hong Kong and, in the end of the day, provide stable, advanced, and competitive power supply services. I support Mr. Michael Look's original motion, and I also support further importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. We should also start a study on power grid access and separate the energy supply and the grid for the purpose of future development.
Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I'm grateful to Honorable Luk Chung Hong for moving this motion on importing electricity from the mainland and to stabilize the electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. I also thank Mr. Andrew Lam and Mr. Hoi Lee for moving the amendments. I'll be making a general consolidated response, and then I will listen to members' views and provide further comments. The China Light and Power and the Castle Peak Power Company, as well as Hong Kong Electric and Hong Kong Electric Investment Company Limited, have signed scheme of control agreements with the administration. They took effect respectively on the 1st of October 2018 and the 1st of January 2019. According to the SCAs, the responsibility of the power companies and the permitted returns are set out, as well as providing for the administration to monitor the power companies and related corporate affairs. The power company have to provide Hong Kong with the power and necessary facilities. They have to provide them, operate them, and maintain them, and to make sure that they have a high efficient power supply to meet the needs of the citizens, and they have to also ensure reliability. The performance, efficiency, and customer service should be maintained at a high quality level, and they should provide the most reasonable, lowest tariff. And it should also improve its environmental performance. The SCAs will last for 15 years, so they would expire in 2033. And both the administration and the power companies have the right to amend any parts of the SCAs in the year ending the 31st of December 2023. Any amendments should be agreed by the administration and the power companies before implementation. And we are now conducting an interim review with the power companies over the SCAs. A preparation is being done. We have earlier consulted relevant stakeholders, including experts, academics, and green groups, chambers of commerce, and think tanks, and we have also consulted the Environmental Affairs panel of the LegCo regarding the midterm review of the SCAs. Members of the panel make many valuable comments, including lowering the permitted returns, introduction of a sharing of energy cost mechanism in terms of energy crisis, and introduce a punitive system along the line for the MTRCL, and also to improve the reward and penalty mechanism, as well as to enhance the transparency of tariff calculation and financial information of the power companies. We have an open mind about the midterm review. We have not drawn any specific boundary limiting the review scope. According to the views, we would consider views such as lowering the permitted returns, asking the power company to share the fuel costs, and review the reward and penalty mechanism, as well as increasing the penalty for stoppages. After the review is conducted, we will report the results to this council later. As for the opening up the power company and in importation of mainland electricity, as well, we have been preparing for regional cooperation in this regard to stabilize power tariffs and also to ensure the energy safety and get more clean energy. Nuclear energy is zero carbon energy, which is matured in the market, and the price and tariff is more stable compared with the other forms of energy. With the drastic increase in energy costs, more and more economies have regarded nuclear energy as a reliable and dependable energy source. At present, the Diababa Bay nuclear power station provide about 27% of our energy fuel mix. So it would serve a certain stabilization functions. And according to the Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050, we are going to work with the company in achieving zero carbon emission and regional cooperation. We will explore more investment in zero carbon items. We would also consider introducing more power suppliers. We understand people's concern. We would ask the two power companies to show their social responsibility and tie over the difficulties with the community. And during the review, we will specifically ask the power companies to lower the tariffs using every possible means. So they have agreed to devote funds for a stabilization fund so that they would be able to reduce the impact of fuel costs. Also, the Financial Secretary in the 2023-24 financial budget announced a subsidy of $50 for all qualified users. And in the next round, there will be 1,000 subsidy. I'll listen to members' comments carefully and respond later. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I need to declare interest. I am a senior consultant employed by the CLP. I'd like to speak on the motion debate on importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. I will stay objective in order to avoid any conflict of interest. I'm going to abstain from voting at the end of the motion debate. In order to achieve carbon neutrality in Hong Kong by 2050, the key is whether we can use zero carbon energy to replace the coal-fired power generation currently used. There are technologies involved. There are also challenges and opportunities in the process. For example, in terms of upgrading and transformation of the mode of power generation, we need to forge consensus in the community. In recent years, fuel costs have escalated because of geopolitical tension in the world, and as a result, there is a lot of attention on the fare hike. It is reasonable reading the title of this debate. However, in order to have sustainable development in society, we need to ensure electricity supply is stable, reliable, and that it also protects the environment. There are three major principles. Hong Kong is a densely populated, built-up city with a lot of skyscrapers. Now, comparing to New York and Singapore, we have 3 times more skyscrapers than the other cities. We have 1/3 of the population living and working in these skyscrapers. We also have some 66,000 lifts and escalators, some 6 million users on a daily basis. So it is important to ensure safe and reliable electricity supply. timely infrastructural investment and capital investment is key. We do not have natural resources to generate power in Hong Kong. We rely on the import of raw materials for power generation, the pricing of which is affected by the global prices. This is basically pegged to commodity prices. Usually, there will be negotiations taken forward by power companies so as to achieve the most reasonable pricing in the short, medium, long term. The power companies will also tap new sources to lower the risk and to enhance the bargaining power. For example, the offshore LNG receiving facility is good, or the LNG terminal is a good example. Through a contractual arrangements in the long term, we can have a competitive price for procuring the energy we need. Now, with geopolitical tensions in recent years, since the second half of 2020, fuel costs have continued to escalate. In Singapore, London, and New York, the bills have continued to increase from 33 to 99% of increase, far exceeding the CLP's proposed hikes. We should thank the company for their efforts in procuring reasonably priced energy. It is also important to consider the protection of the environment. We have Daya Bay nuclear power station. We have the dedicated generation and transmission facilities for Hong Kong. This is a good example. But we're importing electricity on a small scale. It accounts for 20% of the overall demand. And according to the Secretary, we will be increasing zero carbon energy supply in Hong Kong, and that means substantially increasing the percentage of power supply from Daya Bay and other sources. Over the years, the scheme of control agreements have provided a framework that facilitates investment. On the one hand, we can have a safe, reliable power supply, and we can also protect the environment so that we can achieve the three major principles for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050.
Carmen Ken. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm grateful to Michael Look for moving this motion so that we can have a debate which is close to the heart of the people of Hong Kong. For this livelihood issue, I've got 4 points to make. First of all, opening up the market. Second, reviewing the permitted rate of return mechanism. Look at the incentive penalty mechanism. And fourthly, enhancing transparency. The Competition Commission has said that there is a natural monopoly in the electricity market. As early as 2015, there was a report saying that we should look at the duration for reviewing the SCA and introducing competition. The Bureau has said that overseas experience shows that opening up the market may not always automatically bring down the prices. Overseas experience may not apply here, where Hong Kong enjoys the advantage of one country, two systems. At this moment in time, we should emphasize regional cooperation to stabilize the prices and make sure that we have a safe and reliable supply. Having more zero carbon energy, in other words, nuclear energy and renewable energy from the mainland should increase. This is important. We need to pay attention to this. For the HEC, it hasn't got any interconnection with the mainland grid. And for the CLP, after 2025, the capacity will be enhanced in relation to the interconnection with the mainland facilities. For Chuan Kun O Area 132, we must make sure that HEC can enhance its capacity to get electricity from the mainland, and this can drive down the prices. The Bureau has said that it has got an open mind for the interim review. No parameters have been set. Say, for example, negotiating about the lowering of the permitted rate of return. Of course, it is subject to mutual agreement. I hope the companies will also be open-minded by considering their social corporate responsibility. We should consider the fixed As such growth, the need for RE, and we should also improve the calculation formula. We can encourage their investment in RE, and we can also avoid passing all the costs to the consumers. I think that's what I said about the conflicts within the formula. When there is an energy crisis, the companies should share their fuel risk instead of passing it fully to the consumers. They should also discharge the social corporate responsibility. We are having the five-yearly interim review. Currently, for the HEC, it has only got natural gas as well as coal as the fuel. We should explore more sources of fuel. The CLP and the HEC have got different tariff rates. We should overcome the disparity. I think the government should set up a company to procure electricity. There should be an agreement. That procurement company should get the electricity and then supply it to the citizens of Hong Kong, so you can unify the tariffs. I think the government should be proactive, and I don't think it's a matter of subsidizing or cross-subsidization. Now, for the incentive penalty mechanism, I think part of it is outdated. For the supply restoration, if it is restored within 65 minutes after an outage, there's no penalty. In fact, there will be an incentive award of 0.015%. It is most unreasonable. This should be re-examined. The incentive penalty mechanism should make sure that it is only when it is a case of unforeseeable circumstances that is and that they have restored it as soon as possible, then they will be given the incentive. I think there should be information booklets to shed light on their operation. But what about cost of operation? What about the interest costs, etc.? Such is absent from the information booklets. The excuse being commercial secrets. I think the Competition Commission has given a good advice. There should be a new setup to monitor the performance. So while we ensure there is a stable supply, we can also benefit the citizens. It is a very urgent issue. I hope that we can get a good policy that benefits the public. Thank you. Dr. Lo Wai Guo. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm grateful to Mr. Michael Loh for moving the motion and the other two members for proposing the amendments. Hong Kong is a metropolitan city at IFC. We must have a stable supply of power to ensure that we have economic development. We have got two private companies, namely CLP and HEC, supplying electricity to us. The role of the government is that of signing a scheme of control agreement with the two power companies respectively. For the existing SCA, it was signed in 2017, covering the period from 2018 to 2033. Safety, reliability, reasonable prices, environmental performance are the four major yardsticks to measure the performance. We will project the fuel costs, the tariff rates, and then the EXCO's approval is needed. The rate of increase of the tariffs would require prior government approval. It is a capital-intensive business. The SCA means that the two companies know that they have certainty in the investment environment. Therefore, their performance or their rate of return is linked to their fixed assets. It has been working well. When compared with other countries, our prices, customer service, as well as reliability and stability, we have been performing very well. Madam Deputy, in recent years, international fuel prices have gone up. Our tariff rates have also surged. It is adding pressure to the business as well as the population. There is a school of thought that we should introduce competition. This is not the first time we have this idea for the market. In the year 2015, in March, there was a public consultation about the future of our market. Most people thought that we shouldn't just introduce competition for the sake of more choices. Reliability and stability would be most important instead. And introduction of competition may not always drive down the prices. And then it is believed that the approval system was appropriate. Fuel costs do fluctuate beyond the control of the power companies, but then they should explore more sources of supply of fuel. They should also enhance the transparency of the fuel cost data. I think such are more preferable suggestions. We are preparing for the interim review of the FCA. We should take this opportunity to enhance the current system. 2 points here. First of all, the government should have more RE being the source of fuel. Well, residential accounts and business accounts can sell RE generated electricity to the power companies. This should be enhanced so that post-2033 we should make greater use of RE. The government should also enhance regional cooperation, import more clean energy, so that we can cut down on carbon emission in the long term. For years, we have had regional cooperation. There is a mechanism to get electricity from the mainland, namely the Daya Bay nuclear station. We don't need to open up the grid. We just need to have more discussion with the two power companies. We don't need to grant access to a third party. I think it is not quite practical and not quite feasible. Nuclear power generation is very cheap. It is almost zero emission. So we should raise the ratio of nuclear in the fuel mix of power generation. And then it means that we can achieve the targets in the Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050. And we should cut down the total carbon emission by 50%. And then ultimately we can achieve carbon neutrality. I think we should have a long-term energy fuel mix policy. Make sure that it's safe and reliable. We should have something which is flexible, that can that uses clean energy, like more RE, and then it means that in the long term we can cut down on emission. We can also spread the risk, and by diversifying the market, our prices can come down. So I spoke. Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving the motion. Importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize the electricity tariffs. I support his motion as well as Simon Lee's amendment, but I'm against Andrew Lam's amendment because he's crossing out lowering the permitted return of the two power companies. I think that renders the original motion meaningless. Well, we have one country, two systems. We've been practicing capitalism so as to keep our economic momentum on a par with the other places, and we are an IFC. Businessmen will look at the risk as well as the profits. When you run a business, you run the risk of losing money. So there's no guarantee that you make a profit when you run a business. In Hong Kong, you will have your profits guaranteed and quite handsome, namely the public service provided by the two power companies. According to the SCAs signed by the Hong Kong government with them, the maximum permitted rate of return is 8%, and this post payment of the profits tax. In other words, they are maximizing their profits and yet permitted by the Hong Kong government. How come that we permit a certain rate of return for the business of power generation? The government's justification is that we want a reliable source of power. I don't think that's the only solution. Well, the fuel cost is surging. The cost of generation will certainly go up. In order to make the 8% rate of return, the cost of generation will certainly be passed to the consumers. The tariff rates will go up. Starting from January this year, we are paying the new rate. For CLP, an increase of 6.4%, 5.5% in the case of HEC when it comes to the rate of increase for the tariffs. When compared with January last year, the net tariff rate increase is 19.8% for CLP, but 45.6% for the HEC. Our economy has not returned to normalcy. When the economy is in a poor shape, it is said that we should stay with the businesses. But then when the economy booms, we don't share the profits. I think it is a difficult life for us. Citizens have to find a way out, not just cutting down on the electricity consumed. Rather, they would have to stop using electricity, like going to the shopping malls to cool themselves down. Well, citizens don't get compensated at all. Now, what about monitoring a reliable supply of electricity? The government seems to be helpless. It's time for us to look at the SCA. The permitted rate of return should be lowered. The Hong Kong government should introduce competition in the market. We should develop RE as well as clean energy, and that can reduce the tariff rates. Well, the government should really work hard. Say, for example, enhance the tariff stability fund so that we have a better fuel cost mechanism so as to ease the burden of increase. Madam Deputy, I think the most important work is that the government should urge the power companies to enhance their operational transparency. There should be policies and measures to make sure that the companies will disclose more information to the public in terms of operation, financial matters, construction costs, maintenance costs, procurement prices of the fuels, interest costs of lending and financing, etc., so as to avoid excessive investment which would result in an increase in the tariffs. The government would like to help the citizens to resolve their livelihood issues. So I spoke. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Mr. Stanley, Madam Deputy, I would like to support the original motion moved by Ms. Honourable Luk Chung Hong and the amendment moved by Ms. Dr. Hoi Simon Lee, so that we can break the mode of monopolistic power market. But I would object to Honourable Andrew Lam's amendment because it goes against the original motion. According to the Competition Commission, the electricity power and power market lacks competition, and 3 suggestions were made. For example, more interconnections should be made with mainland power generating companies. Macau gets 90% of its electricity from the mainland, and they are still doing more. So it's really feasible to import electricity from the mainland. According to a report last year, CLP tariff is $1.55, and Hong Kong Electric is a 1.97, but in Macau the tariff is only $1.3, and assumption is just $0.8. The Secretary for Environment and Ecology has said that importing electricity from the mainland may not result in lowering the tariff. This is not entirely correct. We have scheme of control agreements. It seems to suggest that the profit would be controlled, but actually the power companies are guaranteed profits, and they have many incidents as well. From 2019 to 2022, CLP registered 3,000 stoppages per year, and that is on average every day. We have 8 power stoppages. Last year, there was a major cable fire incident affecting 175,520 9 users. For Hong Kong Electric, the number of instances has dropped from 245 in 2027 to 140 in 2022. But last year, there was a serious incident affecting 8,223 customers. Usually, these incidents will not result in any penalty. And if they resume power supply within a certain period, they will get an incentive. This is ridiculous. The market has been successful in depressing the power tariff in Macau, and they are still seeking ways to improve power supply and reduce tariff. But what has the administration in Hong Kong done to lower the tariff? The FTU has been advocating buying electricity from the mainland to reduce power tariff in Hong Kong. When will our recommendation be accepted? So I speak. Dr. Teck Chi Yuen. Madam Deputy, I rise to speak in support of Honourable Look Chung Hong's original motion and the relevant amendments. At present, power companies can get a maximum return of 8%. I appeal to the power companies that you are not trying to squeeze every dollar out of our people. And I also hope the two companies can tie over the difficulties with the people. And hope the two power companies, while trying to get maximum profit, can heed the situation faced by the community. We're not asking you to not to make profit, but you should be more socially responsible. We know that the two power companies have been participating in social development programs, so perhaps they should take note of the current difficulties faced by community and lower the tariffs. Well, the social welfare sector would like to get support of the power companies, such as those for the disadvantaged, the carers, etc. Although we get some resources and funding from the administration, but if these enterprises can help the disadvantaged in the community, certain social benefits can be gained. Since these two power companies are big corporations, so perhaps they should participate more extensively in social welfare with NGOs so as to live up to their social responsibility requirements. Additionally, we should also look at the expansion of investment in the fixed assets, because the higher the ANVA, annual net fixed assets, the higher the profit. Of course, they would certainly like to get more assets in order to get a bigger profit. This is just what we imagined, but the government should exercise proper control so that there will not be unnecessary investment in fixed assets. Nowadays, we have to reduce emission and reduce carbon emission in particular. Apart from coal, there are other sources of energy such as renewable energy, and they have other green measures introduced in the power generation process. So the two power companies should do more in their contribution to the reduction of emission. The motion debate calls for transparency. Well, as a responsible members of this council, I would certainly like to see higher transparency. Very often we're told that the information is commercially sensitive. But as a socially responsible enterprise, higher transparency should be achieved so that the community can monitor the operations. And this actually their corporate social responsibility. As for the further opening up of the electricity market, we should explore the matter further. But I wonder whether the tariff can be reduced as a result. With these remarks, I support the original motion and the amendments. Mr. Tan Ka Piu. Thank you, Madam Deputy. With regard to this motion moved by Honourable Look Chung Hong for importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize tariff in Hong Kong, this is a timely motion. With increasing fuel, the tariff is increasing forever and ever. For those using Hong Kong Electric service, they have to pay $2 per kilowatt. And this is a cost that no one can avoid. More than 10 years ago, for those who are working in the service industry, who are providing service in Hong Kong, they would not have imagined that the power tariff is so high. You may think I'm a bit confused while I support the original motion and the amendment moved by Mr. Andrew Lam. The original talk about gradually opening up the market, but Mr. Andrew Lam talked about exploring the opening up of market. And also for the original motion, the permitted return is set to should be reduced. But Mr. Andrew Lam delete this particular phrase. So the two are quite different. I know that there will be a vote accept by division. Well, if I ask me, a reliable electricity supply would be the first and foremost important factor, because we cannot afford any incident lasting for a mere second or even lower. And we need to go for carbon emission. This is a national policy. And lastly, we should ensure that tariff is reasonable. So if I go by this priority list, honestly speaking, we need to proper exercise control over the permitted return. But we should not do this for the sake of exercising more control, because we need to make sure that there is sufficient investment in the grid to ensure reliability and dependability. And how can we reduce the tariff pay by ordinary people? If I do nothing about the permitted return, what can I achieve? What can I do to reduce people's burden? Of course, under the one country, two systems principle, we can work within this room for maneuver. We should not be bogged down by whether we should get zero carbon energy or clean energy. Well, actually, the mainland has this broad principle on a carbon neutrality. So this will be done by the mainland. If we are close to Sichuan and Guizhou, we will make the best use of green energy. So we don't need to be concerned about the fuel mix, because this is being regulated by the mainland. So first of all, we have to ensure reliability of power supply. Second, we need to go for green fuel, green power. And then the third one, to reduce permitted return. So Mr. Look Chung Hong is correct. Buy more electricity from the mainland and make use of the opportunity of the interim review to ask the two power companies to reduce tariff. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do more. So I speak.
Ms. Elizabeth Quat. I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving this motion on importing electricity from the mainland and stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. This year, the CLP and HET introduced tariff hikes of up to 20 to 45%. These two power companies are responsible for stabilizing electricity tariffs such that they can be lowered to a reasonable and affordable level. Now, the DAB and myself have been advocating the import of electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs. We support the original motion and Dr. Hui Simon Lee's amendment. Now, in recent years, a few costs around the world have continued to escalate. The costs are transferred by the two power companies onto the public, whilst these two companies continue to reap the maximum profit of 8% as a PRR. Now, we believe the stabilization fund should be set up so that in times of need, the tariff can be stabilized. We also believe the incentive penalty mechanism should be reviewed. Earlier, there was a power supply incident relating to HEC, leading to a power outage of 45 minutes. However, according to the current SCA, if power is resumed within 65 minutes, then the power company could get an incentive payment of up to 0.15%. That means the company could get an incentive for the mistake they have committed in the first place. We believe power should be resumed in the case of outage as quickly as possible, or else they should face a penalty. This incentive mechanism should be scrapped. The penalty mechanism should be enhanced. Now, in the event of power outage, apart from the indicators, the power supply stability will also be affected. The indicator is calculated on a basis of the duration of outage. If the reliability of the year is above 99.96%, then the power companies can enjoy an incentive payment of 0.015%. Basically, that means under the mechanism, the companies will only receive an incentive and not a penalty. It should be reviewed as quickly as possible. The DAB and myself have all along championed the import of clean energy, so that such as nuclear energy, so as to help achieve the carbon neutrality goal by 2050. The China Southern Power Grid have been proactively taking forward the project in Greater Bay Area. The reliability in Zhuhai now reaches 99.99%. And for Hong Kong government in Triangle Area 132, strategic electricity facilities will be constructed for the as reception of power imported from the mainland. According to the Secretary, in terms of fuel mix, the ratio of nuclear energy will go up from 30 to 60%. We believe in the name of stabilizing tariffs, this is necessary. Well, there have been concerns on nuclear energy, but after decades of discussion with escalation in the cost of coals and other natural resources, the public will now be more accepting to the idea of nuclear energy. We believe the government should work out the details of using nuclear energy and explain the proposal to the public. We keep an open mind about the motion's proposal. The DAB believes a more detailed study should be conducted. To open up the electricity market, it should be done on the premise of providing Hong Kong with clean, safe, reliable, and affordable power supply. After opening up the electricity market, we should avoid fluctuations in the tariffs because of abusive practices. As for Mr. Andrew Lam's amendment, I agree that the market should be opened up and that zero carbon energy should be procured without compromising the performance of the two power companies on safety, reliability, and protecting the environment. But because of Mr. Lam's proposed amendment, his idea goes against the DAB's what the DAB advocates. So we're going to vote no to Mr. Lam's amendment. Mr. Lai Tung Kwok, Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving this motion. We believe that the importing electricity from the mainland is our future. In 2018, when the CLP's plan to import electricity from the mainland was approved, it was estimated that in terms of fuel mix, the imported energy will go up from 25 to 35%. However, the imported electricity could only serve CLP clients, whereas on the island side, customers are not benefited. Luckily, the Hong Kong government has a plan to build electricity facilities in Tseung Kwan O Area 132 so as to allow the imported electricity to be transmitted to the Hong Kong island side. Now, once the plan is completed by 2035, it is expected that the ratio of imported electricity from the mainland will further go up to 70%. If everything goes smooth, that means the percentage of imported electricity will increase from the current 25% to 70% in 12 years. So this is a rather substantial increase. I thank the government for the effort. But apart from importing electricity from the mainland, we should also ensure safe and reliable supply in Hong Kong. And when we consider the mode of connection with the grid in the mainland, for example, whether we should connect to the China Southern Power Grid network or to the plants themselves, if the percentage of imported electricity goes up to 35%, we're only importing nuclear energy. The Daya Bay nuclear power station has a high percentage of reliability. We are reassured, but in terms of the Hong Kong government's participation, we also have a large-scale drill involving different government departments and bureaus. The Hong Kong government should keep an eye on international developments. Meanwhile, the government should also maintain close liaison with the experts and relevant authorities around the world so as to enhance our responsiveness to any contingencies. Now, with the double safeguard of the station standards and the Security Bureau's contingency plan, we will have the prerequisite to increase the percentage of imported electricity. Now, I have some comments on the wording of the motion. For example, the two power companies are urged to disclose their operational and financial information to the public. After all, this is commercially sensitive information. If we force the two companies to disclose such information to the public, this may hamper the bargaining power of the two power companies when they negotiate with the suppliers. Now, this will mean a more expensive tariff for the public, so it will be a lose-lose. All along, the government abides by the four major energy supply principles in terms of safety, environmental protection, reliability, etc. There should not be any change to this established policy. However, we are facing more constraints. For example, we need to abide by the country's zero carbon or carbon neutrality goal, and according to the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, we also have laid down the hard indicator of using zero carbon energy. So in terms of the four major policy objectives, safety, reliability, affordability, and environmental protection, I do have some doubts. Even if we increase the ratio of imported electricity from the mainland, if we want to ensure safe, reliable, zero carbon energy supply in Hong Kong, will we still be able to achieve all the objectives? There are many uncertainties. And anyway, this is what I want to say to the government. Before making any change to the policy objectives, there should be full communication with the public and the Legislative Council. The plan should be fully explained to the public to allay their concerns. Mr. Tommy Zhou. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The Liberal Party supports any study that can help stabilize electricity tariffs. In relation to the original motion and the amendments, we agree with most of them. However, we do have reservations about certain suggestions. The Liberal Party all along has supported a review of the scheme of control agreements to review the permitted rate of return so that the tariffs can be lowered. As a matter of background, all along, the CLP and the HEC are the two power companies to provide electricity to Hong Kong. They have their respective power generation units and transmission lines, including the distribution network. The first scheme of control agreement was signed in 1964, and then through several decades, different elements were included in the scheme of control agreements so as to meet the government's energy policy objectives. As far as the permitted rate of return of the two power companies are concerned, the PRRs have continued to come down. The major change came in 2008 when the new SCAs were signed. The PRR was lowered from 13.5% to 9.9%, and then further lowered in 2017 to 8%. The SCA's tenure increased from 10 years to 15 years. That means the current SCAs will expire in 2033. Now, what does 8% mean? Now, if taking bank deposits as an example, you can now get 4 to 5% interest. So 8% may not seem excessively high, but we have been in an ultra-low interest rate environment, and yet the power companies could continue to enjoy 8%. Now, why is it that in Mr. Andrew Lam's amendment, he has deleted this statement of reviewing the 8% PRR? We have reservations about this. As for Dr. Lee's amendment, he suggests that the government should start preparing for the opening up of the power grid so as to introduce new market entrants and to reduce the capital investment to stabilize tariffs. Now, the Liberal Party agrees, but that it should not happen at this very moment because from the Macau experience, well, they have introduced electricity from the mainland, and yet in terms of tariffs, they are on a par with those in Hong Kong, just perhaps cheaper by several dozen cents. Now, we also have reservations about this. Mr. Michael Look's original motion urges the two power companies to disclose financial and operational information to the public, including the maintenance costs and depreciation of the generating units, the prices of bulk energy purchases, the interest costs of lending and financing, and related information, so as to enhance the public's right to know and the transparency of their operations. The Liberal Party has reservations. These two power companies are listed companies. They abide by the statutory disclosure requirements in terms of disclosing information. For other information, it may be commercially sensitive. Now, we also have two other points to make. Tariffs in Hong Kong cheap? There are many places around the world with much higher tariffs. Regardless of our views on the two power companies over the past several decades, these two companies have been supplying electricity to Hong Kong in a safe and reliable manner. In order to achieve the carbon neutrality goal set by the Hong Kong SAR government, these two power companies are required to adopt cleaner energy sources. They are required to phase out coal-fired generating plants and increase the use of renewable energy. These two measures will mean an increase in their operating costs, and by then it is inevitable that tariffs will continue to go up. Perhaps we should consider how we can slow down the rate of increase.
Mr. Chen Hecken. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Mr. Michael Look's motion in relation to the importation of electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. Madam Deputy, for the past 2 years, international oil prices soared, and so the electricity costs went up, and in fact, the increase in cost was totally passed to the customers. With permitted return, they maximized their profits up to 8% as the rate of return. It has attracted criticism. The the community spoke with a single voice against this, and it is said that the companies have not discharged their social corporate responsibility. This is affecting our economic recovery. I know the Secretary has started negotiation with the power companies seeking to lower the permitted rates of return, or under special circumstances, they should share the fuel costs with the customers. So I think the government has taken the first step. Last time, I asked the Secretary in this chamber that you should start negotiating with the power companies. You have a good bargaining chip. But of course, it is not easy to get this from the power companies. They may not want to listen to the government. Therefore, I think the most important point is to import zero carbon energy from the mainland, and then we would not be held ransom by the power companies. Just now, many colleagues mentioned about nuclear energy, renewable energy from the mainland. They have my support. I would like to share with you the following. We have the Climate Action Plan 2050, and the government has this proposal to make. That is, in 2030, we should have a higher level of RE. It should be up to 10% from 7.5%. If we can make better use and greater use of local RE, we can cut down on electricity generated by the power companies, and we can suppress their tariffs. 10 years ago, when I started my career as a lawmaker, I advocated that we should have greater use of solar energy. I made two suggestions. First, for the restored landfills, since we are not able to build residential blocks, they should be filled with solar panels, and then the energy thus generated can help us out. Another proposal from me was that there should be the floating photovoltaic panels in reservoirs. Both of them have been taken up by the government, but 8-9 years after my first my first mentioning it. The government should have done it much earlier, and then our RE targets could have been reached earlier, or we can raise the ratio of RE, and we don't have to rely on the power companies to deliver. For the development of solar energy all around the world, it has become the focus. On the mainland, they have done an excellent job. For the solar panels in the mainland, they use it as a way to alleviate poverty. Other than the hilly region, residents could benefit from the solar energy. The poor communities also get subsidies as a result of selling the electricity outside of their hilly regions. And then for the reservoirs, we can also make good use of both the water as well as the water service. Now we have the fit-in tariff scheme. In other words, if you have solar panels installed on your rooftop, you can sell your electricity. You should be further promoted. For the so-called cloud bus, I think, in fact, they can use solar energy to run the trains, or the buses. I think it is a good idea. We should explore more ideas. Other than importing energy from the mainland, RE can be developed locally. There is huge potentials here. Thank you. Next, Mr. Holden Chow. Madam Deputy, I am grateful to Mr. Michael Look for moving the motion. Importing electricity from mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. On the question of electricity tariffs, of course, we are bothered by the ever-increasing tariffs. We have the scheme of control agreements. The permitted rate of return is 8%, and so they are maximizing their profits. In recent years, the fuel has been switched to natural gas, pushing up the cost. Now prices are going up across the board. The economy has just started its recovery. So it is only adding to the burden of our livelihood. The most outrageous point is that recently there was a power outage on the Hong Kong island. The supply was restored within the specified period of time. The power company even got an incentive. This is most unreasonable. I'm grateful to Michael Loeb for giving us this opportunity to explore the issue further. Madam Deputy, I know the government is getting ready to revisit the SCA, in particular adjusting the ceiling of the permitted rate of return. Of course, we would like to see a downward adjustment of the permitted rate of return. Otherwise, we don't feel that the energy bill can be suppressed. This is a must that the government must deliver. On the other hand, today we talk about importing electricity from the mainland, in particular the interconnection with the Daya Bay nuclear power station. I think it is something that we need to consider further. Try to compare the following and you understand my argument. For the HEC, you pay almost $2 per unit of university, $1.50 for CLP supply, and then 80 cents for Shenzhen. You can see the stark contrast. Even for a CLP with Nutri-Start, yes, they have got the interconnection with the Daya Bay nuclear power station. In other words, nuclear energy is being supplied to Hong Kong's CLP, but not so to the HEC. Therefore, the Bureau should do the following. That is, the government should make sure that both power companies will be given the steer and given the pressure as well, so that they will be made to think about getting more energy from the mainland, in particular the Daya Bay nuclear power station in Guangdong province. The infrastructure is already there and we have the facilities. Then it is only natural to increase the volume of supply. Of course, our observation tells us that the Daya Bay power is competitive in terms of pricing, and it is almost zero emission energy. It's cheap, it is also safe, so I believe that we should go along that direction. I hope the Bureau will take this opportunity to talk to the two power companies. The negotiation should start with getting them buy more electricity from the mainland. As to the opening up of the power grid, I think we should study more. We should carry out more research and look at the pros and cons. I think we need a study on the pros and cons. However, when it comes to the implementation, we need to be very, very cautious. As you know, that only recently we said that we would like to have the reindustrialization of Hong Kong. We need a reliable power supply for our reindustrialization process. When we do open up our power grid, can we be assured of reliability? There's a priority issue that we must consider. So the government must be very cautious, and the government should look at all the elements as a whole picture. I hope the administration will, having listened to us, at least first of all, ask the power companies to get more energy from the mainland and make sure that there will be better arrangements when it comes to interconnection. So I spoke. Thank you. Mr. Shang Hailong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I must thank Mr. Michael Loeb for moving the motion. Well, for the tariff increases, I think they're adding to our living costs. And in fact, all the enterprises have seen their operational costs going up. Now, many businessmen are saying that electricity prices are affecting them a lot. Before talking about stabilization of tariffs, I need to be objective. I have to give recognition for the efforts of the power companies. Yes, there were power outages, but in general and by comparison, their service quality is good and reliable. There was a multinational corporation leaving India. The lack of reliability of power supply was one of the reasons. When you look at Sydney, New York, and London, we built a better performance in terms of reliability of electricity. We need to suppress the rates of increase. We need to look at the price, service quality, social responsibility, and environmental protection. In 2050, we would like to achieve carbon neutrality, and we need to come up with feasible options. Other than the constructive suggestions made by my colleagues, I would like to have 2 points here. First of all, we have the West East gas pipeline too. We can make better use of that. And then we have the offshore LNG terminal in Hong Kong waters. Well, of course, we are getting the gas from the western region of China, and then for our national government, we know that for the CLP has made use of this gas supply, but less than half of the volume used. In answer to my question, in fact, we have been told that it hasn't actually been used. Yes, the maintenance of the pipeline is a issue. In fact, there is a rich reserve of natural gas in our motherland. Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and the GBA cities are already making good use of the natural gas locally to stabilize their tariffs. So I think we should consider the same. Making use of the West East gas pipeline can reduce our reliance on an external supply. It can add to the reliability and safety of our fuel supply. In the past, we used to count on natural gas, coal, etc. And in fact, we became very passive when the prices fluctuate. If we make good use of the West East gas pipeline, then it would further enhance the reliability of our fuel supply. We should also make better use of the offshore LNG terminal. We should attract more customers for the bunkering services. Well, the 2 power companies are shareholders of the offshore LNG terminals. The profits made therefrom, and in fact, they were licensed to run this service. Profits arising from the offshore LNG terminal should be translated into rebates for their own customers. I have made this suggestion, and it has been given the recognition of the Bureau. I hope that the Secretary will make sure that this will be done. Well, electricity is a daily necessity. It is also indispensable for our businesses. Of course, a company would like to protect the interests of their shareholders, but still they have their social responsibility to uphold. Well, we need to lower our costs. We should enhance our efficiency. This is something that we expect from each and every enterprise. Madam Deputy, I hope that the power companies will make good use of our advantage, that is, with the strong support of the mainland government. And we should make good use of the offshore LNG terminal, make good use of the second West East gas pipeline. I think in this way we can ease the pressure of the rising living costs, and it means that we'll be given even better support to develop our role as the age centers as indicated in the 14th Five-Year Plan. So I spoke. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Kim-po, Hong Kong is an international city, international financial hub. Steady power supply is instrumental. Hong Kong power supply is basically reliable and safe. But while the power companies provide quality service, tariffs have been on the increase, adding to the already heavy burden of customers. To stabilize tariff, there are many suggestions, such as importing electricity. I thank Mr. Look Hong for moving this motion so that we understand the problems in our power market. Our power market is a small market. Therefore, we cannot avoid the award of a franchise. And that has led to higher tariffs. I won't repeat the points already made. I hope the government should review things such as the permitted report of NFAT as well as fuel clause tariff adjustments. Of course, the administration would try to get back maximum result, but the government should reason for its arguments. For example, we should give first priority to stabilizing tariffs. Secondly, we should not sacrifice safety and reliability of power supply. And thirdly, while we stabilize tariff, we should consider our commercial world, and that is the spirit of contract compliance. If we ignore investors' interests, we may end up with no investors and therefore sacrifice the long-term safety and reliability of power supply. I mentioned all these factors for consideration so that we can achieve a win-win situation for all. Because time is limited, I'll be concentrating on the proposal to import electricity from the mainland. 34% our power electricity is from the mainland. It's hoped that we would like to increase it to 45%. Our land has been reserved in Area 32 for reception of LNG. And it's said that after 2030, we can import 70% of electricity from the mainland. Actually, there's a obvious discrepancy between CLP and HAE. It has been said that there's a 30% tariff, but the tariff is a complicated matter. If I visited two websites for general household customers, the difference is 19.6 to 22%. This is not ideal. The discrepancy between the tariff levels of the two power companies is the result of the difference in cost. Because CLP gets 30% of the electricity from Daya Bay Power Station, but 100% of the fuel used by Hong Kong Electric is imported, therefore resulting in the different tariffs. China has extensive supply of renewable energy. There are 4 nuclear power plants in Guangdong. With the more further integration with the Greater Bay Area, I think this is the direction to go by importing more electricity from the mainland. If we import more nuclear power generated electricity, this is the most feasible way out. Because it has been proved that nuclear energy is safe and reliable. All in all, importing electricity can stabilize tariff. The government has already got plans to import more electricity. I hope the imported electricity can be evenly distributed to two power companies, so Hong Kong Electric can lower its tariff. As for the cross-boundary interconnection arrangement, I hope that there could be early implementation. Of course, we need to address the concern and problem faced by local community so that we can get a better result as early as possible. Mr. Yang Wing Kit, Madam Deputy, I support the motion of Mr. Luk Chong Hong. At present, the permitted return is 8%, and the fuel costs will be passed on to consumers. If we want to stabilize tariff, we must deal with both aspects. Well, the SCA would only expire in 10 years' time, and in the meantime, we can only tolerate any tariff increase. The government should actively discuss with the two power companies to reduce the rate of increase in tariff. The government is actually providing subsidy. I think it's part of the income from the exchange fund and franchise income revenue generated by the granting of franchise should be pooled in a fund for stabilization. And also we are going to suffer high electricity tariff. We have to import more electricity to lower the tariff. The capacity of the interconnection with Daya Bay is limited. Well, a better way is to connect with the Guangdong power grid. If 9 years ago the government make use of the public consultation at that time on expanding the scope of importation of electricity, then today or a year or 2 years later we'll be able to enjoy cheaper energy. Buying a nuclear power is not a bad thing. The nuclear energy is very efficient. We cannot rely on renewable energy such as solar power to meet our needs. If we fail to do all these, we would not be able to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. The Ukrainian-Russian war has a trigger of energy crisis internationally. And some countries have once again embraced nuclear energy, such as EU and EU countries. It's a international trend to use nuclear energy. Well, we have been utilizing nuclear energy for many years. Linglong #1 plant is the first small nuclear power generation unit accredited by the International Atomic Agency, and 100% of these generation units are manufactured in China. They have generated 20 billion units of power, and they have reduced the emission of 2.64 million and 6.332 tons. It's equivalent to 140 million trees. And now at present, electricity is also supplied to Pakistan. I will propose that we should build a facility in Area 132 so as to import more electricity, so that it would constitute 70% of our power supply in 2035. There will be another nuclear power plant in Guangdong. In the future, power supply in Guangdong will be greatly increasing capacity. So importing electricity from Guangdong will not be a problem for us. The government and the two power companies should start the EIA and establish the objective ratio. And we should go for green hydrogen, which is the star of the new energy market. And China is ranked #2 in this field in the world. And recently, there's a project to turn green hydrogen into liquefied hydrogen. The government should introduce or implement more zero carbon projects and also reduce local electricity tariff. Mr. Chan Pui-leung, well, power tariff would affect people's livelihood, especially for electricity tariff. Everyone will be affected. I'm grateful to Mr. Lok Chung-hung for moving this motion so that we can have a discussion, a debate in this council on the question of importing electricity from the mainland and lower tariff in Hong Kong. Of course, I support whatever measure that we can lower tariff, but we need to consider three factors. First, where do we import electricity? From Shenzhen or from other Greater Bay Area? And in what ways are the electricity to be supplied to Hong Kong? And what is the ratio of the fuel mix? And what is the average cost? And what kind of electricity that we are going to purchase? Is generated by renewable energy or what? We need to conduct a study. Well, we have high tariffs because the power tariff is composed of basic tariff and fuel cost charges, and the fuel cost has been rising because of the international crisis. Under the existing mechanism, the rising cost will pass on to our people 100%. Although the government also provides subsidy, we still have to pay very expensively for power. The power companies should share part of the cost as a kind of social responsibility. At present, the fuel costs are fluctuating violently. The two power companies should come up with a sharing mechanism instead of passing the cost on to customers indiscriminately. We should also review the SCAs. In 1964, we have the first SCAs, and now we have the fifth group. The permitted return has come down from 13.5% to 8.8%. One criticism is that the permitted rate is too high. That is, 8% of permitted return is too high. We should make use of the opportunity of the midterm review to see if this return rate can be reduced. Of course, the two power companies have to invest a lot into power generation, and that's why we offer such a permitted return rate. Reviewing the permitted return rate should be pragmatically done. As I've said, public utilities costs would have a wide-ranging effect, far-reaching effect, but it's important to pay attention to Hong Kong's situation. We are a densely populated area with many high-rise buildings. We need to ensure reliability of power supply and maintain our competitive edge. So while we want to lower tariff, we must strike a balance to ensure stability. We cannot sacrifice quality of supply. In 2030, we have the objective of reducing carbon emission by 50%. Fossil fuel will be phased out, such as coal, and we should have suitable zero tariff power generation facilities. And any arrangement and interconnection arrangement will be an important premise for achieving zero carbon emission. This is the direction for both mainland and Hong Kong. And in Cheung Kong Long Area 132, there will be a new facility for the purpose of importing electricity. Whether we review the competition or the composition of power tariff, we must also strike a balance between environmental performance, reliability of supply, and costs of power supply, so as to ensure sustainability of power supply in Hong Kong. So as to speak.
Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving this motion that is very much related to people's livelihood and for members to express their views from different perspectives. Reasonable tariff levels could help improve people's livelihood. We have a stable and safe, reliable supply of electricity in Hong Kong. They've contributed to economic development. In January 2023, for HEC, there was a 45.6% increase, or 75.1% increase over 10 years in terms of electricity tariffs. The CLP also introduced a tariff hike, albeit not to such a substantial extent. Now they affect people's livelihood. These two power companies supply electricity to new territories in Kowloon and as well as Hong Kong Island respectively. They have the respective generating units, but they do not have the economies of scale to share costs and enhance efficiency. On the contrary, they continue to put in investments on the fixed assets. There may be surplus in the capacity, but they can generate more return and the cost will be transferred onto customers. For residential units in Shenzhen, the tariffs only stand at just some 48% of the HEC's tariffs. This is due to the reform in the PRC. In Macau, for Group A tariffs, the per unit tariff is just $1.37. This is due to the power companies sourcing energy from mainland China. The imported electricity accounts for 90%. We have very high safety coefficient, as the percentage has now increased to 50%, and nuclear energy is also a cleaner form of energy. Now, the CSGI power grid is connected to the local power grid. As I understand, the China Southern Power Grid still have 50% capacity to export electricity. The chief executive advocates a result-oriented policy, and in order to achieve this policy objective, we should try to lower the cost of procurement. I have 4 suggestions. First, we should start a substantive study on opening up the electricity market in Hong Kong. Action plans should be devised and the public should be consulted. Second, the 2 power companies should refrain from building new generating units to deal with surplus capacity. At the same time, there should be stronger collaboration with China Southern Power Grid so that through importing electricity at a lower cost, we can meet future demand. And we can also ensure the safe, efficient, and reliable operation of the power grid in Hong Kong. Third suggestion, for new development areas such as the Northern Metropolis and Kao Yi Chau artificial islands, we should set up our own power grids separate from the existing grid so as to open up the market for new entrants. The fourth suggestion is when the 2 SEAs expire in 2033, these 2 power companies should be allowed to run the grid and manage the grid. Meanwhile, the government should open up the electricity market to allow the third-party participation. We hope that through reforming the electricity market in Hong Kong, we can lower the tariffs for the benefit of the people. I so submit. Mr. Tony Jie. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Due to geopolitical reasons, fuel costs around the world have increased. Electricity bills are also getting more expensive. This is putting a very heavy burden on people and enterprises. Comparing to many other places in the world, our electricity tariffs are not high despite the recent increase. In many other countries, because of power shortage, there are frequent outages affecting businesses and people's livelihood. Relatively speaking, we have a reliable and stable supply of electricity in Hong Kong. I think we top the chart. This supports Hong Kong's position as an international financial center, and it also supports the development of enterprises in Hong Kong. Now, in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, the 2 power companies in recent years have gradually reduced coal-fired generation and instead turned to cleaner energy sources. The change involves substantial investment. This also caused an increase in the operating costs and the tariffs. As I previously pointed out, it is important to protect the environment, but going green comes with a price tag. The original motion proposes 2 ways to deal with tariff increase. One is to open up the market and increase the percentage of imported electricity from the mainland. Now, the government is working in this direction, including the establishment of an electricity facility in Tseung Kwan O Area 132. In fact, the local community has objected to this proposal, citing that the project will cause landscape and visual impact adversely. The government should explain to the public the benefits of the project. Another option is to ensure that power supply can remain stable and reliable. I urge members to support the construction of such facilities. The second way to stabilize the tariffs is to review the fuel clause and urge the companies to fulfill their social corporate responsibilities. The permitted rate of return at the moment stands at 8%. It has come down from over 9% in the past. But in the eyes of the public, 8% is still too high, especially because it entails zero risk. Of course, any change to the scheme of control agreements will have to be agreed by both parties. The government should nevertheless strive to ask for a better deal on behalf of the public. Mr. Andrew Lam's amendment involves lowering the permitted return of the two companies. I believe by deleting this statement, it will put a straitjacket on the government in negotiating with the companies in the interim review of the SCA. And also, I think there is the third option that can help stabilize tariffs. It can achieve immediate results, and that is we should cut down on our energy consumption. There are ways circulating on the internet about saving energy. For example, we can install individual electricity meters to manage how we use electricity and when we should use it. I know the two power companies are helping the public install these meters. The government should perhaps provide assistance to help speed things up and to further promote this initiative. From the community's perspective, in order to introduce electricity use management during peak hours, enterprises should be urged to take part in the process so as to prevent further escalation of electricity tariffs, especially during peak hours. Instead of relying on the two power companies, the government should take a proactive approach. Mr. Duncan Shield. In the beginning of this year, the two power companies adjusted the tariffs, and in January this year, they increased the tariffs by 6.4% and 5.5% respectively, compared to the previous year's 19.8% and 45.6% respectively. As many members have spoken, the two power companies have continued to maximize the 8% permitted rate of return profit. This is breaking the back of the public and enterprises. I support Mr. Michael Look's original motion on importing electricity from the mainland and stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. The government should import more electricity from the mainland. We should also lower the permitted rate of return of the two power companies so that there is room to further lower the tariffs. With fluctuations in global oil prices, the fuel costs around the world have continued to increase, and this is also happening in Hong Kong as well. But comparing to other cities nearby, our tariffs are not excessively high. Take 2022 November as an example. For CLP and HEC, the per unit price stood at $1.45 and $1.87. Now, Hong Kong is 200% more than the tariffs in Taiwan, and that is 0.71 New Taiwan dollars. Now, in Shenzhen, it's just 80 cents. Now, comparing to Shenzhen and other cities nearby, we are still having higher tariffs. So how do we make sure tariffs are affordable whilst maintaining stability? The Financial Secretary announced in the budget that a $1,000 subsidy will be provided to each household. This is far from sufficient. In 2015, the government published a consultation document, and in the objectives, there is a goal that is to introduce competition and buy electricity from the mainland. It didn't get the public support, but it's high time we consider this option again, because at the moment, 70% of power supply comes from coal-fired generating units, but there are nowadays more options. For example, we can use renewable energy to replace fossil fuel energy, and we also have the policy of phasing out coal-fired generating units starting 2026. And if we can import electricity from the mainland, we can help lower tariffs for the public. And I'm glad to know that there have been discussions with the mainland authorities to increase the import of electricity from the mainland, including nuclear energy. The government has also earmarked a site in Choi Kwan O Area 132 for electricity facilities to be built so as to receive imported electricity from the mainland. It is envisaged that by 2035, the percentage of imported electricity can go up by 30%. This will help ensure stable and reliable supply of energy to alleviate the burden on the people and enterprises. I hope the government will put forward requests during the interim review of the SCAs, such as reviewing the current incentive penalty mechanism and to impose heavier penalties for power outages without compromising the reliability of power supply. The grid should be opened up to invite competition of new market entrants. We're going to support the amendment moved by Dr. Hui Lee from G19. Now, a stable power supply affects everybody, including the operators of data centers. According to a survey this year, our ranking in terms of data center operations has gone up from the 6th place last year to the 4th place this year. This is a major industry for the I&T sector. But many operators or developers are now having interest in second-tier cities and emerging markets in Asia because these places have ample land supply. They enjoy an edge. And according to the operators, the operating costs are now escalating up to 20-30% of the total cost because of the electricity tariffs. So we are concerned that this might eat into our advantage of attracting overseas data center operators to come to Hong Kong. I hope the government will take on our suggestions, that is to build level 4 compliant data centers in the northern metropolis.
Mr. Chen Hanpan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy, reliability of power supply used to be very good as far as Hong Kong is concerned, even though in the past year or so, we have experienced major power outages under both companies. But still, by comparison, reliability is good. For the outages, we try to look at the number of times that the service was interrupted. When it comes to reliability, we need to consider the following. That is, if someone would like to apply for electricity supply but rejected, or eventually the electricity cannot be supplied, it should be counted towards the reliability performance. In the past, there were experiences that someone would like to apply for an electricity supply, but they couldn't, or they would like to enhance the capacity but were rejected. Say, for example, there is somebody who bought a piece of land trying to run a data center. Government approval was granted, but then the power company said that it would only be year 2047 that the transmission network would reach his site. This does happen from time to time. If the capacity has already run out and if the power company has no interest to expand the network, then developers or users will be disappointed. Well, I think this should be counted towards the reliability performance. The second point is that electric cars are going to be with us. In the new territories, many people would like to set up charging stations for the taxi trade, for the goods vehicle trade. They are looking for sites to have charging stations. Unfortunately, regrettably, when they approach the power companies, either they are told that the distribution network hasn't reached them or they have to wait in the queue. In other words, it has impacted upon our economic activities, or citizens' daily lives are being affected. So this is also something that we should bear in mind when we consider the reliability. The number of cases rejected, the number of cases refused should also be considered. So please consider my suggestion here. Second point is that every time when we receive our electricity bill, we will look at the fuel clause charge. However, when we read from the newspapers, we are told that the companies have got a safeguard, that is the permitted rate of return. We know that there is a cap on the surcharge in relation to the fuel clause charge. But still, as a result of the permitted rate of return, customers have got a very negative impression of the power companies. I do hope that the power companies won't be maximizing their profits. Otherwise, it will generate a sort of resentment on the part of the customers. For the northern metropolis, including Sentin, Technopole, as well as the River Loop, they are very near to the mainland city. If we can be connected with the mainland grid, the data centers will use a large amount of electricity. It will cost us $1.40. If we can use the cheaper energy from across the river, it will benefit the data center operators. We should be allowed to do so. Otherwise, we'll be blocked in terms of development of data centers here. We should have diversification. We should allow electricity to be supplied from across the boundary so that we can get the electricity by interconnecting with the mainland grid. Our data center will have huge development potential then. Thank you. Professor William Wong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, as a result of climate change, temperatures are rising. We are not yet at the peak of summer, but then the temperature went up to 38 degrees Celsius. Many families have no choice but to switch on the aircon for the night. The fuel cost is going up, and it is adding to the tariff rates and thus the financial burden of many households. We should open up the power market. We should provide opportunities for new suppliers. Expediting the importation of electricity from the mainland will be the quickest way to resolve the problem. I think when we plan for our power generation, we should broaden our view to cover the GBA. We should tie in with the national policies as well. In 2030, we should reach the carbon peak, and in 2060, there should be the carbon neutrality. To reach the dual objectives, the national government has been developing green energy. For us, we would like to have carbon neutrality in the year 2050. Importing electricity from the mainland can lower our tariff rates. We can also tie in with the national targets. Currently, power generation is the main source of carbon emission. For us to reach the phase targets in 2030, as was the ultimate target of 2050 of neutrality, we should import energy, in particular green energy, and then it means that we can hugely cut down on our carbon emission. Just not too long ago, in Area 132 of Chang Kwan O, we know that strategic electricity facilities will be built so that we can get electricity from the mainland. It will be built by the government. In other words, it would not be boosting the fixed assets of the power companies and thus enabling them to earn more profits. I think the power companies on either side of the boundary should be interconnected, and then electricity can be transmitted both ways. I'm sure this will drive down the tariff rates, but then it will be 10 years down the road before we get it. It is too far away as a solution. We should explore other solutions as well. The government has said that the two companies should be asked to share the rising fuel costs. I hope the power companies would also tie in with the government's efforts. The two companies will also echo the government's goal of carbon neutrality. Other than the green infrastructure, we should also look at changes in the fuel mix. But of course, that would have an impact on the tariff rates. While we try to achieve carbon neutrality, we should also make sure that the prices are reasonable. In particular, the underprivileged households. Please don't make them bear more financial costs when we are trying to achieve our environmental targets. There should be subsidies. I know there are already subsidies. They should be continued. Importing energy cannot just be done by the power companies alone. So the SAR government must, in relation to such regional cooperation projects, draw reference from other successful examples, set up a good framework so that we can have a good negotiation mechanism for the importation of zero carbon energy, so that power companies can plan early, so that the 2050 carbon neutrality target for Hong Kong can be achieved ASAP. Thank you. Mr. Martin Liao. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving the motion. We have only got the COP as well as the HEC that generate, transmit, distribute, and sell electricity. They have a oligopoly here. Between them, they don't actually have any competition at all. For the COP as well as the HEC, they are actually public utilities. It is a public service. Electricity is a strategic good affecting our economic performance and our livelihood. Both of them should shoulder their SCR. Our economy hasn't really recovered, and 8% being the permitted rate of return means that it is adding to the financial burden of the people, in particular the grassroots. For the government, I think it should review the regulatory framework, and it should consider opening up the market gradually so as to suppress the tariff increases. Yes, we have the schemes of control agreements monitoring the operation of the two companies. The government has made it clear that when it carries out the interim review of the SCAs, there will be discussions. I think there are 4 points to bear in mind. First of all, for the prices, they're made up of the basic tariff rate as well as the fuel cross charge. For the fuel cross charge, it is a reimbursable part. The two companies don't have to bear the risk of international fuel price fluctuations. In the interim review, the government should consider the following. That is, making the companies share the fuel costs, make the power companies share the risk of the fuel cost fluctuations, and bear their social corporate responsibilities. For the permitted rates of return, it is about the average net fixed assets. We should encourage the power companies to reduce their carbon emission. So in order to switch to cleaner energy, they have to add to their fixed assets. They are now building their offshore LNG terminals. I'm afraid that would add to their assets, and that would also increase the pressure on the tariff rate increases. I think in the long term, we should look at this formula, whether it is reasonable, and whether we should lower the permitted rate of return of 8%. Thirdly, for the customer incentive penalty mechanism. Last June, there was the COP outage, and in June this year, there was the blackout on the Hong Kong island. I'm afraid the incentive penalty mechanism doesn't actually cover the major blackout incidents, and there's no clear definition about the blackouts. And then for blackouts caused by human errors, even though power was resumed soon, they cannot be allowed to collect an incentive. And under the SCA, I think the government should make preparations for opening up the market to third-party access so that there will be competition and citizens will have a choice and they will benefit from it. Well, on the mainland, they are pushing for zero-carbon electricity. I think green energy is getting cheaper and cheaper. We should go after that direction and we'll be free from the international fuel price fluctuations. So we should get more electricity from the mainland, and in the long term we can stabilize the electricity tariffs. Currently, 25% of the electricity will come from the mainland. In future, it will go up to 70%. I think we should have more negotiation with the mainland so as to make sure that we have a diversified supply of electricity, and then citizens don't have to bear the high tariff rates. But then if we are over-reliant on the mainland supply, and if something goes wrong, it will be a major issue. So the government must make sure that there will be a reliable source of power. I support Mr. Simon Hui Lee's amendment and Mr. Michael Look's original motion. Thank you.
Mr. Doreen Kong, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Look Chung Hong for moving this motion. I also want to speak in support of the amendment moved by Mr. Andrew Lam. In particular, the fact that Mr. Lam has pointed out the importance of reliability of the power supply. It's important that we have reasonable electricity tariffs. But I do agree with the point that the government should review the scheme of control agreements in a timely manner. But reasonable tariff is just one aspect of the power market. We have to look at the capacity, the quality of power supply, reliability, safety, and environmental performance. All these should not be neglected. We have been talking about developing infrastructure. Well, but power generation is an important infrastructure. In the world, we always rank very high in terms of quality infrastructure. Reliable electricity supply is very important to any place in terms of development potential. I've read an article in 2021 saying that many countries are suffering or are facing obstacles in development because of unstable power supply. Although we have some outage and incidents in Hong Kong, but they were all rectified and remedial in a timely manner. People do attach importance to reliability of power supply. In Hong Kong, there are many high-rise buildings. We have a lot of economic activities taking place every day. So power outage will not just affect people's livelihood, but also affect our status as an international financial center. Any commercial entity would face a pressure to earn the maximum profit. This is also true of power companies. I hope we can adopt a balanced attitude. We need to stabilize tariffs and to put people's mind at ease, which also provide suitable incentive for investors and for power companies to continue to invest and improve quality so that Hong Kong remains a competitive place. Carrot and stick approach is important in respect of both the stick and the carrot. So I speak. Mr. Adrian Ho, thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, recently, fuel costs are rising rapidly. No country is spared from the cost and pressure. Hong Kong, of course, is no exception. But apart from electricity tariffs, in the past years, CLP and Hong Kong EC also have a major incidents. And what happened after those incidents make people wonder or make people concerned about the power market and electricity power, I would like to talk about the system in operation. Power supply is important for society to develop. We need to ensure stable tariffs. It's important for the revival of economy and people's livelihood. All along, we have not got any legislation to regulate the social responsibility to be taken up by the power companies. But back in 1964, the then Hong Kong government signed some scheme of control agreements with the two power companies, and this is regularly done and updated over the years. For 59 years, the administration has signed 5 rounds of scheme of control agreements. The latest one would last for 15 years, and that is to say they would expire in 2033. One of the concerns in the SCAs is the rate of permitted return mentioned by Mr. Luk Chung Hung in the motion. To many people, the two power companies would get the maximum out of the SCA and get 8% of permitted return. This problem is due to the very complicated calculation method in the SCA. In order to calculate the permitted return, well, I have spent a lot of time on the financial reports and the annual reports because I need to differentiate local investments and overseas investment, and also how the different revenues are accounted. Although I read very carefully, I would say that much of my effort is just guesswork, or my understanding of the agreement is far from clear. The most important thing to do now is for the administration to discuss with the power companies and come up with a transparent and easy to understand SCA, having balanced different factors, so that the SCAs can regulate the operation of the two power companies and the tariffs are at an acceptable level. I think this is important to the administration and fair to the administration and the two power companies and the people's right to know. And also we should look at room for improving the principle that we have espoused for some 60 years. So I speak. Miss Judy Chan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Globally, we have seen different measures introduced to tackle high fuel costs. And we are also affected by extreme weather, and power consumption has increased. And given our social conditions, people's pressure would just be very heavy if we have to pay for expensive power supply. I thank Mr. Luk Chung Hung for moving this motion so that we have this debate on our fuel market, and also how we can consider ways and means to help our people in coping with the electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. I believe this motion is moved in the interest of the people of Hong Kong, and the major direction proposed is beneficial. But just like the UK and Singapore, where they have this vertical scheme of operation for their power company, although they subsequently open up their market. But there's no information so far that shows that the opening up of the electricity market will have a direct relationship with lower tariffs. The power companies have all along been run by private enterprises. But in other places, the power generation business is controlled by the government. And they gradually changed the government-controlled market to one run by many private enterprises. So they have a very different market from us. If we impose unreasonable requirements on power companies. This will affect the reliability of power supply, and ultimately our citizens will suffer. I note that in the original motion and in amendments, they have made many good suggestions, but some of the other recommendations cannot really be implemented. In order to maintain stable electricity tariffs, that the first and most important option is to import zero carbon electricity from the mainland, and then we will not be affected by the fluctuation in the fuel costs. So I'm glad to learn from the Secretary yesterday that we're going to import more electricity from Daya Bay, and there will be a reception facility in Area 132 to import more electricity from the mainland, so the share of the imported power would go up from 25% to 70%, and tariff will be more stable in the future as a result. To realize this, I hope the government can step up its efforts, and that is before 2035. There should be more medium-term and short-term measures and setting up of KPIs, and also explain to the public more about what is to be done, so that you won't give the public a false impression that you are moving very slowly. And we should implement measures that will benefit the public very quickly, and so that people will not misunderstand the situation to be a stalemate. I hope the government can do more and actively relieve our pressure and address our concerns. So I speak.
Mr. Gary Zhang. Thank you. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving this motion and the two members for moving amendments. Like Mr. Michael Look said, the electricity tariffs in Hong Kong have been on the rise. In the past 3 years, this has been the COVID-19 has plagued Hong Kong. Electricity tariffs have been on the rise, affecting people's livelihood. It is for the Council here to debate on the matter so as to import electricity from the mainland and stabilize tariffs in Hong Kong. Power supply is a public utility, it's a public service. The utility companies should bear corporate social responsibility. They should have regard to the social situation and the public's affordability. Electricity market is a monopolized market. There is no option for consumers to choose otherwise but to accept any tariff adjustment proposal. This also explains why the government is also responsible for negotiating with the power companies to rein in their profit level to ensure that people's livelihood will not be affected. Under the current mechanism, through the scheme of control agreements, the change in fuel costs can be directly transferred onto customers. Although the power companies will not make a profit in the process, they are allowed to earn up to 8% as a permitted rate of return. This is, in a way, a profit guarantee. But meanwhile, there are no clauses to compel the companies to share the profit with the public. During the pandemic, the economy was in the doldrums, and yet these two power companies could still enjoy a high percentage of rate of return as agreed in the scheme of control agreements, and we could not force them to tide people over the difficulties during the hard times. So is it that the power companies have shouldered their corporate social responsibility? It's food for thought. The government will have an interim review with the two companies on the SCAs very soon. From the middle of last year to now, the international oil prices have dropped by 50%, and yet this is not reflected in the fuel clause charge in the SCAs. So it is important for us to set up a mechanism so that whenever energy prices increase, our tariffs can increase slowly, And then when the energy prices come down, the tariffs should be adjusted downward immediately. That is why I think we should keep the wording of the original motion as to explore lowering the permitted return of the two power companies. Now, Mr. Andrew Lam also put forward another suggestion in the amendment. That is, during the negotiation, we should not compromise the reliability and safety of power supply, as well as the environmental performance of the companies. I believe these are all important matters. In the Chief Executive's last policy address, the government puts forward the construction of the Northern Metropolis. It is now underway. Stable and competitive tariffs will mean a strong support for industrial development in Northern Metropolis in the future. So in its planning, the government should also consider the grid access arrangements so as to provide a stabilized and competitive electricity tariff to enhance our competitiveness in the I&T sector. Dr. Chow Man Kwong. Electricity supply is a major infrastructure for supporting development in Hong Kong. The government signs the scheme of control agreements with the two power companies in order to regulate the demand and supply of electricity in the market. Well, this has been discussed in the community for a long time. It's high time that we reviewed the arrangements. The two power companies introduced tariff hikes from 19% to 45.6% respectively in the beginning of this year. This caused a public outcry. So the hikes attracted a lot of public attention. Last year, there was a cable fire in relation to Yuen Long, and there was a major outage in Yuen Long, Tin Shui Wai. And on Hong Kong Island, in recent months, another power outage incident happened. And these two incidents have sparked a discussion on the incentive penalty mechanism of the two power companies. Now, an interim review on the SEAs will be conducted in due course. This is an opportune time for the government to review the arrangements, including the transparency of the fuel clause charge, and also consider importing electricity from the mainland so as to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong. I support Mr. Michael Look's motion and some of the amendments put forward by members so as to address the issues stemming from the SEAs. We need to admit that the tariffs in Hong Kong are higher than those in surrounding cities. In southern Lantau, I understand an $8 billion LNG offshore terminal will be built, and this will inevitably mean a transfer of costs onto customers directly. Now, if the government does not take action, the tariffs will continue to increase. According to the figures in the latter half of last year, the per unit price for CLP is $1.544, and for HEC, $1.97. And in other places, in Shenzhen, is 0.8, in Taipei, just 0.71. So that's just 70% of the tariffs in Hong Kong. In Singapore, the tariffs are cheaper, just 1.75. For the rapid increase in tariffs, the costs are directly transferred onto customers, especially for the escalating fuel costs. In the interim review, the government should require the power companies to disclose financial information, including how they come by these figures. More importantly, the government should be aware of this fact that electricity tariffs affect not only people's livelihood, the operating of business undertakings, but also social stability and how we attract talents. Now, the I&T development blueprint was announced last year, in which new industrialization is promoted. We need to focus on semiconductors and new energy transport. And the chief executive also said at the outset that we need to have I&T development to have a future. According to some, the I&T sector has fivefold energy consumption than other sectors. So they will account for 1% of total energy consumption by human population. So high electricity tariffs will be a deterrent for international data center operators to come. The Energy Authority in the mainland signed a memorandum of understanding with Hong Kong, supporting the long-term supply of light natural gas and nuclear energy to Hong Kong. This provides the prerequisites for Hong Kong to achieve the carbon neutrality goal. The government should set up a mechanism with the two power companies. Now, if these two companies do not fulfill the corporate social responsibilities in view of the escalating fuel costs and continue to reap in 8%, then the government should build more facilities to import electricity from China, such as the one proposed in Chung Kwan O Area 132. We have more nuclear power stations in Guangdong Province. They will be commissioned in 2025. So we need to actively consider other options so as to open up the electricity market. I so submit. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Mr. Michael Look for moving this motion so that we have this opportunity to debate on importing electricity from the mainland to alleviate the burden on the public whilst maintaining safe, reliable, affordable electricity supply at a reasonable cost. The year-on-year increase in the tariffs this year were 19.8% and 45.6% respectively. This is due to increase in fuel costs. For natural gas and coal prices, they increased by 2 to 5 times respectively. Against this upward global trend, Hong Kong has no alternative. But comparing to other cities, our tariffs are not very high. Comparing to London and New York, the CLP charge is actually 50% lower. In fact, the international fuel prices have come down. It's gradually becoming stable. It is expected that according to the fuel clause charge, the tariffs will come down. In June, the Hong Kong government will be introducing a new round of electricity subsidy scheme. $1,000 will be given to each household. This will entail $2.9 billion from the public coffers, benefiting 2.9 million households. And there is also the community support scheme put forward by the CLP to provide a financial assistance to elderly users and households in need. Apart from the short-term relief measures, in the medium to long term, we should work on improving the fuel mix so that we increase the ratio of nuclear energy and renewable energy. This can also help suppress the fuel cost increase and abide by the spirit of the two sessions so as to steadily progress towards the carbon neutrality goal. We have nuclear energy, coal and natural gas and renewable energy. Nuclear energy accounts for 1/3 of the mix, whereas in HEC, the mix is 50-50 without nuclear energy. Without compromising stability and reliability of supply, the two companies should gradually increase the percentage of nuclear energy in the mix. There should be stronger collaboration with the mainland counterparts to import nuclear energy from the mainland. On the review of the scheme of control agreements, I think the focus should not only be on lowering the permitted rate of return, but to strike the proper balance between maintaining safe and reliable supply and lowering the permitted rate of return. There should be a link between safety, reliability, affordability, and and environmental protection. Now, if the power companies could achieve these policy objectives, they could earn up to 8% as permitted rate of return. Failing to do that, they should lower the rate of return. Finally, the government should step up publicity and public education to give energy-saving tips to the public and encourage energy-saving practices. Energy-saving technologies and equipment should be promoted. In 2022, the annual report of CLP mentioned that the air conditioning energy saving initiative received positive feedback. They managed to save 30% of energy. This can benefit the general public. I so submit.
Mrs. Regina Yip. I have been listening to Mr. Michael Look as well as other colleagues who spoke. As a result, I think we're talking about three major objectives when it comes to our expectations of the power companies. First, cheap electricity. Every time when the SCA is under review, the people and the media would expect a drop in their price. Second, we want to have safety and reliability in terms of electricity supply. It is important, as many has pointed out, for us to develop advanced manufacturing industries, for us to have quantum data centers, for us to have ChatGPT. I think you all know that when AR is involved, we need to consume a huge amount of electricity. We also encourage the switch over to electric vehicles. All this would result in a higher demand of electricity. We want it to be cheap. We would also be sure that it is reliable. And third, and of course, we want to have decarbonization. We want to have carbon neutrality in the year 2050. So colleagues and the population at large would like to see a decrease in the cost. We should import zero carbon energy from the mainland, including nuclear energy. It is now accounting for 25% of the CLP's supply. We want to get more, and therefore at Changguan O Area 132, we are going to build a reception facility. We are doing our utmost. We have got the nuclear power. We have got the offshore liquefied natural gas terminal jointly held by the two power companies. All such can go to reduce emission, but all such are capital-intensive investments. Electricity tariff rates have gone up a lot. This is because in the past, the power companies signed contracts to get cheap supply of coal and natural gas. All of them have expired. They need to procure new sources of fuel, and they have to secure clean energy. So it is difficult to achieve the three objectives at the same time. Colleagues have been talking about importing more and cheaper energy from the mainland. I read a news story saying that in the year 2023, some provinces and cities may experience a shortage at the peak of their demand. Generally speaking, there is a reliable supply, but when the demand peaks, then there would be the situation would be tight because of drought as well as the lower level of water in the lakes or rivers. When we go to the mainland to have a visit, other than the shopping malls and the hotels, generally speaking, during the summer days, they won't turn down the air temperature of the air conditioning systems. Well, whenever you enter a high-speed train station, you'll find that the temperature is rather high. They do their utmost to conserve energy. Quite unlike our government offices, quite unlike our shopping malls, we are going overboard when it comes to the optimal temperature of our air conditioning. we know that the mainlanders are conserving energy. Now we ask them to provide cheap energy to us. Is it reasonable? In Hong Kong, we have sort of over air conditioning. Sometimes when we go to a restaurant, we ask the operators to turn up the air temperature. Well, in Qinghai, the wind power only costs tens of cents only. But should we get the electricity at the same rate? It is a matter of national subsidy. Should we get that in that way? Or should the Hong Kong government subsidize it? Then it becomes a burden on the public purse. But it means that when the electricity is cheap, we will tend towards overconsumption of electricity, and it goes against our target of conserving energy to save the earth. I think we're duty bound to explain to the citizens that nothing comes without a cost. If we want to have decarbonization, if we want to achieve zero carbon, we have to pay a price for that. Please pause. Mr. Benson Luke. Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are having a debate. It isn't just a matter of whether we should cut the tariff rates for the electricity. We shouldn't just be talking about a single incident. Rather, we should strike a balance. We should allow the power companies to have sustainable development. On the other hand, we want to have economic development, decarbonization, and safeguarding the livelihood of our people. A scheme of control agreement has been signed between the power companies as well as the Hong Kong government. Now, the SCAs will expire in 2033. A new one can be drafted. When it comes to discussion of public administration issues, we should learn from history. In the 1960s, or since the 1960s, 5 agreements have been signed, bearing in mind the prevailing economic and social circumstances and the prevailing government policies. Changes, modifications have been carried out. For the permitted rate of return, it started at the level of 13.5%. Now it has come down to 8%. So by pegging the permitted rate of return to the average fixed assets, well, I think we know that by going after clean energy, we need to increase the investment. We need to increase the fixed assets that would in turn add pressure to the tariff rates. Well, whether 8%, which is the current rate, is reasonable, then we need to look at the rising interest rates internationally. And also, generally speaking, internationally, fuel prices are at a high level. Then you can tell whether it is at a reasonable level. I know that if we are to get an agreement that will strike a balance among a basket of interests or factors, it won't be easy. We want to get an agreement. If we can get an agreement that satisfies the ideas that I talked about, then it means that our targets of high reliability, lower emission, and lower carbon levels can be achieved. When the Russian-Ukraine war broke out, the international energy market underwent major fluctuations. Across the world, electricity prices fluctuated and went up drastically. When compared with other cities, we bore a lesser brunt. We have the Tariff Stabilization Fund, and it did play its role. It has been effective in stabilizing the tariff rates. But of course, the SCAs are subject to amendments or modifications. But then before we agree on the changes, as others have said, we need to strike a balance among the factors involved. We can't just change it for the sake of change. Hong Kong is an IFC. Hong Kong is an international innovation and technology center. We have a dense population. We need a safe and reliable supply of electricity. That is of utmost importance. Before we introduce any change, we mustn't sacrifice a reliable supply. In the year 2021, we have the Climate Action Plan 2050. We want to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050, 10 years earlier than the national target. We know that there isn't free lunch. There isn't any free green energy in this world. If we want to be conservative when it comes to tariff increases, I think we have no choice but be conservative about our decarbonization targets. At a panel discussion session, I asked the Secretary, that is, if we are to reduce the investment of the power companies, would it be feasible and an option for us to extend the target year of carbon neutrality by 10 years, bringing it on a par with the national target year of 2016. But of course, decarbonization, cutting down on carbon emission and cutting down on carbon would be our targets. We know that we can't just stop at shouting slogans. We need to pay a price for that. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in support of Michael Loke's motion as well as Simon Joey Lee's amendment. Many people have said that when compared with previous years, we are paying much more for our electricity, 20% more for CLP, 45% more for HEC customers. You all know that it is all because of the rising fuel costs, but still it has brought about a public outrage. This is because we can't catch up with the price increases. In today's world, across the board, many sectors are having difficulties in running their business. But the two power companies don't have any risk to bear, and they have a profit guaranteed. It is to the envy of many people. Why is it so? Now, for the two power companies, they had human errors and they had outages, and yet they still got their incentives awarded to them. Let's hope that in the midterm or the interim review of the SCA, there will be appropriate modifications. However, today's focus is on the importation of energy from the mainland so as to suppress the electricity charges. Electricity is a daily necessity, as has been pointed out by many colleagues. Well, you need to switch on your aircon, your fridge, and then your mobile phone, even if you can afford to forget your wallet. And then soon we will be driving electric vehicles. Now, the two companies enjoy a natural monopoly. And as a result of this advantage, they are able to shift the only risk that they're facing to the customers fully, passing it fully to the customers. Well, of course, it is a matter of natural monopoly. And then you will understand that it will be very difficult to find another investor to come to Hong Kong, get a piece of land, and build a generation plant. It is quite impossible. At the same time, we may want to ask this question. Is it just because of this we have to bear with it forever so that we allow the two power companies to stay in such a model forever in Hong Kong? There is no risk but high rates of return when they generate and sell electricity to us. Is there an opportunity that we can make use of to change the picture? As the Secretary has said, we are interconnected with the mainland grid. So somehow we are capable to change the picture. But of course, it is a far cry from getting a huge amount or the major part of our electricity supply from the mainland. Well, we are being held ransom. I think the power companies think that we haven't got a fallback position, so they are not going to make concessions. At the end of the day, who are the victims? The general public. Mr. President, when we talk about interconnection, we have to emphasize interconnecting the grids between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon and the New Territories. In the past, the two grids were interconnected, but then there's only when there is an emergency or when it is a matter of rendering support in a supplementary or complementary sense. We need to have better interconnection between HEC and CLP networks. Now, Hong Kong Island customers have to pay much more than our CLP counterparts. Last year, we might be paying $400, $500. Now we pay $700, much more than our counterparts on the other side of the harbor. It is because HEC can only be using fossil fuel to generate electricity. So it is high time for us to make sure that the 3 cables interconnecting the 2 companies will be enhanced. And for Chang Kung O Area 132, we should build the infrastructure as early as possible so that Hong Kong Island customers will have access to cheaper electricity. Mr. President, we are fully behind the plan to achieve carbon neutrality in the year 2050 and reaching the peak in 2030. But of course, it must be affordable to the general public. So I spoke. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Michael Look, you may now speak on the amendments. Mr. President, first of all, I'm grateful to Mr. Andrew Lam as well as Mr. Simon Hui Lee for moving the amendments so that we can cover more issues and more perspectives. For the 2 amendments, I think there isn't too many differences. However, there is a key difference. Let me talk about the similarities. We all agree that the surging electricity prices add to our burden, adding burden to the businesses, adding burden to our citizens, and our business environment has been adversely affected. Therefore, we all try to find a way to suppress the electricity tariff rates. We are on a common ground in this regard. For Mr. Lee's amendment, I'm grateful to him because he referred us to the publication in 2015 of the public consultation on the future development of the electricity market. Back then, it is said that we should take a look of paragraphs 26 and 27 of Schedule 5 to the SCA. That is, we should make preparations for opening up the power grids for access by new electricity suppliers. So it is a concrete policy objective of opening up the market. The government has already got it written down. As to how that is to be achieved, I think we should try to give suggestions to the government so that we can come up with something which is feasible. And then for Mr. Andrew Lam's amendment, well, he has been emphasizing that we should uphold reliability, safety, and the environmental performance of the 2 power companies. We share the concern here. We don't want to have frequent blackouts as in the case of the USA after a reform. My family was also affected by the Tuen Mun outage. We had our dinner in the dark. It was romantic, but it isn't something that would like to happen all the time. So when it comes to the reliability and safety of electricity supply and having good environmental performance, I don't think they conflict with lowering the permitted rate of return. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to make a profit. I'm not asking them to incur a deficit. I'm not saying that they should be made to bear a deficit and then the facilities will be worn and torn and there would be problems. Well, all I'm asking for is that after tax, they are permitted to make a return of 8%. That's too high. I'm grateful to the Secretary for agreeing to go along such a direction. That is, the government will also want to have a lower rate of return. Would like to thank the Secretary for that. Now, Andrew, if you agree that businesses and citizens are suffering as a result of the higher electricity tariff rates, why can't you agree with us so that we make the power companies to bear the social corporate responsibility and lower their rate of return so that our morale would be boosted while we are returning to normalcy. So I can't agree with Andrew Lam, and it will also erode the effectiveness of my original motion. As to the disclosure of information, of course, I agree that that shouldn't be done while eroding their commercial bargaining power. I agree with him in that regard. We don't want to be counterproductive. So, colleagues, when you consider my motion, please I don't think you need to worry that by publicizing all the information, the power companies will run into problems, will be disadvantaged when they try to procure reasonably priced fuel. Now, we have openness, we have transparency, but it hasn't put the government in an unfavorable position in procurement matters. So I hope members do need to worry about my original motion as well as the amendment proposed by Simon Lee when it comes to the disclosure of information. So I spoke. Thank you.
Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, once again, I thank Mr. Michael Look for his motion, and Mr. Andrew Lam and Dr. Simon Lee for their amendment. I also thank other members for their insightful comments on the motion. Now, in the development of the power market, we've been discussing with the mainland, collaboration with the regions nearby to boost the supply of zero-carbon energy. This will help us stabilize tariff levels. This will also ensure a stable supply and clean energy. CLP imports power through its clean energy transmission system from the Daya Bay Nuclear Power Station and the China Southern Power Grid. The government approved CLP's development plan in 2018. The plan covers enhancing the clean energy transmission system, which will see its power cables replaced to boost the system's capacity. The project is due for completion in 2025. Afterwards, Hong Kong will be able to import more clean energy with greater flexibility. Power from the mainland will make up a greater part of our fuel mix, from 27% now to roughly 35% or so at that point. The central government has always supported our efforts to make greater use of clean energy. This is to cut emissions and improve air quality. The National Energy Administration, or NEA, and the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Energy Cooperation in 2008 on the long-term supply of the nuclear energy and natural gas to Hong Kong. The Environment and Ecology Bureau is in active talks with the NEA on further boosting the supply of zero-carbon energy to Hong Kong. We do not rule out procuring any kind of zero-carbon energy from the mainland, be it nuclear energy or other renewable energy sources. We will also explore the feasibility of developing zero-carbon project near Hong Kong. When appropriate, we will brief the Legislative Council on those developments. Now, to further boost the capacity of bringing in mainland electricity, the government has also set aside land in Cheung Kwan O Area 132 for electricity facilities. The EFs will be linked with the two power companies' power supply systems to improve their interconnection and transmission capacities. This will help stabilize tariff levels in the long run and also cut emissions from local power plants, benefiting the entire community. This project is still at the initial planning stage and is expected to be commissioned by 2035. At that point, imported zero-carbon energy will make up 60 to 70% of our fuel mix. On renewable energy, the government has been promoting the use of renewable energy, or RE, and we have been providing incentives for power companies to step up their work in this regard. At different buildings, we installed solar panels. We will continue to enhance the work. Today, renewable energy is still on the pricey side of things. So in scaling up the use of renewable energy, we will also bear in mind the implications it may have on tariffs. On opening up the power grid, overseas experience suggests that opening up the power grid is not a guarantee of lower tariffs and more steady supply. We need a steady supply of power for people's lives. The power market involves huge investment and also stable operation. We also need to work with regions nearby. On the long term, whether we should open up the power grid, that process will involve complex considerations. We need to curb vicious competition and also ensure that power companies have enough resources and put them into development, and to keep tariffs at reasonable levels and also provide clean energy to help us achieve the goal of carbon neutrality. Under our current scheme of control agreement, any change proposed to the regulatory framework will not take effect until the current SCAs expire, that is the end of 2033. Internationally, in recent years, there is a trend towards carbon neutrality, and given the rapid pace at which the technology of electricity changes, there will be changes in the power market in the future. So now we need to step up cooperation with regions nearby, ensure stable supply and a safe supply. We will follow the SCAs. We will explore with the power companies at an appropriate time on how the future power market will be regulated and how the market will work on matters such as whether and how to open up the power grid. Now, on places without power distribution system, say places on artificial islands or the northern metropolis, on the question of bringing in new suppliers, we keep an open mind on these matters. But one thing matters. We need to ensure steady, reliable, safe supply, and the tariffs need to be reasonable, and we need to minimize the environmental impact. In picking a supplier, we will make sure we can meet those goals. Now, on permitted returns, under the current scheme of control agreements, the permitted returns went down from 13.5% to 9.99%. Under the current SCAs, it has been lowered further to 8%. Still, the government keeps an open mind about the interim review. We do not limit ourselves on what we will be reviewing. Now, the review will be based on the current SCAs, which will remain in force until 2033. Any change to the SCAs will require the agreement of the government and the two power companies before they take effect. Now, based on stakeholders' views, in this interim review, we will propose lowering the permitted rate of returns further to ease the pressure on rising tariffs. The SCAs also provide for a customer performance penalty and incentive system covering a number of things: restoration of power, reliability, etc. Last year, CLP saw an incident with the cable bridge, and then 2 months ago, Hong Kong Electric also had an outage. The penalty and incentive system is flawed. So our plan is to make it an emphasis to review the penalty mechanism in the interim review to boost the reliability of power supply. Now, also on the indicators about the power about restoration power supply, such that human-induced error will not be a cause for incentive, and also penalties for large outages. On fuel costs, there's a cost pass-through mechanism for power companies to recover the fuel costs from people. There's a fuel cost adjustment account. The difference is reflected in that account. Power companies get to charge customers for rising fuel costs or give them back through rebates. There's a monthly adjustment mechanism. This will help reflect the changing fuel costs. The government is aware that there are shortcomings under the current system. When energy prices soar, the power companies will pass on the costs on to customers. The government believes the two power companies need to shoulder greater social responsibility by stabilizing tariffs, and that means bringing in a mechanism to share the fuel costs. That way, when an energy crisis strikes, the power companies can ride out the tough times together with the people. Now, we will, in this review, explore a cost-sharing system. Again, this mechanism will need the agreement of the two power companies before it can be implemented. Under the SCAs, the government will ask the companies to do what they can to stabilize the tariffs to minimize the impact of rising energy costs. On transparency, The current SCA is covered in an electronic information booklet available to the public. It sets out tariff, safety, environmental management, and the promotion of renewable energy, energy efficiency, and saving. Also included are the power company's operating expenditures and financial statements, such as the cost of power generation and non-power generation systems, and also the adjustment mechanism of fuel clause charges and fuel mix. Through this interim review, we will ask the power companies to be more transparent with their financial statements. This means explaining how fuel costs and the FCRA work, the detailed operating expenditures, performance, and earnings under the incentive and penalty mechanism. These steps will enhance the power companies' accountability. We will also talk to the power companies about whether they can disclose more operational details, such as the criteria for picking fuel suppliers, and whether disclosures can be made more often. On financial oversight, we propose stricter oversight of power companies' expenditures, assets, and investments. This includes better accounting practices, such as reviewing the criteria for putting operating expenditure under fixed assets and maximum interest rates borne by the power companies for their loans, a review of the life cycle of various fixed assets, a requirement for power companies to obtain the government's prior approval for the transaction or development of fixed assets, such as land, and to share the profits with users. Now, on the 5-year development plans, Hong Kong is an international financial center and aviation hub. Stable power supply is crucial. The government will continue to monitor the power company's 5-year development plans, including the proposed capital project, to avoid excessive, premature, unnecessary, or irrational investments. This is to ensure stable power supply and environmental performance, while also meeting the goal of lower tariffs through optimizing resource allocation and boosting the efficiency of power supply networks. President, the government keeps an open mind about the interim review. Now, we are not setting any limits on the scope of the review. The government notes members' comments and will carefully study the great comments members have made, and we will also raise these points with the power companies for discussion. After the review is done, the government will report the findings when appropriate. President, I so submit.
I call upon Mr. Andrew Lam to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Dennis Leung claims the division bell will rung for 5 minutes. Voting begins. Please check your vote. If there is no question, voting is closed. Please display the results. Election Committee, 36 present, 13 for, 9 against, 14 abstention. Functional and Geographical Constituencies, 45 present, 6 for, 25 against, 13 abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Ms. Dari Lee. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the motion on importing electricity from the mainland to stabilize electricity tariffs in Hong Kong and the amendments, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question to you that Ms. Dari Lee's motion moved by Ms. Dari Lee be passed. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. The motion is passed. Now, the Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. Dr. Simon Lee, please move your amendments. President, I move my amendments. I propose the question to you that Dr. Simon Lee's amendments be passed. Mr. Tommy Cheung claims the division. The division bell will be rung for 1 minute. Please check your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed. Please display the results. Election Committee, 36 present, 24, 0 against, 16 abstentions. Functional and Geographical Constituencies, 45 present, 35 for, 0 against, 9 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Michael Look, you still have 1 minute, 45 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Thank you, President. I thank 33 members for speaking in the motion debate and also for the Secretary's reply to the suggestions made in the original motion and the amendments. The government pledges to more proactively introduce electricity supply from the mainland, open up the electricity grid to introduce competition. And also concerning the review of the SCA, concerning the permitted rates of profits, and also the review mechanism, there will be further review. Now, this is a non-binding motion, but this is very influential in that it influences more than the government's policy-making process. Now, the interim review is a review requiring consensus between the government and the two power companies. Now, many members mentioned about the corporate social responsibility of the power companies. So I hope the two power companies can really take this perspective and reduce the rates of permitted profits and also adjust the mechanism on tariff. Now, there have been a lot of valuable views put forward. The FTU will continue to advocate for enhancements of the electricity policy so that citizens can enjoy energy at a reasonable price. Now, I put the question to you that Mr. Michael Look's motion, as amended by Mr. Andrew Lam, be passed. Mr. Tommy Cheung claims the division. The division bell will be rung for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed. Display the results, please. Election Committee, 36 present, 21 for, 0 against, 15 abstentions. Functional and Geographical Constituencies, 45 present, 34 for, 0 against, 10 abstentions. The question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended. Passed.
無立法
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Professor Chen Wing-kwong will move a motion on actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine. Members, please remain quiet. To alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system, 3 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Professor Chen Wing-kwong to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Ms. Chen Hoi-yen, Ms. Jofi Chen, and Mr. Lee Chan-keun to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon Professor Chen Wing-kwong to speak and move the motion. President, thank you. I move the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. That is, actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. I must first declare I'm a registered Chinese medicine practitioner, and I'm a professor of the School of Chinese Medicine in the Chinese University. I'm also member in a number of associations associated to Chinese medicine. Now, we see that Chinese medicine has worked very well in curing COVID-19, so there's now increasing demand for Chinese medicine services. But then it is a great pity that in Hong Kong all along, there's not been a comprehensive blueprint for the development of Chinese medicine. Also in Hong Kong, the mainstream has always been Western medicine. That's why there's very limited provision of Chinese medicine services in the healthcare system. That's why I'm moving this motion. I hope the government will actively promote the development of Chinese medicine and also make good use of the power of Chinese medicine to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. And also we have to improve the quality of Chinese medicine in the public healthcare system, and we can better protect the health of the public. Now, we want Chinese medicine to play a more active role in the healthcare system, so we need to make good use of the talents in the Chinese medicine sector. We know that in healthcare sector there is persistent manpower shortage, and there's a long waiting time for consultations. This problem has not been resolved for many years. The Health Bureau's figures shows that as at end of June 2022, there are 1,553 Chinese medicine, in 8,070 registered Chinese practitioners, 27 practitioners of limited registration, and 2,461 listed Chinese practitioners. And that number is not has stayed the same for a long time because we don't have a policy for promoting Chinese medicine, and also there are no registered Chinese medicine practitioners working in the public hospitals. So that's a waste of human resources. I believe there should be policy support so that Chinese medicine practitioners could also help in relieving the burden in the healthcare system. As to how we could make good use of the Chinese medicine resources, first, we need to promote the development of Chinese medicine services. There are now 2 main types of services. One is the integrated Chinese-Western collaboration scheme as program, but then there are limited resources, so there are limited Chinese medicine services. In all 43 public hospitals, only 8 public hospitals are in this integrated pilot scheme, and then they only focus on stroke care, pain care, pain treatment, cancer treatment, and so on. And then there were just over 1 million consultations last year in the 18 Chinese medicine clinics and training and research centers. And even if there are going to be more such centers in the future, they cannot meet the demand. So we want Chinese medicine to play a bigger role in the healthcare system. That means the government has to plow in far more resources. So to increase public sector services first, we need to increase the number of subsidized places in the CTRs. And also, there should be more places in public hospitals. More public hospitals need to provide the service. And then in the long run, the government need to set up a Chinese medicine department in public hospitals. There should be Chinese medicine practitioners deployed to the accident and emergency wards, and there should be Chinese medicine inpatient services. Only then we are able to have proper triage of patients to different Chinese medicine services, and then there could be a shorter waiting time and there will be better experience for patients. And then patients will also have greater access to subsidized Chinese medicine services. And that is in response to the strong demand for Chinese medicine among the public. Now, we want Chinese medicine to play an even bigger role in public healthcare system. Just deploying resources is not enough. The government needs to be able to deregulate and so that there will be better integration among the different professional medicine disciplines. Now, in Western medicine, there are various medicine disciplines, and in Western medicine, after registered doctors see a patient, they can refer patients to different services, such as they could also refer patients to do imaging and other tests, but then Chinese medicine practitioners are not authorized to do the same. So that's why there is no proper integration and there is no synergy effect that actually undermines the interests of patients, and it may also delay treatment. So we want the government not to drag its feet any longer. It should review the relevant Chinese medicine legislation and subsidy legislation so that Chinese medicine practitioners and other healthcare practitioners should have the power to refer patients to take tests and imaging and so on, so that there could be better integration between the different healthcare disciplines and better protect the health of the public. Now, we need to enhance the quality of public healthcare system, so more training of Chinese medicine talents is important. The government needs to do two things as a matter of urgency. First, it has to develop a Chinese medicine policy. The current legal framework does not provide for a Chinese medicine specialty structure. So that's why Chinese medicine specialists are not recognized, and that will stifle the development of modern Chinese medicine. It also has negative impact on the industry trying to attract more talent. So that's why there has to be a policy on Chinese medicine specialty as soon as possible. And then it should cover training, qualification, accreditation, further studies, and so on, continuous professional training, and so on. So this will enhance the competitiveness of the sector. And also, there should be a study on the pay structure so that Chinese medicine practitioners enjoy reasonable remuneration in terms of service. Both Chinese medicine practitioners have to take a 6-year course like Western doctors, but then after they graduate, they may not enjoy the same status and pay as their counterparts in the Western medicine stream. For example, the 18 CMCTRs, the starting salary is just about $27,000. It's actually 20% lower than the starting pay of nurses in public hospitals. And then for doctors, the starting pay is over $70,000, so it's a far cry from what Chinese medicine practitioners are getting. This is not fair, and it stands in the way of upward mobility for young practitioners. So it's unfair and unreasonable. There should be a pay structure as soon as possible so that there will be equal pay for Chinese and Western medicine practitioners, and then there will be better room for development for the Chinese medicine practitioners. We do have good Chinese medicine talents, and with Chinese medicine, it's effective in treatment and preventive care. So I hope the government will take on board my suggestions and take proactive steps to promote the development of Chinese medicine. If there is proper policy support and we leverage on the power of Chinese medicine, definitely Chinese medicine will help to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system, and we can better protect public health, and then we could also make better contributions. So I ask members to support my motion. Thank you.
I now propose the question to you that Professor Chen Wing-Kwong's motion be passed. I think we won't be able to wrap up this motion debate this evening. I will stop at roughly 6 p.m. That's when I will adjourn the meeting. Ms. Chan Ho-Yan. Thank you, President. My amendment goes like this. I want to highlight the key importance of Chinese medicine in primary health care. We've been talking about Chinese medicine development for many years, and in the council and in the community at large, there are many directions for the development. I agree with Professor Chairman Kwong's key thrust in his motion. Promoting Chinese medicine, or CM, should be more than just a slogan. It should be there to achieve a goal. It's not just because there are now more Chinese medicine practitioners. The goal of promoting CM development is to ease the pressure on our healthcare system. I have been pushing for the development of primary healthcare. I argued for redeploying services, reorganizing resources to avoid the collapse of the healthcare system. CM will be a key role in primary healthcare. We have roughly 2.2 million people with chronic illnesses in Hong Kong. The government also said that 10 years from now, there may be up 3 million people with chronic illnesses. With this size of patients, we need manpower, and we need the right kind of manpower. CM is about strengthening the body and preventive care, and that's exactly what we can do about the expected number of people with chronic illnesses. We have more than 8,000 registered CM practitioners, and there are more than 2,400 scheduled CM practitioners. Making good use of these CM practitioners will mean we can have more CM services in the community with subsidies, so those in rehabilitative care or those with chronic illnesses can access the CM services in the community. That will take pressure off the frontline healthcare professionals. And this is something our healthcare system needs to have. So when we talk about professional development of CM, we need CM as a profession as part of our primary healthcare. The Health Bureau announced this. This is the primary healthcare blueprint. The blueprint outlines the future development of our primary healthcare. This turns on procuring from the market. There are merits to this approach. The goal of primary healthcare is to get patients to turn to the community rather than hospitals. On this point, the government needs to show greater commitment. At district health centers, there needs to be some essential services. This includes CM services and community pharmacy. This means people can turn to these DHCs instead of hospitals, and this is where the government needs to put in more resources. At DHCs, we need resident CM practitioners who can provide a basic diagnosis, and we should also do mobile CM vehicles so people who feel unwell can turn to the community CM practitioners instead of rushing to A&E departments. The government should also make a plan about public sector CM services. At Department of Health clinics and other public outpatient clinic services, there needs to be CM services to care for patients, give people a choice, and this can also help incorporate CM practitioners into mainstream healthcare professionals. This will also mean a career ladder for CM practitioners, show the young CM practitioners the future. Let me also talk about the Chinese medicine pharmacist. In Western medicine, a doctor gives the diagnosis and prescribes medicine. But then there are still pharmacists who are there as a gatekeeper. The pharmacists have their own professional qualifications. But then when it comes to Chinese medicine, for Chinese medicine pharmacists, even with decades of experience and a wealth of knowledge in the medicine, but there is no professional registration system for Chinese medicine pharmacists. So they simply put together the medicine according to a prescription. For the long-term development of a Chinese medicine sector, you need not just CM practitioners, but also CM pharmacists. So we need a full spectrum of training, and we also need a system professional registration for Chinese medicine pharmacists. so that these practitioners can help take pressure off our healthcare system. I hope the government can listen to the views from the community and the trade that so submit. I support Professor Chan's motion, and I also hope members can support my amendment. Ms. Jovi Chan. Thank you, President. I support Professor Chan's motion on actively promoting the development of CM to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. I move this amendment on behalf of the FTU. Now, our FTU's health clinics also offers CM services. Now, I would like to reflect some views from the trade, the community, and also young CM students, because they will be our future CM practitioners. Now, first, I put in our country's target about CM, and this is something the Hong Kong SAR should work towards. Now, to implement the development plan for the GBA, now the office of a leading group of the GBA and also the Guangdong Provincial People's Government formulated the construction plan for the Chinese medicine high ground in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area 2020 to 2025. This is to ensure robust development of CM and also to ensure that this area can become a model in terms of talent and CM development. And this can help CM as a sector go global and create favorable conditions. But the SCL government representatives did little after attending the briefing. It was only in the last year's policy address that we proposed a commissioner for CM, and then and then also the 18 districts of Chinese medicine clinic teaching and research centers. The construction plan mentions support for Hong Kong's first CM hospital. Our government mentioned that starting from 2025, the Chinese medicine hospital will be commissioned in phases, but that's taking too long. My amendment reflects the comments from the sector. Even before the hospital opens, we need to promote the popularization of CM services, so we need more slots and more service points. At the district health centers across districts, we need CM services. There are 43 public hospitals under the hospital authority. 43 hospitals plus and health facilities. Now, the pilot scheme of the integrated Chinese Western medicine services are only available at 8 such facilities, and the treatment only covered cancer and back pain, etc. Across 18 districts, there were only 3 district health centers with Chinese medicine services, and that's not ideal. For the public, the pilot scheme of the integrated Chinese Western medicine services is also pricey, and that puts people off. The daily charge of Chinese medicine services is just $120 per day, but that excludes the inpatient fee. So people have to pay another $100. So this means the Chinese medicine service fees will be double that of Western medicine practitioners, and this is where improvement is needed. Now, on how CM students view this sector, I found out from people studying Chinese medicine, they don't see a future for studying Chinese medicine. The government is not taking CM development seriously, and the pay is way lower. For registered CM practitioners, the pay is lower than registered nurses, physiotherapists. But then at the university, the program is 6 years long, just like Western medicine. And Chinese medicine students have to take courses in Western medicine. So CM as a discipline puts young people off, and some simply switch to the nursing stream. We need young people who can grow, and then Hong Kong will prosper. If young people lose confidence in our CM sector, then how can we have confidence in our CM sector? I support the motion and I urge members to support my amendment. Mr. Michael Lee. Thank you, President. CM is a comprehensive and deep area, and it has been useful to prevent diseases and treat diseases, and CM is a key part of Chinese culture. CM is popular in Hong Kong. 3 years of COVID, people have learned more about Chinese medicine, and the demand for CM services is growing. People know CM offers great benefit in rehabilitative care and address long COVID, such as sleep loss and persistent coughs. This means CM is not just good for long-term diseases, but it can also help prevent diseases from worsening, and people are getting more confident about CM. We are seeing more seniors in Hong Kong, and this will put greater pressure on our public healthcare system. This means promoting CM, putting in more resources, and having more slots and outpatient clinics with CM services, and to achieve preventive care. These are pressing matters. Last December, roughly mid-December to mid-January, the following year, the coldest days in the year. The people suffering from coughs and rhinitis, they welcome Chinese medicine. But it turns out there are just 3 district health centers, and they work with the local Chinese medicine clinics to offer CM services. I suggest that other DHCs should also work with their CM clinics, offer outpatient clinic services, providing preventive care, scale up the services, take pressure off the public healthcare sectors, and promote this model of prevention-based care. Now, on integrated Chinese and Western services, in 2011, the pilot scheme came out. 8 hospitals take part in the scheme. The hospitals work with Chinese medicine clinics. They come up with clinical plans by having doctors working with CM practitioners. Treatment plans are drawn up. This also includes Chinese medicine and also acupuncture. Since the pilot scheme has been in place for more than 9 years, and the clinical data shows the treatment works, the scheme should be expanded to cover other diseases such as gynecology conditions, skin diseases, eczema, etc. These are where we can promote Chinese-Western collaboration. Now, to promote this integration, the government should consider relaxing the restriction on CM practitioners, on referring patients to imaging, such as for traumatological services or gynecological conditions. CM practitioners should be able to refer these patients to other services. Now, we should also promote the clinical treatment and research of CM. This will raise the professional profile of CM practitioners so that people can pick the CM practitioners they want. Some practitioners are saying the DHCs across districts are run by non-governmental organizations on a self-financing basis. This means the pay for CM practitioners vary from center to center. The practitioners are urging for a pay scale and a career ladder, better pay. That way you can get more people to join the CM trade. CM practitioners are paid lower than Western medicine practitioners and nurses. So I urge the government to bring in something like a pay scale of the hospital authority, bring in a tiered system so you can have the junior, senior, and the officer level practitioners. In Cheng Kung, we will have the first CM hospital. That's where we can train CM talent. That's where we can also have CM practitioners do clinical treatment and research. Now, on speeding up the sharing of Chinese and Western medical records, in 2010, there was the EC Connect, which came out. It was made free of charge for CM clinics. Starting from last March, EC Connect was linked up with eHealth, but the sharing was limited in scope. CM practitioners in Hong Kong and top-notch hospitals in the mainland should be able to access records on eHealth. This includes the general department, and so that people can access both Chinese medicine care and Western medicine care. As I said in my opening remarks, people accept CM services. The government needs to work with the CM sector from a variety of perspectives, promote the development of CM, incorporate CM services into our healthcare system to take pressure off the healthcare system.
Secretary for Health. President, members, I thank Professor Chen Wing-Kwong for his motion and Ms. Rebecca Chen, Ms. Joby Chen, and Mr. Li Zhenkern for their amendments. It gives us the opportunity for an in-depth discussion on the developments of Chinese medicine, or CM. As President Xi Jinping says, Chinese medicine represents the philosophy and practical experience on healthcare of the Chinese nation spanning over millenniums. It is a treasure of the Chinese culture which embodies the great wisdom of the Chinese nation. Indeed, CM has made significant contribution to people's health and is now an integral part of Hong Kong's healthcare system. Since our return to the motherland, the government has been promoting the developments of CM in Hong Kong. We have established a robust regulatory regime on CM, laying a solid foundation for its development. With the staunch support of the country, the government has stepped up its efforts to comprehensively promote high-quality development of CM in recent years. CM plays a more pivotal role in addressing public health events. During the COVID-19 epidemic, the government worked closely with the CM sector to promote the comprehensive use of CM in preventive care, treatment, and rehabilitation of COVID patients. The remarkable results have increased public confidence in CM. In promoting high-quality developments of CM, we need to give play to Hong Kong's unique advantage in pure CM. On the other hand, we have to ride on our strengths in service system, regulatory regime, and standard setting, so that we can contribute to the national developments of CM by being a connector between the country and the world. In the following, I will explain the government's key work and latest progress made in the 3 areas mentioned in the motion, and then I will listen to members' views. Now, there are 3 areas. First, on enhancing top-level design and policy framework for CM. In 2018, the Chinese Medicine Unit, or the CMU, was established under the Bureau for coordinating policy matters on CM. To promote long-term, comprehensive, and high-quality developments of CM, the post of Commissioner for CM Development was proposed in the 2022 Policy Address. I thank the Legislative Council for approving the relevant establishment proposal earlier on. We will soon canvass candidates among those with a professional CM background and experience from outside the government for strengthening coordination and planning between the profession and the government to promote the development of CM in Hong Kong. Also, we will enhance the functions of the CM unit under the Health Bureau and recruit more support staff from the Chinese medicine profession. The Commissioner for CM Development will spearhead the formulation of the CM Development Blueprints together with the CM sector. It will set long-term objectives and make proposals for the overall development of CM in Hong Kong. The second area is on enhancing the role of CM in the healthcare system. The government will further enhance the role of CM in primary healthcare and inpatient services to meet the public's aspiration and needs. Now, the motion suggests developing public CM services and enhancing collaboration between Western and Chinese medicine. In fact, the government has incorporated CM into the healthcare system in 2018 by establishing a comprehensive subsidized CM service network with 3 major components. 1. Subsidized outpatient services offered by the 18 Chinese medicine clinics cum training and research centers, or CMCTRs. 2. Subsidized integrated Chinese Western medicine, or ICWM services provided by the HA, or Hospital Authority. And 3. Subsidized inpatient and outpatient services to be provided by the future Chinese Medicine Hospital. First, on CMCTR and primary healthcare services. Now, the positioning of the 18 CMCTRs was reaffirmed in March 2020. Besides the original functions of training and research, CMCTRs now also offer subsidized CM outpatient services at the district level. To further enhance CM's role in primary healthcare, we will increase the number of subsidized outpatient service quota from 600,000 a year to 800,000 by the end of this year. Currently, there are some 10,000 CM practitioners in Hong Kong, 90% of which are practicing in the private markets. This highlights the importance of private CM service providers in primary healthcare. At present, Private primary healthcare services offered by CM practitioners are already covered by the Elderly Healthcare Voucher Scheme. The government plans to enhance the Elderly Healthcare Voucher pilot scheme by increasing the value of healthcare vouchers from $2,000 per year to $2,500. Elderly users will have to spend a minimum of $1,000 of the voucher's value on specified primary healthcare purposes, including preventive care and health management. After that, an additional $500 will be disbursed to the account for specified uses, including CM preventive care and health management. Now, in other words, the $2,500 in the elderly healthcare voucher can be spent entirely on CM services. Now, we will also enhance CM service elements at district health centers, that is DHC and DHC expresses. We will involve more service providers in the district network and initiate more collaborations with the CM CDRs. On ICWM, to help build up experience in operating ICWM and CM inpatient services, we have earlier on commissioned the HA to develop and launch ICWM services to provide ICWM treatments to inpatients of selected disease areas through CM CTRs. Patients would also receive outpatient follow-up services upon discharge. The HA will regularize the relevant pilot services within this year and increase the number of participating public hospitals and selected disease areas. We plan to gradually extend the scope of ICWM services for stroke care to public hospitals in all 7 clusters in year 2023 to 24. Also, we will study the development of cancer care as a new area under ICWM to leverage on the strength of CM and ICWM. On our first Chinese medicine hospital, it is expected to be commissioned in phases starting from 2025. This will be a change driver promoting the development of services, education, training, innovation and research of CM. The CM hospital will provide clinical services of pure CM, CM playing the predominant role, and ICWM, including inpatient and outpatient services subsidized by the government. In addition, the CMH will support clinical placements of students of the 3 local universities with schools of CM and serve as a clinical training platform for practicing CM practitioners. With regard to the promotion of CM research, the CM hospital will collaborate with universities as well as educational institutions in Hong Kong, the mainland and overseas to conduct clinical research and relating to proprietary CM developments. On developing a high-caliber CM talent pool and promotion of professional development, the motion mentions strengthening training of CM talents. Currently, there are 3 local universities with schools of CM. The schools have pooled high-caliber clinical and research talents in CM for conducting top-notch academic researches on CM and supplying high-quality CM talents for Hong Kong. In fact, building up professional talents is crucial in promoting high-quality developments of CM. For that purpose, the CM Development Fund has a number of schemes in relation to talent nurture. So far, over 2,700 CM practitioners have received subsidies to attend various CM professional training programs. The CM Development Fund has also supported program providers to design and implement innovative training projects in order to fill the gap of the programs available in the existing markets, benefiting more than 8,000 practitioners. In tandem with the commissioning of the CM hospital, we will need more senior CM clinical and management talents. In particular, inpatient services. Besides encouraging course providers to launch more targeted training programs, the government is also discussing the launch of the training program for advanced clinical talents in Chinese medicine with the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The program will provide systematic training for young CM practitioners with higher qualifications, enabling them to become high-level backbone talents of CM theories and clinical practice. The HA will continue to provide advanced clinical and ICWM training to local CM practitioners under the GBA CM Scholar Visiting Scheme. The motion also touches upon various issues on professional developments, including CM specialization developments and cross-disciplinary collaboration. Under the principle of professional autonomy, the government has always supported various medical professions on the issue of professional development. After a consensus is reached by the relevant profession, the statutory boards and councils will lay down the medical procedures and mechanism by way of Code of Professional Conduct. If cross-disciplinary collaboration is involved, the government would encourage dialogue and cooperation between various medical professions to further patients' interest. Code of Professional Conduct or guidelines should be formulated where necessary, so that healthcare professionals clearly understand the professional requirements on the relevant medical procedures and the pertaining professional and legal responsibilities. Adequate professional training should also be provided for quality assurance and for safeguarding patients' safety and interest. Now, to comprehensively promote high-quality development of CM in Hong Kong, there must be cross-sectoral collaboration in society so as to chart a way forward and follow through with it. President, I so submit. We look forward to members' views and suggestions on our CM development policy. And then I will make a consolidated reply. Thank you, President.
馮國議員。
Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. President, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have their own advantages. For Chinese medicine it has an advantage, especially in internal medicine. Now, with modern technology, of course, we have all sorts of exploration means and in Western medicine. So that's why Western medicine is able to give accurate diagnosis and treats many diseases. As for Chinese medicine, it has some long history. It's the treasure, is a national treasure. Through feeling tapping the pulse, and observing a patient, CM practitioners are able to diagnose diseases. And also, Chinese medicine is especially useful for preventive care and also for health maintenance after recovery of an illness. So that's why Western medicine and Chinese medicine will both help to protect public health. I'm grateful to Professor Chen for moving this motion. I hope that Chinese medicine will become even more popular, so as to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. For a long time, Hong Kong has been adopting the UK style of a Western medicine system. In public health hospitals are well developed. We just need to go to a public hospital and we'll receive all sorts of services. And then in the private practice sector, where there is also international standard of services provided. But then for Chinese medicine, for historical reasons, they have never been taken seriously. So that's why Chinese medicine has never been able to play their role properly. In the past, people may not have enough understanding about Chinese medicine, but because of SARS in 2003 and also COVID-19 recently, people come to see that Chinese medicine is effective in both as treatment and as for after care. So that, and also at the international level, Chinese medicine is given due recognition. So therefore, it's the best time for us to further promote the development of Chinese medicine and Chinese Western medicine collaboration. Now, since the registration system of Chinese medicine practitioners, CM practitioners are seeing a higher status. And then since 2000, the three universities, Baptist University, Chinese University, and Hong Kong University, have been offering Chinese medicine courses. Now, although the government is starting to consider the development of Chinese medicine, but then those in charge are Western doctors and also those with Western medicine training. And then eventually there's the 18 Chinese medicine clinics and training and research centers. Now they rename Chinese medicine centers, and only then we're seeing some improvement in the situation. And then now the public has access to affordable Chinese medicine services. But then Chinese medicine services only cover stroke, low back pain, shoulder and neck pain, and cancer palliative care. That's not comprehensive enough. And then in the 2022 policy address, the new policy for Chinese medicine development has been laid down. I hope the Secretary for Health, in his report later, will not just read out again the healthcare blueprint. Instead, I hope he will tell us specific timetable for the. For example, the Shenzhen Hospital of the Hong Kong Yu Hospital has set up a Chinese medicine unit that provides acupuncture services and other specialty services. The specialty services are comparable to the specialty services in the Western medicine stream. When can we see that happen in Hong Kong? Now, today there is this seminar on Chinese medicine promotion. The Xinan University is first promoted Chinese Western medicine collaboration, and now the university is renamed as a university on Chinese Western medicine. And the southwestern part of China is also where we see an important supply of Chinese herbs. Now, of course, in the 14th five-year plan, the focus is on developing Chinese medicine. More importantly, we need to make sure that Chinese medicine will serve the interests of the public, and then we could alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. So I speak in support of the motion and the amendments. Ms. Chen Yip-ming. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Professor Chen Wing-kong on actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. Chinese medicine has a long history. It represents several thousand years of wisdom. It is our national treasure. And in a 3-year pandemic, we certainly could see that Chinese medicine is very effective in treating COVID-19 and also in aftercare of COVID-19 patients. So Chinese medicine has worked very well, and then through this motion today, I hope that there will be further promotion of the development of Chinese medicine. Now, the SL government is actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine. This year, for example, there's post or commissioner for Chinese medicine development has been established, and then the government is also undertaken to prepare a blueprint for the development of Chinese medicine and make plans for the near term, medium term, and long term. And with proper design, that we could promote further the development of Chinese medicine at a high level. And in Northern Metropolis, I believe there is great opportunities for the development of Chinese medicine. Recently, some from the Chinese medicine sector visited Taku Leng in the Northern District. They would like to set up a demonstration zone for the cultivation of Chinese herbs. And so just building a testing center is not enough. Perhaps in the testing center, we could develop standards that are recognized by the international, that are at a par with the international standard. At the same time, that we could set up a Chinese medicine treatment center there. Now, the Northern Metropolis will house about 1/3 of our population. It's close to the mainland. So on this basis, we could leverage on the advantage of the national metropolis being backed by the mainland and connected to the world, and then there could be research there for Chinese medicine, and then there could be a Chinese medicine industry that has proper structure and is up to international level. And then in 2025, the Chinese medicine hospital will be commissioned. For now, government subsidized Chinese medicine services are provided by the 18 CMCTRs and 8 public hospitals. For the Chinese medicine clinics, they look after the day-to-day healthcare needs of the public, and but there is just one government Chinese medicine clinic in each district. People need to make appointments early in the morning, otherwise all the slots will be filled. So therefore, there is not sufficient supply of Chinese medicine clinic services. The government should have regard to the situation in each district and deploy more resources to start more Chinese medicine clinics. And these clinics should also take up the duty of promoting health through the use of Chinese medicine for preventive purpose. So Chinese medicine will then be even more popular among the public, and because this is in line with the government's policy of treating minor illnesses in the community to take pressure off the public hospital system. And also Chinese medicine clinics should be set up in rural areas because the population is more spread out in the rural areas and public transport is not so developed. The public transport system is not so developed, so people could just enjoy cheap and convenient Chinese medicine services in rural areas instead of having to travel to the urban areas. Now, if there could be proper development of Chinese medicine, then they will certainly benefit our community, and eventually we will win international recognition. Thank you. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. I'd like to thank Professor Chen for moving the motion. Now, Chinese medicine is an integral element of the healthcare system. Now, Chinese medicine is very effective in treatment. It is also an important means during treatment means during COVID-19, but there's still much room for development of Chinese medicine. Now, Hong Kong people have strong demand for Chinese medicine, but there is not enough supply. In each of the 18 districts, we have one Chinese medicine clinic, training and research center. And then this is something new. It has a history of only 3 years. In the past 3 years, in 2000, there were 1 million consultations, and then by 2022, it's gone up to 1.5 million consultations a year for these CMCTRs. That means there is increasing demand for Chinese medicine services. So the government should consider giving more subsidy to such district Chinese medicine clinics. In the long run, the government should consider taking the lead to assess the effectiveness and cost benefits of Chinese medicine clinics, and they will consider whether they should continue to leave it to the hospital authority and universities in running these centers. Now, there are views that the government Chinese medicine clinics are charging high fees than the other outpatient clinics. Now, the HA now charges $50 for each consultation at its clinics. As for the Chinese medicine clinic, it charges $120 for each consultation. So there is quite a difference. Now, the HA service is, of course, under the HA, and then the government Chinese medicine clinics is operated by a tripartite collaboration. Now, in the past 3 years, I see that $150 million to $230 million are set aside for hospital authority to operate Chinese medicine clinics so they can provide subsidized services. And the amount actually covers other items as well. For example, operating toxicology laboratories and ensuring quality and also quality assurance of Chinese medicine services. So how much is actually spent on Chinese medicine clinic services alone, and we can't tell. Now, some members asked the government before for what is the total cost of subsidized Chinese medicine clinic services. But then the government evaded the question. Now, the government needs to give figures for the past 3 years on how much it actually spends on subsidizing Chinese medicine clinics. And then they can do projections. What if they lower the cost from $120 to $100, $80 or $50, and then they work out the cost for each scenario. And then with these figures, then we'll know whether we should be spending more public money to support these clinics. And only then can we have a meaningful discussion. Finally, I agree with the original motion that we need to establish a pay structure for Chinese medicine practitioners. Only then can we attract and retain CM talents. As for the statutory powers for referral to imaging services, tests, well, we want that to happen as soon as possible. And there's already a bill. We hope the relevant bill could be submitted to this council for consideration soon. Now, if CM practitioners could refer patients to diagnostic services as soon as possible, then it will be useful, because then CM practitioners will be able to make even more accurate diagnosis. Government can then further consider consider the way forward for giving more statutory powers to CM practitioners, and that the whole committee will stand to benefit. Now, Article 138 of the Basic Law states that the SAR government could formulate its own policy on the promotion, on the development of Chinese medicine. The SAR government has a duty to promote the development of Chinese medicine. Then this council has also supported the initiative of the government. Last year, we approved funding for the Health Bureau to set up the post of a commissioner for Chinese medicine development, but as far as I know, the post remains vacant. I hope the government will recruit talent soon to head such development, and so we could it could complete the blueprint for Chinese development, medicine development as soon as possible. Thank you.
Dr. Chow Man Kong. Mr. Deputy, in year 2002, the State Council announced the National 45-year plan and states that we are to establish a high-quality and highly efficient CM service systems. And also, it states that Chinese medicine has strengths in terms of preventive care and also rehabilitative care. Now, the HKSAR government is going to establish a blueprint for CM development and also injecting $500 million into the CM Development Fund, and also the proposed creation of the CM Commissioner. Now, this is applaudable. Now, under COVID-19, the Hong Kong SAR government has worked with CM practitioners to establish the pilot treatment plan of CM on COVID-19 patients. Now, various experiments has proven the importance and effectiveness of CM services on people's health. Now, we have emerged from the epidemic, and it is time that we establish the pivotal role of CM in primary healthcare. So I support the original motion moved by Professor Chen and also the amendments. I also want to make some suggestions on the blueprint. The blueprint should establish the positioning and also the development direction of CM in Hong Kong, and also professionalize the CM practitioner trade so that it gains equal recognition like Western medicine practitioners. Now, we should promote the status of CM in Hong Kong and promote comprehensive development. Now, according to some in the trade, now the auxiliary medical practitioners ordinance and also other ordinances regulating the imaging industry pose a lot of restrictions on the development of CM. Now, I hope that the government can propose legislative amendments soon so that CM can come with simple imaging services and also referral power under a legal framework. Now, since the government says that CM is an integral part of the healthcare system, we should remove red tapes, and there should be a roadmap. Now, we should learn from the remuneration system and also the organizational structure of CM in the mainland. There should be a dedicated CM department so that CM practitioners can enjoy autonomous. Now, with aging population, there will be higher and higher healthcare demand. In a decade, there will be some 3 million people with various chronic diseases, accounting for some 37% of the population. Now, chronic disease patients above the age of 65 will amount to 1 million people. Now, we have just emerged from the 3-year epidemic. Grassroots people who rely on manual labor and also elderly people who are of ill health rely on CM for pain alleviation. Now, like other members have said, the quota places are way below the demand. And also, the charge is much higher than subsidized outpatient Western medicine services. The charge is about $100, and it is very difficult to attract CM practitioners to serve in the public sector because of the low pay. So I hope that the government can establish a qualification framework and also a pay scale for Chinese medicine practitioners so that they enjoy the same recognition with other medical professions so that we can have actual ICWM developments in Hong Kong. Now, the first CM hospital will be commissioned in phases starting from 2025. Now, riding on the CM Development Fund, the government should collaborate with the academia, the trade, and also the private sector to establish the CM trade in Hong Kong. Now, we should also extend the coverage of CM services to benefit more people, especially old people. Thank you. Reverend Canon Peter Kuhn. Mr. Deputy, now the CM has a long tradition in the country. It incorporates the wisdom accumulated over the past millenniums, and it is very useful for healthcare. Now, over the past 3 years, CM treatment has been very useful on combating COVID-19, and it has been recognized by the WHO and other international bodies. Now, there is ever higher demand for CM services in Hong Kong. However, the number of attendants in the CM sector has not increased with the higher recognition. CM development has been stalled, and there are lots of challenges. The government hasn't set a clear positioning and also direction for development of CM. Now, there is a common perception that CM is mostly used for rehabilitative purpose and also for curing small disease. Now, people would go to herbal tea shops to cure minor diseases. For major diseases, people would opt for Western medicine. Now, under the HA, there are various CM services provided. However, there is very limited supply. Now, in the public sector, charge per attendance is 2.4 times higher than Western medicine services. It greatly discourages grassroots people from choosing CM services. Now, even for subsidized CM services, the patient has to bear most of the costs, and also insurance plans, insurance policies only cover very limited parts of the treatment cost. Now, because of financial constraints, many people cannot enjoy CM services. Now, in terms of CM policy and also the relevant measures, there are lots of shortcomings. Now, under the Supplementary Medical Professions Ordinance and other Code of Professional Conducts, referral for imaging services can only be made by dentists and Western medicine practitioners, but not CM practitioners. Now, under the primary healthcare blueprint, there is the one family, one doctor philosophy, but CM practitioners have been left out. Now, these have undermined the development of CM services in Hong Kong. Mr. Deputy, the nation has laid down a national strategy for developing CM in the country. Unprecedented support is being given to CM. Now, to promote inheritance and innovation, and also to allow complementation between Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and also to promote GBA developments in the CM trade, Hong Kong has much role to play. Now, in terms of testing and accreditation, regulatory regime, insurance and financing, external commerce, and also international reputation, we have lots of advantages. We have the condition to be a connector to promote CM to the larger world and also promote GBA to become a CM hub. Now, I hope the government can attach more importance to CM developments, including subsidizing more CM services, enhancing the elderly healthcare voucher scheme so that elderly people can use CM services in healthcare, in health management and preventive care. Now, CM practitioners should be given larger play in primary healthcare. The CM trade can also help triage patients and alleviate pressure on public hospitals. Now, we can also train up more talents to meet the rising healthcare needs. From short to long term, this is a very good thing. Thank you. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Now, CM is an integral part of our healthcare system. It is widely popular among the public. Now, we are a melting pot of Chinese and Western culture, and it is a good place for CM to develop. The government should enhance the CM development policy and also enhance ICWM and professionalize the trade to encourage development of CM. There should also be better connectivity between CM and other medical professions. We should also nurture talents for CM. Now, we have the Commissioner for CM Development and also the commissioning of the Tranquillo CM Hospital in 2025, and these are very important for CM developments in Hong Kong. I thank and support Professor Chan's motion. It gives us an opportunity to discuss this important topic. Now, I declare interest. I am the chairman of the advisory committee of the School of CM in the Baptist University. Now, I would like to explore the future development of CM in Hong Kong. Now, my party, the DAB, has published the proposal for developing CM as a pillar in the healthcare system, which will ensure people's health together with the Western medicine trade. There are complementary strengths between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Now, ICWM model on clinical treatment would be the best. It will ensure benefits, it would maximize the benefits for patients. Now, sometimes Western medicine may affect the operation of certain organs. Now, if Chinese medicine practitioners can be also consulted, the adverse impacts or the negative effects of Western medicine can be countered. Now, after reunification in July 1999, the Chinese Medicine Ordinance has come into effect. Still, we don't have a long-term development plan for CM. Now, the government should establish a CM specialized system covering examination, training, and continuing education. There should also be supporting facilities, including a CM academy for coordinating the training, examination, and continuous training of the CM trade. And also, the government should also provide training on Western medicine knowledge for CM practitioners. On the other hand, we should also educate Western medicine practitioners on CM, basic CM knowledges to encourage ICWM. And also, the government should work with the HKCAA-VQ on enhancing the existing programs and introduce CM elements to teach the basic concepts of CM to students. And also, prescription of Chinese medicine. Now, like the Western medicine trade, We should also adopt an evidence-based approach for CM. There should be a collation of clinical data to establish a safe practice. Now, we should also combine and collate clinical CM treatments results and establish a set of guidelines. We should also combine CM with modern technologies like imaging and AI to help CM practitioners to make accurate diagnosis. Now, we should also step up development of ICWM on common clinical diseases. We should also provide a regulatory regime on ICWM and attract international talents to join CM research. Now, we have to promote to the wider public to tell them that Chinese medicine and Western medicine are not mutually exclusive. In many cases, a combined treatment plan can offer a lot of benefits to patients. Now, Chinese and Western medicines can complement each other. This will greatly elevate the pressure faced by our public healthcare system. I support the original motion and the amendments.
Ms. Eunice Yung. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I speak in support of Professor Chen's motion on actively promoting the development of CM to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. I also support all the amendments. The motion says this: Chinese medicine is very effective in prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. Over the past few years, we've seen CM at work in treating COVID and long COVID, and CM has worked. The first CM hospital in Chengguan will be commissioned in phases starting from 2025. This shows CM development in Hong Kong has reached a new stage. But CM development in Hong Kong is too slow. The government needs to speed up the development of CM in Hong Kong. This is to tie in with the spirit of the 20th Party Congress, and this is promoted the inheritance and innovation of CM, and also putting people's health first as a strategic issue. This can also ease the pressure on our healthcare system to meet the need of an aging population and the growing medical needs. During COVID, the hospital authority launched a CM special outpatient service. When the Food and Health Bureau was still there was telemedicine consultations for CM services, and there were even drug deliveries. This can help address the symptoms of patients and also help them with the rehabilitation. This experience shows CM has worked and meets people's needs. This also helped triage patients, and this can help ease the pressure on the healthcare system. Now, the central government also sent mainland CM experts to Hong Kong to support our fight against COVID. They worked alongside Western medicine practitioners in clinical treatment. This also shows that Chinese medicine practitioners can work with the Western medicine practitioners. In Hong Kong, we focus on Western medicine practitioners. In Article 138 of the Basic Law, this shows CM actually has a status in Hong Kong. In our statutes, we can also do CM-only treatment. CM has a role in the medical sector, and we need to raise CM's profile. This can truly achieve a mutual complementary effect of CM and Western medicine. We need referral right for CM practitioners. We need to get rid of the hurdles. So we need to amend the Supplementary Medical Professions Ordinance. We need to give CM practitioners the same rights as Western medicine practitioners. That way they can refer patients to radiographers or the medical laboratory technologists, so that there will be no delays in treatment for patients. Mr. Deputy, I visited Hangzhou with the fellow members in the New People's Party. We talked about Hangzhou, the Chinese medicine development there. Now, I looked at what happened in Hangzhou. The Hangzhou municipal government has this opinion on the development of CM there. There's an article. It said several things. There are several things we can learn from Hangzhou. First, now, strengthening the development of CM system, and also promoting the inheritance and innovation of CM, and also strengthening the building up of CM professionals, and also promoting CM as an industry, and also promoting the culture of CM. We can learn from Hangzhou. In primary healthcare, CM plays a key role. In our healthcare system, CM is also a key integral part with an aging population. Many members have already said that we need to train up the talent. Do we have enough places at the universities? And how do we get CM practitioners to West to work with doctors? And how do we promote CM as a culture? We need to take a systematic approach to these issues. Hospitals are now setting up CM departments. If we can do that, that can help triage patients, shorten waiting time. Now, I've been talking to the Secretary for Health about this. I put a question to him. I hope the Secretary can follow up on this matter, on making better use of CM practitioners and making better use of CM sector as a whole to cut the waiting time at hospitals and ease the pressure on our healthcare system. Mr. Deputy, there's a pay gap between CM practitioners and Western medicine practitioners. For graduates of CM practitioners, they start with $27,000. Now, for Western medicine practitioners, they start with $60,000 or so. There's a huge pay gap. They are all professionals. They should get the same pay. I hope the government can give effect to this point in the 20th Party Congress, build a healthy China, make a greater contribution, promote the development of CM. Dr. Johnny Ng. Mr. Deputy, CM is a profound and deep discipline, and it works in treating diseases. There's a growing demand for CM services. Internationally, people are taking the more serious the combination of CM with Western medicine. The World Health Organization released a report showing that there's global research on CM and there's growing demand for CM. 80% of the countries surveyed say that acupuncture is recognized as a treatment in their own countries. Over the years, our government has policies promoting CM as a part of our healthcare system. This includes in 2003, gradually, there were 18 CM clinics come teaching and research centers. In each district, there's one CM clinic providing consultations, training, and research. Starting from March 2020, the government further strengthened the CM policy, subsidies for the operation of CMs, and also new subsidies for CM outpatient services. The stats show in 2021, across all the CM clinics, 1.28 million visits were made and up 10% from the year before. This shows there's growing demand for CM services among seniors from 2005 to 2010. For seniors, they used the medical vouchers on CM. The value went up. It went from more than $100 million to over $700 million. CM can play a greater role in primary healthcare, and this is a key part in our healthcare system. The government, in promoting CM, can do more to ease the pressure on our healthcare system. The government can also leverage the advantage of one country, two systems and the support from our mainland and also our global connections, leverage our experience, help our country promote the modernization and internationalization of the CM sector. Many years ago, we had with SARS, and then we're just moving on from COVID. All that shows CM works in fighting pandemics, in fighting the virus. CM has worked in its treatment, and there are merits. Before COVID, many visitors came to Hong Kong and bought CM drugs. With the experience, we have more than 4,000 registered CM drugs. The quality is there, and the quality is internationally recognized. We have connections with the mainland and overseas. We have well-established product testing, the technology certification system. It's trusted in many places. So we have the conditions for being a center for CM drugs. We also have the technology and the talent. Since the handover with the basic law, the HLSR government has recognized the legal status of CM. We have now more than 10,000 registered CM practitioners. Our country sets great store by CM development. Since the 18th Party Congress, CM development is now part of our country's development. In November 2022, the 14 five-year plans, medicine development plan came out. It highlighted the informatization, digitalization, networkization, intelligentization of CM to drive the transformation of the CM sector. Our development of CM serves not just our 7 million people. We should also tie in with the mainland's provinces' development. and in promoting the modernization of CM. We should take it one step further and help CM go global. I urge the government to step up the coordination with the mainland, commit more resources to support more exchanges, interconnections with the mainland. And we should also set up a unified so that we can provide better CM services for people. We should also come up with a blueprint for the international development of CM. We need a timetable and a roadmap, leverage our advantages of one country, two systems, promote CM across the world, and promote our CM culture. And we have the backing and the market of the mainland, and we also connect it with the rest of the world. Now, we should promote the development of CM, help CM go global, and on training of talent, etc. We should help our country promote the modernization and internationalization of CM. Hong Kong can play a more active role. President has so submit I support the motion and all the amendments. Mr. Sunny Tan. Mr. Deputy, I speak in support of Professor Chan's motion. Now, under there were 4 points made under the Chinese medicine plan and the 14th five-year plan, promoting the ability of CM, complementing the development of CM, and driving the growth of CM in our country. And our country is determined about this. Now, during COVID, we extensively adopted CM, and it worked. Many COVID patients opt for telemedicine with CM services. They took 莲花清瘟 capsules to address the symptoms. After recovery, many people also picked CM to treat their long COVID. CM worked in treatment, prevention, and rehabilitation. I hope the government can seize this opportunity to promote CM development in a number of ways to enhance our healthcare system's capacity in treatment, prevention, and rehabilitation, first as a matter of direction. Now, CM and Western medicine should complement each other, give full play to the advantages of CM. For example, we should have more enhance the use of CM in foundational research, in diagnosis, treatment, and also the research. We should also step up the training of CM professionals and the passing on of experience in CM. That way, we will lay a more solid foundation for CM. Second, in 2014, there was the Integrated Chinese Medicine and Western Medicine pilot scheme. At 8 hospitals, there was care for cancer patients and stroke patients. This is a good start for the integration of CM and Western medicine. I'm pleased to hear about the proposed expansion of the scheme. Our country is way ahead. The National Health Commission last year announced this. For top-notch hospitals, they had to set up CM clinical units, and they had to set up CM hospital beds and CM outpatient services. Hong Kong should learn from our country. So we should set up CM units in public and outpatient clinics, and we should set up also inpatient services and outpatient services, so that for diseases like cancer and other rare diseases, we can have integrated Chinese and Western medicine treatment. Now, with this experience, this proposal is worth exploring. Third, the government should make use of technology to promote CM development. Now, we can promote this registration on the system of EC Connect so that with patients' consent, CM practitioners can access health records, and we should also link up EC Connect and eHealth. That way, we can have the health records shared, because this is a key part in the collaboration of CM practitioners and doctors. Now, we also need to train up talent. The first CM hospital will be commissioned in 2025. There will be a growing need for talent. We need to get more young people to join the CM sector. The government should offer better pay for CM practitioners. Now, take the CM clinics, teaching and research centers. CM start with salary below $30,000. I hope the government can review the pay scale and salary structure for CM practitioners. On talent training, we have 3 universities offering bachelor's degrees courses in CM. There are roughly 60 to 80 graduates each year. They pass the qualification exam and become registered CM practitioners. And that's where our practitioners come from. To promote the growth of this sector, we need a statutory registration system. And also, we need CM pharmacists, registration and certification systems for them. We need a professional workforce for CM practitioners that will help promote the alignment with the GBA for CM practitioners. The current term government attaches importance to CM development. The policy address lays out a development blueprint for CM. It has laid down goals and strategies for CM's long-term development. I hope the government can take a range of measures, promote the development of CM, so that CM becomes a key pillar of our healthcare system. I support the motion.
Mr. Yim Kong. President, I'm grateful to Professor Chen Wing-Kong for moving this motion on actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. Now, the World Health Organization study report shows that among the factors that affect public health, healthcare only accounts for 8%. Hong Kong has one of the longest life expectancy in the world. That's because in Hong Kong, people know that Chinese medicine is effective in health maintenance. So it's certainly useful in alleviating the pressure of the healthcare system. Now, the country has already set the policy objective to promote the development of Chinese medicine. Hong Kong will become an innovation and technology center for Chinese medicine. And there is, of course, going to be development in the northern metropolis. And then we're going to build a big data center based in relation to Chinese medicine. And new technologies such as Web 3.0 and other technologies will be adopted to promote the standardization, digitalization, and internationalization of Chinese medicine. So there will be such prospects. Now, Chinese medicine is not widely recognized around the world because there is not a set of internationally recognized standard. So universities in Hong Kong and many organizations are going to join hands to build a Chinese medicine data center. And they will set some standards for the industry, and that will help the country to promote Chinese medicine development. Now, for now, CM treatment costs are high, and also Chinese medicine usually takes a longer time for treatment, and so some are deterred. We need to substantially reduce the cost of Chinese medicine by allowing more Chinese herb shops to be set up. And then in different provinces, for example, Hunan, Hubei, and so on, where there are these base for the production of Chinese help, then we could also set up farms, make sure that such medicine could be supplied directly to Hong Kong. And then the Chinese University, Hong Kong University, and Baptist University also promoting the training and research of CM, and they're working with different sectors. So we hope that the government will give greater support to the research and development of CM products. Now, we are seeing an aging population. So we can expect much stronger demand for care for the elderly. So at all the district health centers, the government should consider setting up Chinese medicine clinics. So we could provide healthcare service to the elderly, and it could also alleviate the pressure in outpatient clinics and in the healthcare system. There should be a GBA database for prominent CM practitioners. And we should try to promote the development of CM, so we could also support the national development of CM. and we could become an important platform in that respect. With these remarks, I support the original motion and the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Shankin Paul. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, trans medicine has a long history, is well trusted by the people. Now, not only Chinese people, of course, always use Chinese medicine. Acupuncture is also now popular around the world. In the past 3 decades, Chinese medicine has developed on scientific basis, and there's evidence of strong, high efficacy of Chinese medicine. I thank Professor Chen for moving the motion. Now, in Hong Kong, it's a matter of urgency that we promote the development of CM. Now, in the 3 years of the pandemic, we all see the importance of CM. The government has already created the Commissioner for Chinese Medicine Development post, so that means there will be stronger lead in policy formulation. And then next, the government's going to formulate a blueprint. Now, the first Chinese medicine hospital, it will soon be commissioned. It will be a flagship organization for promoting Chinese medicine. And the government is going to increase the number of subsidized CM places from 600,000 to 800,000 in the 18 CMCTRs. And then and so we're seeing various developments, and CM practitioners will be given far more opportunities. Now, I see CM practitioners have trained hard, and soon they'll be able to realize the potential. And then we're going to have the flagship CM hospital, so we should all seize upon the opportunity. Now, in terms of clinical treatment, CM, we're not as developed as that on the mainland. Now, mainland experts came to Hong Kong during the pandemic, and they pointed out that for CM service in Hong Kong, we're only using CM service for treating some basic illness. So it gives the impression that a CM is only for the treating of minor illnesses. Well, that's because we're not working hard enough to develop CM. So the government needs to provide more opportunities, and by relaxing various regulations, and then the government should consider how we could allow CM practitioners more room for development. Then we need to set up the CM specialty structure. We need to promote the industrialization of CM, and then eventually there should be more subsidized CM services in public hospitals and clinics. Now, the country has already formulated a good integrated Chinese Western medicine system, and they've seen good results. So in Hong Kong, we should also borrow the experience from the mainland, but of course we have to regard to our own situation as well and develop our own model. For example, we should give equal importance to Chinese and Western medicine, but then it should be a collaboration. We shouldn't just compel the use of both Chinese and Western medicine. That's more in line with the situation in Hong Kong. Now we have 3 schools of Chinese medicine with strong research capabilities. They have set up a certification testing system that's on par with international standards. So Hong Kong should move in the direction of internationalization of the CM industry. And also some have suggested that we should extend the scope of insurance for CM treatment. I'm from the insurance sector. Of course, I agree we should elevate the status of CM, and we support also allowing a higher compensation amount for CM treatment. I'm sure the government will look into such issues together with the industry, and I'm sure in future there will be more people taking out a health insurance policy that covers CM services. Thank you. Dr. David Lam. I thank Professor Chen Wing-Kwong for moving this motion on actively promoting the development of Chinese medicine to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system. Now, we have Chinese medicine, Western medicine, there's also Tibetan medicine, and so on. There are so many different disciplines around the world. But then patients are just patients. if a Chinese CM practitioner advises the doctor not to see a doctor, or if a doctor asks a patient not to seek CM treatment, well, then patients are caught in the middle. They said that's because there is not enough understanding between the CM sector and the Western medicine stream. Now, when it comes to the application of science, of course, since the 19th century, the Western world has been taking the lead. But then, if we talk about the several thousands of years of history of medicine, since 19th century, we're just talking about a short period. And so we shouldn't therefore overlook the different streams of medicine in the several thousands of histories in the development of medicine. And it will be arrogance if we ignore that. And it's not scientific either. Now, we want to promote integration, but it should be based on science. Diabetes, hypertension, and various common chronic diseases or relapse of cancer illnesses, well, there are objective indicators, so they are suitable diseases for clinical research. Now, we can consider the conditions of patients, and then we will have targeted treatment. That's now the general trend. Now, human, that there are 9 types of conditions for the human body, and then we could devise different treatment systems. Now, for clinical data and scientific data, the basis for us to refer patients now is important. In Hong Kong, it's a place where the East meets West. So there were well-established Western medicine stream. The Chinese medicine is also firmly rooted, and our health indicators are among the top in the world, and the quality of our healthcare professionals are also among the best in the world. So people try to snatch our talents. Now, we have a Chinese medicine certification system that is trusted by the international world, and then there's going to be a blueprint for Chinese medicine, and then there will soon be a Chinese medicine hospital, and then there will be C&M certification testing center. So we're seeing all these developments that will help to promote the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, and then we will be playing an important role in this respect. I support Professor Chen's motion. Thank you. I now adjourn the meeting till tomorrow, 9 a.m.